758. On the border between Great Spring and North Jin Kingdom, dozens of riders were escorting a woman, the Great Spring Empress, Yarou Jinji. One of the two riders closest to Yarou Jinji was an Upper Five Realms cultivator. She was a middle-aged woman from the central divine continent and was a temporary guest elder of the Great Spring invited by his aunt. There was also the water god of Pine Needle Lake, Liu Yorong, who was temporarily summoned by Yarou Jinji. This was also why Liu Yorong did not personally reply to the secret letter sent by the flying sword of Jin Huang Mansion. Among the three riders behind them, two of them were generals with real power at the border who did not wear armor. One was old and the other was in his prime. They had outstanding military achievements and were now high-ranking officials of the border. There was also another rider, a young man with a graceful bearing. He wore daoist robes and had a golden crown on his head. He was Xiao Yuanran, a daoist high truth from the Golden Apex Monastery. He was a young golden pill expert, and even more so, the one who pulled the strings behind the scenes of the Peachleaf Alliance. Xiao Yuanran and his master, daoist Baozhen, had known the Yarou family at the border for a long time. If it was not for Liu Zong, Xiao Yuanran could have become the chief of the Yarou family of Great Spring. Dozens of riders bypassed the rebuilt Hua town. Anyway, there were only a few yellow mud walls and the government office was like a haystack. It was as sloppy as before and it was not difficult to rebuild it. Only the inn outside Hua town was left with broken walls and ruins. Yarou Jinji stopped her horse and did not move forward. Her Majesty, who was 40 years old but still beautiful, did not withdraw her gaze for a long time. In the past, there was her aunt, Zhonyang, who was a shopkeeper, the third master who was a cook, the little cripple who was a waiter, and the academy's gentleman, Zhong Kuei, who had been an accountant for a long time. Yarou Jinji sighed faintly. Things were still the same, but people had changed. Xianji seemed to have become an impulsive young man after leaving the border and the battlefield. However, how could she rest assured that the position of magistrate in the capital city would be given to others? The children in Lingji now knew how to address her as Your Majesty. They no longer called her auntie in their childish voices. They had grown up and were sensible. However, she was not happy. She still preferred the two children who liked to wipe their saliva with the sleeves of her dragon robe. In the end, the cavalry went to a difficult place. Yarou Jinji stopped her horse at the top of a hill and squinted her eyes. It was as if the river of time was flowing backward and she was witnessing a thrilling battle with her own eyes. Back then, it was here that there was a sinister attack on the Yarou family. There were only two assassins. One was a sword cultivator, and the other was a martial artist wearing the Dew armor. Both of them relied on a flying sword and their master realm to kill people like they were cutting grass. Their methods were extremely cruel. In the early years, everyone thought that the two assassins were mountain killers hired by the North Jin Kingdom to make the Yarou family lose their backbone. Later, it was proven that the two assassins were indeed in high positions in the North Jin Kingdom. One of them was even on the official road of the North Jin Kingdom to the Jin Huang Mansion. However, at that time, Yarou Jinji felt that it did not make sense. In the North Jin Kingdom, there was no need for the former emperor to do this. At that time, her grandfather was about to rush to the Mirage City to be the Minister of War. He could be considered to have retired. The spies of the North Jin Kingdom must have known about their methods. However, Yarou Jinji did not dare to think further. For example, if the assassins succeeded in killing her grandfather and the Yarou family's cavalry, then the third prince Liu Maro and Jiao Shuyi, as well as a large number of deities of the North Jin Kingdom, including His Excellency of the Jin Huang Mansion, would have a good reason to attack. At that time, the husband of the second prince, who later became the emperor of the Great Spring, was at the border to meet up with his younger brother, the third prince Liu Mao. As for Liu Huang, who had become the former emperor of the Great Spring, compared to his brother Liu Tsong, who had outstanding military achievements, he had always lacked the support of the military. The balance between the two sides in those years was due to the civil and military affairs of the country. The two princes each occupied half of the country. No one could cross the line. Liu Tsong was too arrogant in the eyes of the scholars. The second prince Liu Huang was the son of the first wife. He was also brilliant in literary talent and was famous for being polite to the scholars. Liu Huang and Yarou Jinji's uncle, Li Shiling, had always been close. Li Shiling was from the Hanlin Academy and had served as a lecturer. Therefore, he was both a teacher and a friend to Liu Huang. In the early years, there was a saying in the imperial court that the crown prince and the prime minister were compatible. In reality, the old emperor Liu Zhen had long made up his mind. He hoped that his legitimate son, Liu Huang, would inherit the throne and let his eldest son, Liu Cong, become the vassal of the country. However, Liu Zhen's illness was too sudden. It happened too suddenly and broke Liu Zhen's original plan of gradual progress. The old emperor had to let his legitimate son, Liu Huang, quickly take control of a group of soldiers and horses to hold back the rebellious border army Iron Cavalry in the north and south. When the old emperor was on his deathbed, when he looked at his legitimate son, Liu Huang, he actually smiled and Liu Huang panicked for no reason. At that moment, Yarou Jinji seemed to understand everything. However, she immediately lowered her head and pretended that she did not know anything. At this moment, the Empress of the Great Spring dismounted from the horse skillfully. The descendants of the Yarou family had always been familiar with bows and horses. Although Yarou Jinji was not a martial artist, she could still draw a bow and knew some fighting skills. Compared to the common Jianghu warriors who made a living in the streets, she was not inferior. When the Yarou family became the emperor, in the end, except for a few key positions in the imperial court and the military, the rest of the Yarou family's trusted and direct descendants seemed to be inferior. This kind of thing sounded ridiculous, but it was the truth and it had to be so. Sometimes, she had to assume that if Liu Mao, who had been sneakily practicing some immortal magic and calling himself Daoist Longju, became the emperor, the Yarou family's reputation in the history books of the Great Spring Dynasty, and the benefits that the Yarou family's descendants could get, would be better, and their official titles would be bigger and more numerous. As for whether there would still be people with the surname Yarou in the Duke's mansion after several generations, Yarou Jinji was a weak woman. What could she do? The Liu family had established the country for 200 years. In the end, there was only the Dukeshan's mansion left. Yarou Jinji narrowed her pair of charming peach blossom eyes. As for the vassal Prince Liu Cong, forget it. This person pretended to be crazy in the water prison and could not last for more than a few years. Back in the palace, this bastard Liu Cong could be said to be extremely arrogant. If Yarou Lingji had not been with her all the time, Yarou Jinji could not imagine how miserable she would be in the end. That would not be as lucky as a few filthy palace secret books that were circulated in the streets. After getting off the horse, Yarou Jinji held the reins with one hand and was silent for a long time. Suddenly, she asked, "Lord Liu Hu, I heard that the Jindan sword cultivator who was the chief of the northern Jin dynasty used to be a friend of the Jin Huang mansion?" Liu Yorong, who inexplicably became the water god of Pine Needle Lake, was naturally timid. She said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, back then, my husband did not know this person's true identity and mistook him for a Jianghu hero with good swordsmanship. That was why he gave him a few pots of orchid wine. When Liu Yorong was alive, she was only born in a scholarly family in the northern Jin dynasty's county city. She was not a real lady of a noble family. The boldest thing this pretty girl did in her life was to fall in love at first sight with the mountain god official Zhengsu who was traveling in disguise. Then, she made up her mind and gave up her life to marry the king of Jin Huang mansion." Yarou Jinji smiled and said, "A person is selfless and the world is broad. Yorong, don't think too much. If I didn't trust you and your husband, I wouldn't have let the two of you return to your old home." Liu Yorong did not know what the emperor was thinking and did not understand the rules of the officialdom. She only knew that the emperor called her Yorong more affectionate than the previous Lord Liu Hu, so she was relieved. Moreover, this water god did not know how to hide her feelings. She hurriedly worded her words carefully and said a few polite words to the emperor. It was nothing more than gratitude and the like. It was stiff and stiff. In fact, during the most dangerous years in the Mirage City in the early years, the emperor gave her a different feeling. At that time, Yarou Jinji would often frown slightly and lean against the railing alone. He was a little absent-minded. Therefore, in Liu Yorong's eyes, Yarou Jinji looked better at that time. Even if she was also a woman, she would have some pity for the empress who had a miserable life. Yarrow Jinji smiled. Perhaps only a simple woman like Liu Yorong, with a little more luck, could have a true lover. As Yarrow Jinji thought about it, he stopped smiling and finally became expressionless. There were too many things to worry about. For example, Li Shilling, the current Minister of Rights of Daquan, had 2 ministers in the Li family. According to seniority, he was the uncle of the new emperor, Yarrow Jinji. It was just that he was too scholarly. He often beat down Magistrate Yarrow, who was both a junior of the family and a junior of the officialdom. Moreover, he was very deliberate. Why? Did he want to use this as an invitation? He was already a minister. How high of an official did he want to be? How high of a reputation did he want to win? Did he want the title of Wen Zheng that only 3 people had been given since the founding of Daquan? Xiao Yuanran was tempted, but he still did not turn to look at the emperor. Her thoughts were becoming more and more unpredictable. Yarrow Jinji thought of the flying sword message from Pine Needle Lake. Liu Yorong naturally did not have the qualifications to read the secret letter. Yarrow Jinji turned his head to look at the Lady of the Lake, and asked with a smile, "Your Jinhuang mansion has a distinguished guest. Did Prefect Zheng mention to you that he once had a benefactor?" According to the secret letter, a man in a green robe had come to Jinhuang Manor as a guest. He should be a pure martial artist, and his true strength could not be determined. He might be in the golden body realm. He was accompanied by a young woman holding a green bamboo cane, and 5 children. A secret letter for the emperor to read must be as concise and comprehensive as possible. It was impossible to write every detail in the letter. However, the archive at Pine Needle Lake must be more detailed. Liu Yorong nodded and said, "Your Majesty, there is such a person. He looks like a young man, wearing a white robe and carrying a sword on his back. There is also a scarlet wine gourd tied to his waist," Yarrow Jinji said with a cold face. "I see." Yarrow Jinji mounted the horse again and said indifferently, "Let's go to Pine Needle Lake and have a look." Liu Yorong was surprised. It seemed that the emperor should return to Mirage City after visiting the area around Hua Town. However, she was just a little lady of the lake. How could she dare to question it? Yarrow Jinji looked up at the sky. Who said that the sun, moon, and heaven and earth were not worth a cup of water? Who said that the road of life was narrow and the cup of wine was wide? She had not been to Jiaoping Peak, which was close to the capital, for many years. She could not remember it clearly. Yarrow Jinji's movements were gentle. She raised her fingers and rubbed her temples. She did not dare to touch the corners of her eyes. She was a little sad, but her eyebrows and eyes were flying. Yarrow Jinji told herself that she would stop at Pine Needle Lake after she went to Pine Needle Lake. She would not go to Jinhuang Mansion to meet anyone. If they were to meet, it would be him who came to meet her. Yarrow Jinji suddenly said to Liu Yorong with a smile, "When you arrive at Pine Needle Lake, write a letter in person so that Prefect Zheng will not worry." Kui Dongshan, who was sitting on the railing of the ferry, looked at the direction of the movement of the dense dragon Qi with one hand on his chest and the other hand on his chin. He was deep in thought. However, Kui Dongshan glanced at Mirage City for no reason. There were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The reason was very simple. It was the boundary of the well of the Taoist temple. Ni Yuanzan was just one of the people who left the well in the Blessed Land. That was why there was a nursery rhyme in Crane Riding City that seemed to be a prophecy. Who rides the green ox? The yellow crane flies again. Unsurprisingly, it was Zuzi's doing. Only this guy, who was not afraid of anything and dared to scheme against anyone, dared to tease the old Taoist temple's Taoist temple. Back then, when the old bastard was still young and traveled around the temple with his teacher's teacher, he did not have the courage to do so. When he saw the stinky old Taoist priest, he had to obediently call him senior. Then, he played a game of chess and of course, he won. Therefore, the old Taoist priest handed over the white jade hairpin. As for Zhu Zi, this person liked to have strange ideas the most. He was best at placing chess pieces without taking root. All the chess pieces were drifting and growing naturally, like flowers blooming everywhere. The final result was always what he wanted. Compared to his junior sister, Zhu Zi's Taoism was more than 1,000 miles higher. Kui Dongshan turned his head and looked at the little fatty who was still practicing the walking stance. He asked, "Invincible divine fist, let's make a bet." Cheng Chaolu finished a 6-step walking stance and asked, "Bet on what?" Kui Dongshan said angrily, "You won't bet with me." "Why are you asking?" The little fatty scratched his head. "You're like a worm in your stomach." Kui Dongshan laughed and scolded, "Your fist technique is not bad. You're a good cook. If you're not a good cook, then you're not a good sword cultivator." The little fatty had a headache and continued to walk. Master Cow was still the best. He never said strange things. Kui Dongshan patted his knee. "Even if you walk early, there will be people who walk early. If you walk high, there will be a path for you." The white-robed youth turned his head and looked further north. Kui Dongshan suddenly raised his hand and pinched with 2 fingers. He caught a messenger flying sword that had returned from the Divine Seal Peak. Previously, he had asked Jiang Shangzhen if Old Zun had secretly looked for anyone when he entered the Mirage City back then. The flying sword replied that he had indeed looked for someone, but Jiang Shangzhen was kept in the dark. It was probably because Old Zun was too shy to say that he had gone to look for his lover. Kui Dongshan rolled his eyes and put away the flying sword. Forget it, there was no need to think too much. Master's chess skills were superb and had reached perfection. As his proud disciple, it would be difficult for him to give Master 12 chess pieces. This was not Kui Dongshan trying to flatter him. It was the teacher who had a card up his sleeve. He said that he wanted to play a game of chess, and then pulled him to the chessboard. The teacher's demeanor was peerless. He placed the pieces smoothly on the chessboard. In the end, he placed 12 pieces on the chessboard. 4 worryless, central Tianyuan, and 3 lines. Kui Dongshan admitted defeat on the spot. In the end, eldest senior sister, who was watching from the side, said, "Master has already given you 12 chess pieces. You still admit defeat." Naylan Yuji was even more amazed. So Master Cow's chess skills are also very good. He's talented in both civil and martial arts. Master smiled and nodded when he heard that. He began to clean up the chessboard very quickly. Kui Dongshan glanced at Master and then glanced at eldest senior sister, who had a slightly slanted eyes and a golden smile. He did not dare to say anything. At the Mountain River Ferry of the Jade Gui sect, a group of people left the Cloud Cave Blessed Land and continued south to the Mountain Drive Ferry. As for Yi Yunyun, who had the reputation of Huang Yiyun, she left the Blessed Land alone and returned to Mount Piyu's Cloud Cottage. Yi Yunyun did not care if the Great Spring Empress was in the latest rouge painting of the Flower God Mountain. Anyway, she was fine without her. The chief consecrator of the Golden Peak Monastery, Lu Ying, sat in a private room on a ferry with a complicated expression. Previously, in Immortal Huang Hedge's residence, a young woman with her hair tied into a bun was sitting at the threshold. Lu Ying was sitting opposite a young man, facing the window. The sunlight shone through the window and fell on the side of the young man's face, one bright and one dark. In addition to asking a lot of questions, the man even started to chat with Lu Ying as if it were a family affair. He said that the life of a mountain cultivator without a backer was not easy. The path of climbing a mountain was narrow and winding. Which cultivator in the world was not like them? They were working hard to find a way to survive. Therefore, when the days were better, they should at least leave a way out for others. After all, they were all immortal masters. It was time for them to talk about small things. Therefore, they did not need Lu Ying to endure humiliation, betray the Golden Peak Monastery, and fall out with Du Hanling. It was completely unnecessary. Now that the two of us are sitting here and chatting, to put it bluntly, it was almost the worst situation for a consecrator. After leaving the sect, living for one more day would be a gain. It was not like they made you swear or anything. You have to cherish your fortune. Even if you don't cherish your fortune, you have to cherish your life. Anyway, at that time, Lu Ying was like a little chick pecking rice. It was more or less the same as a child listening to the teacher's teachings. Lu Ying really listened to him. If he did not care about his life, he would have gone all out. Of course, the young man with an amiable expression and a faint smile had been playing with a dagger in his hand. The flashing light of the dagger was also a more important reason. in a secret water prison in the mirage city of the great spring capital. A man with disheveled hair and filthy body was in the prison. The stench in the prison was overwhelming. The former Great Spring Kingdom protector prince had fallen into such a miserable situation. Liu Tsong, who was leaning against the wall and curled up, raised his head and looked at a stooped old man outside the prison. Beside him was an old butler in a black robe. Liu Tsong struggled to stand up and said with a smile, "Oh, isn't this the old Dukshan who has many children and grandchildren? Why? You just got off the bed of Yarrow Jinji, that woman, and you walk softly without any movement. Is this still the old but vigorous Gao Shuzhen in my memory? Could it be that the little whore's bed skills have improved again? Unfortunately, the Duke has the heart to kill the thief, but he is really powerless to kill the thief. Since you don't have the fortune to enjoy it, why don't you talk to that vixen Yarrow Jinji and let me do it for you?" The old Duke Gao Shizhen with snow-white hair just bent down silently and looked at the protector prince who could not die even if he wanted to. "You are indeed not as smart as Liu Mao." Gao Shizhen twitched the corner of his mouth. "If you really want to die, you can't do it like this. So in the final analysis, you still don't want to die." Liu Tsong laughed and said, Gao Shizhen, I don't understand why you are still alive today. What do you want?" Liu Tsong shifted his gaze and looked at the old butler who was inseparable from Dukshan. He clicked his tongue and said, "Could it be that the Duke likes this? Then you will really live to a ripe old age together." Gao Shizhen said, "I came here today to tell you a piece of news." Liu Tsong suddenly collapsed on the ground and curled up into a ball. His whole body trembled and he wailed. Gao Shizhen quietly waited for Liu Tsong to return to normal. A moment later, Liu Tsong lay on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Forget it, I don't want to hear it." Gao Shizhen nodded and turned around. Just as he was about to walk away, he suddenly stopped and asked, "For a woman, is it worth it? If you weren't in a hurry back then, everything would have been yours." Liu Tsong muttered, "None of you are worthy of her." This protector prince who had been reduced to a prisoner stretched out a trembling hand. His 5 fingers were like hooks, slightly bent and then loosened. He suddenly laughed and said, "At least this big." Gao Shizhen shook his head and slowly left. The old butler silently followed behind the Duke. After Gao Shizhen walked out of the water prison, he subconsciously narrowed his eyes to avoid the dazzling sunlight. He said, "Come with me to the Taoist temple and see that Taoist Long Ju. Then leave the city and go to the Heavenly Palace temple to copy scriptures." The old butler hesitated but still nodded in agreement. Yarrow Manor. The goddess of the buried river seemed to remember something. Facing the line of the sage of literature, she seemed to be muddle-headed every time. She could not be disrespectful again. She immediately imitated the scholar and bowed. She lowered her head and said, "Liu Ru of the Bayou Palace greets little teacher Chen." Chen Pinggan did not expect such etiquette. He could only return the greeting and said, "Chen Pinggan of the Luorpa Mountain greets the water goddess." Luorpa Mountain? The Luorpa Mountain that lost his soul? Liu Zong, who was standing to the side, was a little confused. Which mountain would have such an infestive name? After leaving the lotus flower-blessed land, especially due to fate, he became the Great Spring Consecrator. His role was similar to the Palace Guard Scholar Tree of the past. Liu Zong had tried to find out more about Chen Pinggan's background. Unfortunately, in the huge Tongyi continent, he had flipped through the secret archives of the imperial court, or asked the 3 young Yarrow's opinion. However, none of the sects on the mountain or the rich families at the foot of the mountain fit the description. He looked at the goddess of the buried river's posture. "Little teacher? Could it be that Chen Pinggan was a legitimate disciple of the Confucian Academy?" However, after a great battle, the 3 academies of the Tongyi continent were destroyed. If someone like Chen Pinggan was among them, there was no reason for him not to be famous. Liu Zong would definitely not believe that Chen Pinggan was afraid of death. Liu Zong believed in a banished deity who dared to kill and could kill Ding Ying. He also believed in his and Zhong Qiu's judgment. In Liu Zong's 2 lives, there were 2 things that made him itch the most. The first was that the Sage of Arms, Cheng Yuanshan, once said in his hometown that he would not change his convenient boning knife if he did not obtain a celestial knife refinement master. The second was that Chen Pinggan and Zhong Qiu turned from enemies to friends and chose to fight side by side. A martial artist did not care about life and death and valued the righteousness of the Jianghu. The water goddess asked curiously, "Little teacher came from the Tongyi continent from the Confucian temple in the Central Plains. Could it be that the sage of literature received my flying sword message?" Without waiting for Chen Pinggan's reply, and without seeing the little teacher blinking his eyes at her, she stomped her foot again and said, "I must have been out of my mind at that time. It snows heavily every year in the Mirage City. I have never experienced such a situation. It snows as if it costs money. The sage of literature is knowledgeable, capable, and has heavy responsibilities. I should not have disturbed the sage of literature when he was concentrating on his studies." The key is that the wording in the letter did not sound like one asking for help at all. It was too unyielding and did not follow the rules. It was like a woman making a scene. When the flying sword left, I knew that I was wrong and regretted it so much that my intestines turned green. I followed the flying sword for hundreds of miles. How could I catch up with it? I am not Mr. Zhuo, who owns half of the world's swordsmanship. Therefore, since last year until now, my conscience has been uneasy. Every day, I reflect on my mistakes in Qintianjian and drink punishment wine by myself every day. So this was how the water flower wine of the roaming jade palace was drunk by the water goddess. The water goddess who did not return to her home was really Liu Ru. Whether it was her surname or her name, it did not seem to be related to her temperament. Previously, according to Yaro Shenji, in the Mirage City, she hit it off with Liu Yorong, the water goddess's Dao companion of excellency Jin Huang Zhengsu. When she heard that Zhengsu's surname was also Liu, the water goddess jumped up and slapped Liu Yorong's shoulder. Coincidentally, the two of them even became sworn sisters in the end. Zhengsu, who was once a prisoner in the water prison of the Mirage City, was able to establish himself in the Mirage City in the early years without being looked down upon. In the eyes of the nobles and immortals, it was naturally the Jin Huang residents that had climbed up the social ladder of the roaming jade palace. Since the water goddess had spilled the beans and said whether it was suitable or not, Chen Pinggan did not deliberately hide his identity. He smiled and explained to her, "I rushed over from the Cave of Fortune to the Tongyi continent and did not go to the Central Divine Continent. Therefore, I am actually not clear about the matter of the water goddess's flying sword message to the Merit Forest." The water goddess stomped her foot again. How annoying. "Sooner or later, I will be stabbed. I can't blame old master Wen Sheng for scolding me. I asked for it. However, this knife is placed on my head and it can't fall. It's not a good thing. I have to count the days with my fingers again and slowly wait. I might as well reply to old master Wen Sheng and scold him so that I can scram back to the roaming jade palace." Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "Why would my husband scold you? As for whether he can find a suitable water pill, whether he succeeds or not, he will definitely give you an answer in the letter." The water goddess had a guilty and suspicious look on her face. Chen Pinggan smiled, "Don't forget that I am his last disciple. If he really wants to scold you, I will help you write a letter." That was good too. If Qintianjian could receive a reply from the Merit Forest in the near future, he could get the water goddess to add a few words in the reply. According to Jiang Shangzhen and Kui Dongshan, the teacher was now at the Merit Forest and had not cared about the affairs of the world for many years. She felt relieved at first, then she said in annoyance, "Little teacher, you were the first to be a guest. Then, misters were worked hard. Finally, old master Wen Sheng came personally. Why didn't you eat supper when you were a guest in the roaming jade palace? Now, the fried eel noodles are gone. I can't treat you even if I wanted to. I had already plundered all the water flower wine back then and there wasn't even a jug left. It's troublesome to brew it. Can it be brewed for 3 to 5 years be considered wine? Without a cellar of 100 years, how can it be called aged wine? How can I have the face to entertain little teacher and old master Wen Sheng?" Seeing that the little teacher was in a daze, the water goddess felt even more guilty. All right, it would be difficult for the roaming jade palace to trick the teachers of the Wen Sheng lineage to be guests. Chen Pinggan quickly snapped back to his senses and smiled. As long as it's water flower wine, it's fine. It's a few years or decades old. I don't care about that. As for the eel noodles, I won't force it. Water goddess, let's sit down and talk. No one would dare to eat a bowl of eel noodles and half a bowl of chili peppers. This was similar to the logic of Qi refinement warriors drinking at the table. They could tolerate a small bowl of red eel noodles, but how could they eat a basin? To eat or not to eat? What was the matter if they ate or not? Therefore, it was wise to be polite to the end and not eat. Chen Pinggan knew that his senior brother did not like to drink. As for his senior brother's inability to eat spicy food, Mr. had said it in the wine shop back then. Alliance had once been naughty. He gave Zwazwa a bowl of clear soup at the dining table and said that since he did not drink, he would use the soup to replace wine. If that was not generous, it would not make sense. In the end, Zwazwa did not think much and raised the bowl to drink it. Indeed, he finished it in one gulp. It was said that it was so spicy that senior brother Zwa's face turned red. He stood up and stomped his feet, almost rolling on the ground. Therefore, third senior brother Liu Shiliu chased Alliance for a few streets back then. Only roaming Jade Palace. If it were other immortal cultivators, they would dare to hold a big bowl of eel noodles and ask Zwazwazwa if they wanted supper. Otherwise, it would be a real battle with Zwazwazwazwa. They took their seats and passed by the Great Spring Dynasty's Chen Pinggan, the buried river god Liu Ru, the capital's magistrate Yarou Xianji, the Great Spring's chief consecrator Liu Zong, and his direct disciple Yarou Lingji. The sharpener Liu Zong had a look of realization. Good fellow, so he was the direct disciple of the Confucian Wen Sheng. Wasn't he the Great Sword Immortal's junior brother? Tong Yezhou was full of admiration for the Great Sword Immortals were. Everything made sense now. Liu Zong was aware of the Confucian Wen Sheng's encounter and the fall of the Confucian Wen Sheng's lineage. If Chen Pinggan was really the Confucian Wen Sheng's last disciple, the young sword immortal banished deity would most likely have been personally taught by the Great Sword Immortals were. Even after arriving at the Blessed Land, he still loved to talk about principles. However, he was also tactful and flexible. He was able to find a way out from the chaos. How similar was his style to Dallas embroidered tiger? In addition to the roaming Jade Palace's respect for the Confucian Wen Sheng's lineage, it was even more reasonable that the water god was so close to Chen Pinggan. Yarou Xianji and Yarou Lingji looked at each other. The Confucian Wen Sheng's disciple? And his last disciple? Did that mean that Chen Pinggan was the junior brother of embroidered tiger, Kui Dong, and the Great Sword Immortals were? Yarou Lingji couldn't help but look at the young man in green with a jade hairpin on his head. He still seemed to be in disbelief. Chen Pinggan said to the siblings, other than Grandpa Yarou, even if it's His Majesty's side, remember to keep my identity a secret for the time being. Yarou Xianji was about to make a joke when Yarou Lingji stepped on his foot and said in a deep voice, "Young Master Chen, don't worry. Even if it's my sister's side, we will keep it a secret." Liu Zong nodded and was rather satisfied. This first disciple that he had taken in was actually not too outstanding in terms of martial arts in the vast world. However, he was well trained in the ways of the world. Guarding the mouth when it was lively and guarding the heart when it was quiet. This was cultivation. Be it the Qi refinement warrior's attainment of Tao and longevity or the martial arts of martial arts, the logic behind their different paths was actually the same. Chen Pinggan looked at Yarou Lingji. The woman with the saber smiled. "Young Master Chen, don't you trust me?" Chen Pinggan nodded and smiled. "Of course I trust you. It's just that it's hard to overlap the image of the Miss Yarrow in front of me with the Miss Yarrow that I met at the inn back then." Yarou Xianji joked, "What Miss Yarrow? It sounds so awkward. My sister has been married for many years. Mr. Chen, you can just call her Big Sister Yarrow." Chen Pinggan said, "I was on a Liuxia continent ferry that passed by the Rain Dragon sect and Luhua Island. On the way here, in the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, I heard some rumors about your Great Quan Empire. It didn't seem to be very pleasant to hear." Yarou Lingji was a little silent. Yarou Xianji sneered. "What do you mean it's not good?" "Of course it's not good. They are jealous of our Daquan dynasty's alliance of peach leaves, and they despise us for not being able to conquer the Daquan dynasty in the past. Mr. Chen, if you stay at the Immortal Ferry in the north of the Mirage City for a few more days, you will hear a few baskets full of nonsense. Some people are talking about our emperor, some people are saying that our Yarrow family is usurping the throne, and some people are saying that the entire Daquan dynasty is colluding with the monster army. Anyway, they just don't want others to live a good life. You have the ability to wait for death and be easily destroyed by the beasts of the demon clan. But you don't have the ability to admit that more than half of our Great Spring border army has been killed or injured, and that we have successfully defended the capital city. Those heroes and immortals on the mountain who are lying on the ground waiting for death really make me admire them very much. So every time I see one of them over the years, I can't help but ask them to drink a toast. Yarrow Lingji smiled bitterly and glared at this brother of his who spoke without thinking. You've said a lot of strange things yourself. Don't you know how you were chased away by Big Sister during the Alliance of Peach Leaves? How did you get into conflict with the White Dragon Cave cultivators? Chen Pinggan said softly, it's the most difficult thing to endure after the snow melts. Liu Zong nodded and said, our Mirage City is famous for the heavy snow every year. The goddess of the river buried god nodded and said, yes, yes. In fact, she didn't understand any deeper meaning. However, she was the goddess of the river buried god who was close to water transportation. Of course, she felt it the most. It was really the money of immortals. Other than waiting for the letter, she followed the Emperor's arrangement and absorbed the water transportation in the Mirage City last winter. In fact, she didn't stay idle. Yarrow Xianji teased her that she was freeloading, and she didn't deny it. Previously, Chen Ping'an's mind wandered thousands of miles away because he met the goddess of the river-buried god who admired his knowledge the most. It was an accident that appeared in his mind again. According to Jiang Shangzhen's words at Yunming Peak and the casual chat with the Confucian scholar at the gate of Taiping Mountain, Chen Ping'an knew that the Sage of Literature's branch in the vast world was not as down and out as it used to be. Even in Chen Ping'an's view, there were signs of going from one extreme to another extreme. Not only did the vast world no longer ban the knowledge of the Sage of Literature's branch, but there were people who suggested that the 72 academies and at least the academies of the 4 continents, including the Baoping Academy, should only respect the knowledge of the Sage of Literature's branch. The reason was that the knowledge of the Sage of Literature's branch was obviously more compatible with the 3 immortal scholars and the cultivation of Qi Jiping than the Sage of Literature's branch. The small Baoping continent had turned the tide. The 3 academies of the Tongyi continent were all of the Sage of Literature's branch, but they collapsed at the first touch. The world's culture was even more corrupted in the chaos. These 2 examples were enough to prove this point. Now that the world was settled, what was there to hesitate about? Not only that, many Confucian scholars of the academies and literary masters of various continents were filled with righteous indignation. Not only did they suggest that the statue of the Sage of Literature must be moved back to the Central Earth Confucian Temple, they even suggested that the statue's position should be higher than that of the Sage of Literature. It should be second only to the Sage of Rites and the Sage of Rites. After Chen Ping'an heard the news, he wasn't too happy. Instead, he couldn't help but be worried. Instead, he had a feeling that Kui Dong had predicted correctly. On the city wall, Kui Dong laughed and said, "Is the world at peace?" "Seems like it. Can we sit back and relax?" "I don't think so." When Chen Ping'an returned to the vast world, he only said that the vast world's perception of the Sage of Literature's branch had changed. Is it a good thing? Of course it is. Is it only a good thing? Not necessarily. Chen Ping'an was very clear of this logic. All the reputation that seemed to be raised high by words, when suspended in the air, was like a bird flying among the clouds, untainted by dust. But this beauty that was suspended high above everyone's head would often fall heavily into the mortal world, and become a pile of mud under everyone's feet. Many people would even step on it when they passed by, and casually said 1 or 2 words. If the Sage of Literature's lineage had disciples all over the world, then this hidden trouble would be unknowingly shared. But in reality, this wasn't the case. It could even be said that it was the opposite. In the Sage of Literature's branch, teacher had too few direct disciples. And Kui Dong once said that Chen Pinggan didn't need to think too much about the matter of using articles to establish one's reputation. Make contributions. If the world was at peace, from now on, what contributions could Chen Pinggan make? Leader. Chen Pinggan didn't even think about it. From the day he established his sect, Chen Pinggan didn't think that he would become a daoist. Since this was the case, it meant that Chen Pinggan's identity, whether it was the last disciple of the Sage of Literature's branch, or the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, once the truth came to light, it would be a double-edged sword that would wear away the hearts of countless people. In fact, it was the same scene of melting snow. Chen Pinggan and Liu Zong continued their previous topic, talking about the silk shop near the river at Kodjar Bridge in Nanyuan Kingdom's capital city. Some of the words used the method of condensing sound to form a line. Chen Pinggan planned to do some foreshadowing, so that this person who sharpened the knife would also remember old friendships. In the future, Chen Pinggan would have the face to encourage this senior to become an anonymous consecrator of the Luo Po Mountain sect in the future. Every pure martial artist who could walk out of the blessed land, whether it was martial arts, temperament, or Jianghu experience, was not easy to deal with. Back then, Liu Zong asked the imperial tutor, Zhong Qiu, to help sell the shop, so that those anonymous disciples could share the silver, so that they would not lose the protection of their master and wander in the Jianghu embarrassingly. And those young people of Nanyuan Kingdom did not know that old Liu, who was a martial artist, was actually one of the top 10 people in the world at that time. Their master was not around, but at least they had a few hundred taels of silver in their pockets, and now they were doing well. As for the matter of the White Soul, for the authorities of each blessed land divided into 4, in fact, the temporary impact had not been seen. When they realized this, martial artists needed to reach the Jinshan realm, and Qi cultivators needed to reach the Jindan realm. At that time, they would not be at a loss. Especially in the lotus root blessed land of Luo Po Mountain, whether it was martial arts or spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers, it was enough for both parties to continue to climb the mountain, and repaint their white bodies with gold. When Liu Zong learned that one of the disciples, who was not outstanding in terms of aptitude, had taken the lead to become a martial artist of the 5 states, the old man sighed with emotion. He only said that one's fate was made by heaven, and one had to seek for one's own fortune. As for the 4 blessed lands of Lotus Flower Blessed Land, Chen Pinggan could occupy one of them. Liu Zong would not ask why the old Abbey Dean did this, and how Chen Pinggan got it. He did not care about it, but the old man could not help but feel a little homesick. When both parties talked about the old Abbey Dean, they were both silent. No one dared to comment on the god of Lotus Flower Blessed Land. The more Liu Zong jumped out of the well and came into contact with the vast world, the more he feared the old Abbey Dean. In addition, he finally landed in the Great Spring. Especially when Liu Zong saw a portrait in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, he felt as if he had been in another world for a long time. Chen Pinggan was truly impressed by the old temple head of the East Sea Temple, but he still had lingering fears. It was not as simple as the old Abbey Dean being a grand cultivator of the 14 states. The word reverence was too ingenious. The key was that the word reverence came first and fear came later. It was even more ingenious. Chen Pinggan suddenly smiled and said, "Brother Liu, you are only half a step away from becoming a martial artist of the remote travel state. Do you have a chance to compare our bladesmanship?" Yarrow Lingji was puzzled. His master was a bladesman. When his master fought, whether it was retreating from the enemy in the palace or fighting on the battlefield outside the capital city, he had always practiced both internal and external martial arts. He never used weapons. Last year, a man in black from North Jin Kingdom sneaked into the palace with the intention of assassinating him. His martial arts state was so high that he could travel with the wind. At first, Yarrow Lingji mistook him for a Qi cultivator. As a result, when he got close to him and unsheathed his blade, his internal organs were injured by his opponent's punch. He fell to the ground and could not get up. It was his master who stopped him and forced him to take out a military armor pill. Wearing the sweet dew armor, he tied with him despite the difference of one state. Liu Zong was in high spirits. "Brother Chen, since when did you switch to using blades?" This bladesman's weapon was a bone-paring knife. In the battle with Yu Zhani, who was like a sword deity, The bone-paring knife was badly damaged. It was chipped by a glass sword left behind by an immortal's. Therefore, all these years, Liu Zong always fought with both hands. He was reluctant to take out his bone-paring knife. After all, the vast world was not like the lotus flower-blessed land. There were too many spiritual weapons and treasures on the mountain. The immortal's spells were even stranger. If he was not careful, his old partner would be gone forever. Back then, on the city wall of Nanyuan Kingdom, the bladesman Liu Zong, who ascended after hearing the heavenly drum, left his physical body in the lotus flower-blessed land. He came to Tongya continent and changed his appearance. Now, he still looked like an old man. However, he looked similar to one of the ancestors of the Liu family of Great Spring. The descendants of the Liu family of Great Spring were famous for their handsomeness. From the old Emperor Liu Zhen to Liu Tsong, the three princes were all recognized as handsome men. It was difficult to break through the bottleneck of the Golden Body realm. It was not that Liu Zong's martial talent was not good and could only stop at the Golden Body realm. It was that the new physique given to him by the Daoist temple was too strong. Liu Zong concealed his identity in the Nanyuan Kingdom's capital. His face was that of the shopkeeper of the riverside shop. He had sparse hair and a crooked face. It was better when he did not smile. Once he smiled, he looked like a lecherous old bachelor. When he was young, his appearance was not much better. Therefore, when Liu Zong said that when he was young, his bearing was similar to that of sword immortal Chen Pinggan. Even if Chen Pinggan did not care about his appearance, he could not be bothered to agree. When out in the world, one had to treat others with sincerity. Chen Pinggan said, "A few years ago, when I had nothing to do, I happened to get 2 good daggers. Thinking back to the fight in Brother Liu's hometown, I practiced a lot and am quite familiar with them. Besides Brother Liu's short dagger close combat technique, I also mixed in Eugenie's sleeve, Zhong Fu's crushing fist, Jing Xinjai's finger sword, and Cheng Yuanshan's yang spear into my dagger technique. That is why I dared to say that I wanted to spar in front of a saber grandmaster like Brother Liu." Liu Zong rubbed his hands and said, "That's great. I haven't used a saber for many years. I'm afraid I'll be rusty and embarrass myself in front of Brother Chen." Liu Zong was afraid that he would lose face in front of the direct disciples. After all, the fist was afraid of the young. If they were to exchange a few dozen moves, it would still be acceptable for either side to win or lose. But if Sword Immortal Chen had only been practicing the saber for a few days and didn't know when to stop, Liu Zong didn't think that he would have any chance of winning if Sword Immortal Chen Pinggan, who was young and impetuous, ended up treating him like Ding Ying. Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "I only wanted to ask Brother Liu for some saber techniques. Actually, I was too arrogant to say that I wanted to spar." The old man glanced at Yarou Lingji's saber. He was indeed tempted by the idea of a spar. The sharpener, Liu Zong, was a martial arts fanatic to begin with. Furthermore, during that fight with Chen Pinggan, he was not satisfied and ended up with a draw. After that, he was bullied by Yu Zheni, who cultivated immortal techniques, which made Liu Zong even more aggrieved. His direct disciple Yarou Lingji's saber had a great origin. It was made of wood and wrapped with a yellow silk ribbon. The handle and guard were made of copper and gold-plated leaves. It was extremely heavy and the handle was embedded with red coral and lapis lazuli. The scabbard was also made of wood and covered with a layer of green shark skin. There were 2 copper and gold-plated hoops. They were all made by the Great Spring Workshop. This was a famous spring that had been kept in the Great Spring Secret Vault for 200 years. Although its name was a bit coppery, it was a genuine treasure. It was once used by the founding emperor of the Liu family to kill the last emperor. Therefore, it naturally contained a part of the Great Spring martial fate and an extremely strong dragon aura. No matter if it was against a pure martial artist or an immortal master, it wouldn't be at a disadvantage in terms of weapons. Especially when it was used to defeat mountain spirits, water monsters, and ghosts, it was even more powerful. Yarou Lingji advised, "Master, Mr. Chen just arrived at the Mirage City and traveled with the wind. It must be very tiring. You two shouldn't be in such a hurry to spar." Liu Zong nodded and said that there was indeed no such way to treat a guest. This was because this person who was sharpening the saber finally remembered that Chen Pinggan had made a big noise when he opened the door with a punch. Liu Zong pondered for a moment and felt that this Chen Pinggan, who was both a sword immortal and martial artist, regardless of whether he was a true sword immortal or not, was probably at least a martial artist in the far travel realm. At the very least, he was at the peak realm. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly be at the legendary limitless realm. In the Tongyi continent, there were only Wu Kuang and Yi Yunyun who were in the 10 states. If Chen Pinggan's appearance and age were not too different, according to the estimation of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, a peak state who was less than 50 years old was already shocking enough. Liu Zong couldn't help but glance at the young man in a green robe. When he was young, he already had the demeanor of a sword immortal. Now, he was still a pure martial artist who was at least in the far travel state. He was also the last disciple of the sage of literature. Looking at him, he looked quite handsome. His speech and behavior were calm and composed, and he had the temperament of a master. The more Liu Zong looked at him, the angrier he became. No, the more Liu Zong looked at him, the more he looked like a young Liu Zong. Let's talk about sword techniques in the future. Liu Zong chuckled and said, "It's just that Brother Chen is chatting with me about such trivial matters. Wouldn't it be demeaning? If you're impatient, don't hide it. Remember to say it directly." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "When people walk to higher places, it's about realms, cultivation, and martial arts. When water flows to the lower places, it's about the human heart, nostalgia, and affection." Liu Zong clapped his hands and said, "The old saying is new. It's new and interesting. It's worth drinking a pot of water flower wine." Water Goddess grumbled, "Didn't I say that there's no more water flower wine? Don't mention it. Little Liu, aren't you annoying? If there's really wine for you to drink until you're full, your hands will start to tremble every time you drink before you finish 2 pots of wine. One bowl can cause you to spill half a bowl of wine. You still want to play with your sword? What's there to play with? Just admit defeat to little teacher. After all, if you admit defeat, you'll lose half of it." At Liu Zong's place, she was used to calling him Little Liu. He was not good at drinking, and he couldn't eat spicy food. He also liked to learn from her chef and stutter. Every time they met, he would stutter, "Mother, mother, mother, your mother's mother." Liu Zong, who was exposed, left resentfully. Now, in the capital city of Great Spring, he needed to keep an eye on at least half of the Mirage City. There were good and bad people mixed together. Immortal masters from all over the continent who went down the mountain to gain experience all liked to stay here, so he needed to establish relationships in all aspects. Just like that time when the little bastard Yaro Xianji became enemies with the White Dragon Cave, Liu Zong had to come forward to settle it. Fortunately, Xue Huai and Guo Baimu, the 2 martial artists, were easy to talk to. Otherwise, Lu Ying, the old nascent soul cultivator of the Golden Peak Temple, and Yu Qi, the few immortal masters of the registry, who were all people who wanted to see the world in chaos, would not have been punished by Yaromana's magistrate for a year. This was Yaro Xianji's residence, and the magistrate of the capital city had a lot to talk to Mr. Chen. The goddess of the buried river was also about to get up and leave. In the capital city of Qintianjian, Liu Ru, in addition to waiting for Lord Wensheng's reply, actually had one more thing to do, which was to ask her to refine a moat to stabilize the mountain and river array of the Mirage City. After all, Liu Ru was the first orthodox water god in the Great Spring Dynasty. In terms of mountains and rivers of the country's Ministry of Rights, she was not inferior to the Lord of the 5 Mountains. Chen Pinggan also got up and said that he wanted to send the water god off. Liu Ru thought about it and understood that some things were indeed not suitable to talk about in a crowded place. Therefore, as soon as she walked out of the courtyard, she said in her mind, "Little teacher, let's not talk about other things. Praying for rain is actually my job. Anyway, I did whatever the imperial court said in the past, and it will be the same in the future. But praying for children at my ancestral temple is really effective. I don't even know that I have this ability. Anyway, it's very effective. Little teacher." Chen Pinggan was speechless. The water god laughed loudly. As expected, she was very quick-witted. She tiptoed. "Hey, She patted the little teacher's shoulder and continued, "Don't worry. The next time you go to the ancestral temple to burn incense, little teacher, tell me in advance. I will definitely take it seriously. Don't talk about manifesting, even if I kowtow with little teacher. Little teacher, you don't know that the golden statue in the ancestral temple is extremely handsome. It can only be described as beautiful." Chen Pinggan could only interrupt the water god's words and explain, "I'm not asking for that. I want to talk about the Tao formula recorded in the Jade Scroll." Liu Ru asked doubtfully, "Did something go wrong on the path of cultivation?" She stomped her foot. "Damn it, that blasphemous old Dragon King, he just had to leave that Jade Scroll behind and caused a lot of harm. Later on, he didn't come when he should have and set up that rain-praying tablet for others. Little teacher, don't worry. It seems that I've done something bad with good intentions, but I'm not the kind of person who likes to shirk responsibility. If there's any side effects, I'll take responsibility. If I can't afford it even if I sell everything I have, I'll write you an IOU first. Haha, I'll write an IOU as I please. Little teacher, please don't tell Master Wensheng about this." Chen Pinggan covered his sleeves with both hands and said helplessly, "It's not about that. Water God, why don't you listen to me slowly?" She made a no sound and said with grievance, "I'm just panicking. Don't you think it's strange? I've never seen Lord Wensheng before, so I begged my grandpa and grandma, saying that I would be satisfied after seeing him once in my whole life. When I really saw him, how could it be enough? Then, I wanted to see Lord Wensheng for the second time. Of course, even if there was a third time, I wouldn't complain about it. Alas, Lord Wensheng is really a sage. His temperament is like a lantern in the big sun, which brings light to my humble dwelling. The moment I saw him, I identified him immediately. I knew that it was Lord Wensheng who came to my mansion personally. Indeed, Lord Wensheng's grand and unique aura could never be hidden. When I saw Left Sword Immortal for the first time, I didn't have a good eyesight until the second time I saw him. Chen Pinggan had already accepted his fate. It was better to wait for the water god to finish speaking first. The buried river was once the main river channel of the Tongyi continent that entered the sea. However, with the passage of time, the scale of the great blasphemy had shrunk greatly. In the end, only a small section of the buried river remained. The predecessor of the Baiyu Manor was the former site of the Dragon Palace of the Great Blasphemy Dragon King. The jade slip that condensed the water into a substance was the proof of the Lord of Blasphemy. It was obtained by the buried river goddess by luck. She then engraved the inscription of "All things can be refined" on the jade slip. The annotations were detailed and meticulous. After a great battle, more than half of the water god's golden body was broken. Just by relying on the heavy snow in the Mirage City every year, it was estimated that it might not be able to be restored to perfection without 300 years of sowing. And the Liu family of the Great Spring had only established the country for more than 200 years. Unless the imperial court could help the buried river widen the river channel, and at the same time absorb more streams and rivers that originally flowed differently. However, Chen Pinggan knew that the Yarrow family of the Great Spring, whether it was for public or private reasons, it was impossible for them to lean the power of the country so much towards the buried river. It was definitely not a good thing for the Yarrow family and the buried river. The big and small gods of the mountains and rivers, from the Lord of Mount Wuyue to the Earth God and Granny He, were also a big officialdom. The water god finally came back to her senses. The young master had been walking beside her for a long time in silence. He had started to daydream again, so much so that he had forgotten to speak. When she stopped talking, Chen Pinggan finally said in his heart, "Back then, the water god gave me both the jade slip and the Tao formula. The benefits were so great that it was beyond my imagination. It was so in the past, now, and maybe even in the future. To be honest, I relied on it to survive a period of time that was not so smooth." Liu Ru laughed heartily and said, "That's good. I was wondering what it was. The young master is so serious that I've been on tenterhooks until now. Don't thank me. You're treating me like an outsider. We're not close." Chen Pinggan felt even more helpless. There were some truths that could not be said now. However, with the water god's temper, she really did not take the jade slip seriously. The jade slip that was engraved with the true Tao formula had two sides. The content of the Tao formula and the words beside it totaled more than 5,000 words. In addition, the refinement Tao formula that venerable fiery dragon had taught him in the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven added together and complemented each other. It allowed Chen Pinggan to have many things to do in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The cultivation method seemed to be refining items, but in fact, it explained the operating principles of the Tao of the five elements. It was extremely suitable for Chen Pinggan. In addition, the Tao formula's definition of the human body's meridians was extremely mysterious and precise. A drop of golden water from the heavens could fly in the air as if it was a machine. From the aurous core stage to the nascent soul stage, and then to the peak of the martial arts, it was simply tailor-made for Chen Pinggan. It was extremely beneficial. The most important and mysterious thing was that the Tao formula involved the fourth city of the 5 cities and 12 buildings of the Beko Keikyang building. The person who obtained the jade slip only needed to deduce slightly and would be able to discover that it contained 4 paths. Each path could allow one to have a chance of ascending to the heavens of the upper 5 realms. Furthermore, one would not be led astray and one's Tao heart would not be easily disturbed by one's mental demons. Of course, the mental demons were still there. It was impossible for them to disappear into thin air. However, the power of the mental demons decreased sharply, as if they had been suppressed by the Tao formula. This was the so-called turning the 4 heavens into coolness and sweeping away the heat of the world in the Tao formula. It made cultivators feel as if they were in a cool and refreshing place. The mental demons were excluded. If they wanted to cause trouble, it was as if they had to break through a small world that was guarded by a saint. If a Qi refinement warrior at the nascent soul stage faced the mental demons, it was as if a nascent soul stage cultivator was facing a pure jade realm cultivator. Then, with the protection of this Tao formula and the heavenly official of the Daoist sect as the door god who guarded the door for the Qi refinement warrior, it was equivalent to pulling an unparalleled mental demon back to the nascent soul stage. Chen Pinggan roughly explained the situation. Liu Ru was confused. Then, she was a little embarrassed and said honestly, "There are 4 paths to ascension to heaven hidden in the jade slip." "So many. Why didn't I know? I thought that there was only one step to immortality." It was just like a Confucian sage who had written a book that had been interpreted countless times by later generations. In the end, the sage, who did not think too much when he picked up the brush, was stunned by the interpretation books. Chen Pinggan raised his hand and rubbed his glabella. He said, "It's fine if you don't know, Goddess Water God. Anyway, what I mean by saying all this is that this gift is too heavy. It's so big that I can't repay it." Liu Ru waved her hand. "You're too polite. You're distant. Good things are not afraid of being late. You don't mind it too much. Otherwise, you'll lose some of your heroism." Although she said that, when the water god walked, she raised her head high and looked very heroic. Chen Pinggan said, "I have a suggestion. Goddess Water God, you can use this Tao Sutra to make a deal with an immortal family that is pleasing to the eye. For example, with the Jade sect's Divine Seal Peak, the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, the Fuyao sect, and Taiping Mountain, which will continue the incense of the ancestral hall in the future. If you think that a girl can't marry into 2 families, I personally suggest that you sell her to Jiang Shangzhen of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land." As for Taiping Mountain, he still had to wait for 70 to 80 years. The water god would most likely be embarrassed and would do it for him. However, it would definitely be a favor to the Green Touring Palace. He would only send a message to the future mountain master of Taiping Mountain. This Tao Sutra was suitable for every earth immortal. Regardless of whether it was the immortal master of the archives or the cultivators of the mountains and lakes, no matter how tough their Tao hearts were and how they were not moved by external objects, they would still be overjoyed. They would have 4 more chances to ascend to heaven for free. It was as if they had the protection of the heavenly official of the Tao sect to help reduce the influence of their mental demons. Who would not be happy? It was also coveted by any sect with a deep foundation. The reason was very simple. A sect had enough earth immortals. As long as there was an earth immortal's path of cultivation, it was the path of the 5 elements. For example, Chen Pinggan, or the black-robed scholar from the Chongxian Bureau of the North Continent, cultivating this sutra would yield twice the results with half the effort. Even if there were none for the time being, the sect could specially open up this path for the direct disciples of the ancestral hall with the best qualifications. If the cultivators carefully and patiently cultivated, coupled with the sect's meticulous nurturing and careful protection, then in the next 100 or 1,000 years, the number of Earth immortals and even the upper 5 realms would be far more than before. If he had to meet old General Yarrow on this trip to the capital of the Great Spring, he would either have to make a trip to the Jinhuang mansion first and then pay a visit to the Green Touring Palace, or Chen Pinggan would have to thank the goddess of the buried river. Chen Pinggan was able to decide early on to open up a subsect for the Luopa Mountain and finally chose the location of the Tongya continent. This jade scroll was of great merit. There was no hurry to name the subsect. When it came to naming, it was his forte. There were too many good names, so it was more worrying. As for the subsect's first sect master, it would be Cao Qinglang. Kui Dongshan and Pei Qian might need to come to the Tongya continent to help Cao Qinglang. Cao Qinglang was very likely to be the youngest sect master in the history of Howran world, or one of them. In addition, the sword cultivator Kui Wei, who was already in the nascent soul realm, and of course, the sword cultivator Sui Yuyu, who was still in the golden core realm, would come from the Luopa mountain to settle down. If Great Sword Immortal Mi was willing, he could also come to the Tongya continent. After all, the subsect was closer to the Cloud Cave Blessed Lands Mount Huashan. However, other than Cao Qinglang, the subsect master, whether the others would leave the Luopa mountain depended on their own wishes. Chen Pinggan told Jiang Shangzhen that the Luopa mountain was not a place where one person's words were spoken. In fact, it was not empty words. Liu Ru shook her head vigorously. Sell my hammer. If I don't sell it, the item that I give away will not be mine. Although that old sect master Jiang can indeed be considered an old hero, if it were other things, I would be happy to be able to befriend him. But if it's business, forget it. I don't like it. Friends who rely on business won't last long. If you want to do business, the Jade Scroll and Dao Manual will belong to you. Go and do your own business. If you need to earn money, earn it. Don't delay it. Don't be afraid that I will think too much. I can't trust anyone, but I can trust you. Let me say this first. No matter if it's one or a few transactions, it has nothing to do with me or the Jade Palace. Otherwise, you won't be able to eat water flower wine and eel noodles in the future. Then I will listen to the water goddess. Chen Pinggan sighed. He folded his hands in his sleeves and walked slowly. He did not speak anymore. Back then, when he was traveling the Jade Palace, he drank too much and boldly sat down to discuss the Tao. He said that the order was more because the water goddess had studied the teacher's knowledge for many years and finally attained the golden body. One drink and one peck. In the early years, she taught the Tao half-heartedly in the Jade Palace. In the end, she gave Chen Pinggan several times to the upper 5 realms. This was because Chen Pinggan had once used the Tao manual of One Step to Immortality. When he was almost unable to maintain a normal Tao heart, he had to be stubborn and take the initiative to abandon his prejudice against the Beko Keikyang building. He braced himself to cultivate this method. On the city wall of the Sword Chi Great Wall, he quietly ascended to the upper 5 realms 3 times. He was no longer the fake UPU on the city wall. Then, he broke the illusory Beko Keikyang building's longevity bridge and chose to return to the nascent soul realm. As a result, even the dragon god was not sure whether Chen Pinggan was a fake UPusion nascent soul or a real fake UPusion immortal. Before the dragon god spoke, Li Zhen and Liu Bai, who were potential sword immortals, thought that the young secluded official was at most a nascent soul realm sword cultivator. When the dragon god spoke on the city wall that time, Chen Pinggan immediately broke the illusory Beko Keikyang building's longevity bridge to heaven. From the real UPusion realm, he returned to the nascent soul realm and became a fake UPusion immortal again. At that time, Chen Pinggan's request was not only to stabilize his Tao heart, but also to let the dragon god draw his sword for the last time. The later, the better. It would be best if he could drag it until the mountains and rivers were reversed. Even if the dragon god still chose to draw his sword before Kuidong arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he would not be sure of his true realm. Even if he was sure, Chen Pinggan was a real Yu-Pu-Yuzhen immortal sword cultivator after all. He did not dare to talk about the odds of winning. At least, the chances of him exchanging his life with the dragon god were higher. However, all these twists and turns and the constant scheming against the dragon god were ultimately no match for the sword immortal boss's last sword. However, this did not mean that Chen Pinggan's considerations were meaningless. After arriving at the Tongya continent, the immortals of the Thousand Jade sect and the group of experts behind the scenes, including Han Yushu, had a very accurate judgment. The person they needed to be wary of the most was Chen Pinggan. It was Chen Pinggan who came from nowhere, and not his current realm or identity. Of course, Chen Pinggan was so crazy. He rose and fell between the Yu-Pu-Yuzhen realm and the nascent soul realm. This was equivalent to having 3 chances to fight with the inner demon. Moreover, he had a deeper understanding of the Beko Keikyung building that he was destined to visit. Liu Ru suddenly laughed and gave him 2 thumbs up. She asked softly, "Chen Pinggan, you and that devastatingly beautiful emperor, hmm?" Chen Pinggan shook his head. "Don't joke about this." Liu Ru sighed. "It's not good to be too gentlemanly." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "In the future, I'll bring my wife to visit the Green Touring Palace." The water god was shocked and stomped her feet. "What? If you really have a wife, doesn't that mean I have no chance?" Chen Pinggan looked embarrassed. Forget it. I'll visit buried he alone." She jumped up and slapped Chen Pinggan on the shoulder. She laughed and said, "You're still the same as before. You're thin-skinned and can't be teased. Look at how scared you are." Chen Pinggan reminded her seriously, "You can't joke about this." "Really?" The water god chuckled and walked with her hands behind her head. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, "Chen Pinggan, it's great that we can still meet and chat like this. We're not worried that we'll be gone tomorrow." "Really?" Chen Pinggan nodded. Not only did Yarou Lingji send his master out of the mansion, he even sat in the carriage. The master and disciple sat opposite each other. Liu Zong asked, "Is there something on your mind?" Yarou Lingji shook his head and smiled. "I've reunited with my benefactor. This benefactor happens to be my master's old friend. What could I have on my mind?" Liu Zong smiled and did not say anything. He closed his eyes and started to rest, nourishing his fist intent bit by bit. In fact, the higher-ups of the Great Spring Imperial Palace, as well as the insides of some wealthy families, had always been well aware of the fact that the surname of the Great Spring Empire would never have been changed from Liu to Yarou if it had not been for the series of changes caused by a single person. At the border, if the young outsider had not passed by and saved the old General Yarou Zhun from the assassins of the North Jin Kingdom, he would not have entered the capital to become the Minister of War, and Yarou Jinji would not have married into the Emperor's family. In the inn of Hua Town, the third prince, Liu Maro, suffered a great loss. His biggest loss was the sudden death of Li Li, the head of the Imperial Horse Directorate. This caused Liu Maro to lose the secret support of half of the Great Spring Jianghu. Without Li Li's coordination, Liu Maro would not have been able to convince the public. As a result, the power of Jianghu was completely taken over by a stranger named Liu Zong. More importantly, because of the death of his only son, Jiao Shuyi, the Duke of Shun, Jiao Shuzhen, and Liu Maro gradually drifted apart. No matter why Jiao Shuyi died, he died under Liu Mao's nose. The Duke of Shun's mansion thus closed the door to Liu Mao. In addition, after the assassination, the Academy's gentleman Wang Qi, who used to be the leader of the literary circle of the Great Spring Dynasty, disappeared. He was also the first Prince Liu Tsong's only ally in the Mirage City. In addition, the Tsaomu nunnery and the Shu family in the Mirage City, where Shu Qingju was from, all began to part ways with the first Prince Liu Tsong after that. Everything was linked, and in the end, the second prince successfully ascended the throne. That was why the vassal King Liu Tsong said those strange words in the rainy night. In Liu Tsong's view, even if Yarou Jinji was an emperor, she was after all a woman. Therefore, as long as she was willing to marry, the Great Spring Dynasty would most likely change its surname with her. In Liu Tsong's view, the young but meticulous Chen Pinggan would be able to take over the Great Spring Dynasty as long as he was willing to return to it. Moreover, the vassal King Liu Tsong and his allies had secretly rushed to the Peach Leaf Ferry for a meeting. Later, the chief minister of the Golden Peak Temple, Liu Ying, had actually equated the green-robed swordsman with Chen Pinggan. However, even Liu Zong, who was the guardian scholar tree of the Great Spring Dynasty, and Yarou Lingji, who was a relative of the emperor, were still in the dark about the secret meeting at the ferry. If Liu Tsong, who was in prison, and Jiao Shizhen, who was the duke, and Du Hanling of the Golden Peak Temple didn't say anything, no one would know. However, Yarou Lingji had been carefully hiding a huge secret in her heart for so many years. Even her master, Liu Zong, didn't know about it. Only she knew about it. Even her sister, Yarou Jinji, didn't know about it. Back then, a green-robed man with a sword on his back appeared in the heavily guarded imperial palace. Yarou Lingji didn't recognize him at first, but the other party's first words left Yarou Lingji astonished. "Miss Yao, we finally meet after so many years. How is Jinji?" Yarou Lingji immediately blurted out the other party's name. "Chen Pinggan?" The green-robed swordsman smiled and nodded. He put a finger to his lips and said softly, "I'll leave immediately. Miss Yao, you don't have to worry. With me in Mirage City, nothing will go wrong." Yarou Lingji couldn't help but ask, "You really don't want to see Jinji?" The green-robed swordsman, who had turned from a teenager to a young man, shook his head and smiled. "No need. I'm relieved to see that you're safe and sound." Then, the other party disappeared in a flash and entered Mirage City as if there was no one there. Until today, Yarou Lingji still felt that it was a dream, and that the other party's words of relief were just a dream come true. Moreover, Yarou Lingji didn't tell this matter to her sister, who was still the empress at the time. When Yarou Jinji became the emperor, Yarou Lingji didn't have any thoughts of telling her about it. Therefore, for so many years, Yarou Lingji had been afraid to see the man who had saved the Yarou family twice. She was worried about that. This was because the upper echelons of the Great Spring sect all knew that there was once a green-robed swordsman who liked to admire the snowy scenery of Mirage City. It was rumored that he was the leader of the moon-supporting Mountain's 100 Sword Immortals, Fei Ran. He came from the wilderness. But how did he become the last disciple of the Sage of Literature? Could it be that the goddess of the buried river was deceived? No matter what, whether it was Fei Ran or Chen Pinggan, they had saved the Yarou family twice and saved the Great Spring sect once. Moreover, Fei Ran had a good reputation in Tongya continent. It seemed that he had never fought before, which was similar to the person who had been recognized by the Confucian temple. Yarou Lingji's face was filled with sorrow. Suddenly, he asked, "Master, what kind of person do you think Mr. Chen is?" Liu Zong said, "He's young, experienced, and smart. He's worth entrusting his life to." Yarou Lingji smiled. "Master, Mr. Chen isn't with you right now. It's just the two of us. Can you please say a few words for us?" Liu Zong laughed. "A person with 1,000 taels of silver will always want to be brothers with a person with 10,000 taels of silver. A person with 10,000 taels of silver won't want to interact with a person with 1,000 taels of silver. A person with 100,000 taels of silver won't mind interacting with a person with 1,000 taels of silver, or even 100 or 10 taels of silver. He's kind and approachable." Yarou Lingji was confused. "Master, you don't have much of an impression of Chen Pinggan. I'm just trying to show you some profound words. Why are you so nervous?" Liu Zong shook his head and teased, "Why? You've liked that kid for many years. Not bad, not bad. I have good taste in disciples and my disciple has good taste in men. No wonder we can be master and disciple." Yarou Lingji was so angry that he laughed. "Master, how old are you? Can you be more serious?" Liu Zong stroked his beard and smiled. "Chen Pinggan has already seen through your thoughts. This kid's ability to observe people's body language and figure out the overall situation from small details is excellent. Master has personally experienced it before. Stealing a punch is just a matter of showing him a few glances. It's as easy as eating a meal." Yarou Lingji's face immediately turned pale. Liu Zong's expression turned solemn. His first disciple had never been so flustered when it came to matters between men and women. He was very straightforward about who he liked and who he disliked. Therefore, Liu Zong lowered his voice and asked, "What's going on?" A moment later, Liu Zong said in a deep voice, "I'll immediately send a flying sword to His Majesty. This letter must be clearer and can't be as vague as your previous letter. Also, you must remember that this matter must not be made public. It's not easy to confirm Chen Ping'an's identity. Other than Liu Ru from the roaming Jade Palace, no one else can be counted. De Quan only needs to find someone who has seen the Sage of Literature and the Great Sword Immortals were. Lingji, this matter involves too many things. You must not panic. If you're not careful, you'll cause a huge commotion in the Confucian temple." Yarrow Lingji's face was pale. He bit his lips and nodded heavily. After the goddess of the buried river returned to Qintianjian, Chen Ping'an returned to Yarrow Shenji's residence. He remembered the first time he saw Yarrow Shenji. She was only 14 years old. Chen Ping'an returned to his hometown this time because he wanted to make use of the Tongyi continent's weather to confirm the authenticity of the dream. Jiang Shangzhen, Kui Dongshan, and Pei Qian had appeared one after another. Coupled with the secret letter from the Heart Lake, he had already confirmed it. Since Luopo Mountain was fine, it was fine to wait a few more days for the young hill master to return. However, some things would not wait for anyone. The children were anxious to grow up. It seemed like they could not be rushed. The elders were in a hurry to grow old. It was impossible to stop them. Tongyi Continent's De Quan dynasty's old general Yarrow Zhan, Aquarius Continent's beautiful clothes nation's old granny, and Comb nation's old senior Song Yuxian. Of course, there was also the bearded wanderer, Shu Yuanxia, who was like an elder brother to him. Yarrow Shenji was also curious. Every time she wanted to talk to Mr. Chen, she would become lazy when she had the chance. Chen Ping'an asked, "Are there any hidden experts in De Quan's capital?" Yarrow Shenji shook her head. "I'm still the magistrate. The so-called hidden experts are all recorded in the book. However, those who should be famous are already famous. If there really is a hidden old immortal, I really don't know. You'll have to ask my sister about this. She and High Official Liu are in charge of De Quan's spy network." Chen Ping'an smiled. "It's just a casual question. Don't take it seriously." Yarrow Shenji asked, "Is there something wrong? Can I be of any help?" Chen Ping'an said, "If there really is something wrong, you won't be able to help. In Jianghu, the first rule is to run away when the situation is not good. You're limping and can't keep up with me. Do you want me to carry you and run? You can order me around like a sorcerer's robe. If there are flying swords or spells, will you carry them?" Yarrow Shenji said helplessly, "Mr. Chen, don't always tease me with a limp. You weren't like this in the past." Chen Ping'an laughed and scolded, "You weren't limp in the past either." Yarrow Shenji scratched her head. "That's true." Chen Ping'an suddenly said, "Don't be so shy all the time. Wait patiently. I have something to tell you. I plan to set up my next sect in Tongye Island. However, it will be further north than De Quan. When you have time, or when you feel like you've had enough of the horse manure at the border, you can come to my place to relax. I'll make an exception for you and give you an anonymous consecration." Yarrow Shenji suddenly straightened her back. "Really?" Chen Ping'an laughed and said, "Of course I'm serious. As for whether you're serious or not, do you think I can control a lower first-rank county prince who wears a magistrate's hat?" Yarrow Shenji was just about to tease him about becoming his brother-in-law when Mr. Chen seemed to predict the future and slapped the magistrate's head. Yarrow Shenji slumped on the table. Chen Ping'an took out 2 jugs of wine and threw one to Yarrow Shenji. Then, he began to think about other things and pointed at the table from time to time. Yarrow Shenji drank the wine and asked, "Is this an immortal technique? Something like observing the mountains and rivers?" Chen Ping'an shook his head. "It's just a lousy chess player. I'm just casually playing. Drink your wine." Yarrow Shenji looked for a while and couldn't figure out what was going on. She focused on drinking and didn't think about anything else. Instead, she felt a little sleepy. Chen Ping'an said, "If you're sleepy, go back to your room and sleep." Yarrow Shenji shook her head. "What sleep? There's no woman to warm my bed." Chen Ping'an glanced sideways at the unkempt man with a full beard. Yarrow Shenji blushed slightly. Mr. Chen, I'm not young anymore. There are no outsiders here. You won't let me say a few dirty words. Chen Pinggan laughed. Then do you know how it feels to be single? Yarou Xianji sighed and continued to drink. Mr. Chen wasn't like this in the past. Chen Pinggan continued to stare at the empty table. Although he was a lousy chess player, he still knew a thing or two about chess. During his years at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he had thought about it a lot. His sect chose the Tongye continent, protected Taiping Mountain, and then searched for Tianqiu Peak. He occupied the Tianquan position and interrupted the Jinding Monastery. According to chess theory, this was the starting star position. It was high on the chessboard and focused on taking advantage of the situation. He inadvertently found Liu Zong of the Great Spring Dynasty and took the initiative to make friends with Mount Piyu's Cloud Cottage. He released Little Longqiu and Nascent Soul Consecrator, as well as Jindan Dai Yuan. At the same time, he asked Jiang Shangzhen for help. This made both sides cherish their lives even more. They might even mistakenly think that he had formed a connection with the Jade sect. These were all the starting points in chess theory and were suitable for taking advantage of the position. Stars or small points, both were suitable for the golden horned silver edge grass belly. What a chess player wanted in the end was to take advantage of the situation. The head consecrator of the Jinding Monastery, Lu Ying, was a Chen Pinggan's go with the flow. According to normal chess theory, it could be said that enemies met on a narrow path, close combat, and killing intent was revealed. It was just that Chen Pinggan used it secretly. Hence, Chen Pinggan did not need to make any requests of Lu Ying. When there was a need, he would naturally find Lu Ying. As long as Lu Ying did not go crazy and seek death, Chen Pinggan could use this as an excuse to survive on the chessboard. However, the Yarou family of the Great Spring Dynasty needed Chen Pinggan to make a certain degree of cuts and delineation for the future of the Luopa Mountains Tongye continent. Only Yarou Xianji beside him was an exception. As for the rest, friendship was friendship, and friends were friends. Benefits were benefits, and business was business. Some friendships could actually be used to do business, or even make the relationship even better. However, Chen Pinggan still hoped that the relationship between the Yarou family of Great Spring would be more pure. Of course, if the Emperor of Great Spring was Yarou Xianji and not the female Yarou Jinji, or even Yarou Lingji, it would be a different story. Back then, Chen Pinggan was ignorant and muddle-headed. He did not know how powerful Yarou Jinji was. In fact, later on, he walked further into Jianghu, especially at the table of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When the second shopkeeper drank enough, he became more and more afraid. Chen Pinggan waved his sleeve, as if he was dispersing the chess game. He hesitated for a moment. Xianji, Liu Tsong and Liu Mao, who can I see? Yarou Xianji said, you can't see Liu Tsong. Without His Majesty's permission, even my sister can't go to the water prison. But as for Taoist Longju, with me leading the way, you can see him as you wish. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, then let's go and meet the third prince, who is concentrating on cultivating and becoming an immortal. Yarou Xianji shook the wine pot. We're going now? Chen Pinggan looked at the sky. We'll talk about it when it's night time. Yarou Xianji asked curiously, is there a rule on the mountain? Chen Pinggan said unhappily, it's easy to run into ghosts when walking at night. Is that a rule? Yarou Xianji raised the wine pot. Chen Pinggan stood up and began the 6-step stance walk. In reality, Chen Pinggan was far from as relaxed as he appeared. He was worried that after the 3 dreams in the Cave of Fortune, his first dream would be the questioning heart trap after waking up. He had already unknowingly fallen into the trap, and the Yarou family of the Great Spring was the key. For example, the worst-case scenario was that Kui Dong had come into contact with the swordsman Fei Ran, and Fei Ran had set up a trap in Mirage City. It would be even more troublesome and unsolvable. For example, the Great Spring Empress, Yarou Jinji, had come into contact with Fei Ran in private. They even had a secret alliance that was recorded in a military tent. Then, the reputation of the Great Spring Empire and the Yarou family today would be the reputation of the future sage of literature's last disciple. Duke Shen, Gao Shizhen, the 2 vassal kings, or any of the hidden experts who were still hibernating could become a variable. They could become a variable for Chen Pinggan, and then be transformed into a variable for the entire sage of literature's last disciple. Once Kui Dong chose to play chess with someone, what could he not do? Kui Dong's so-called Tao protector, helping to sharpen the Tao heart, who would be willing to take the initiative to do it a second time? In Kui Dong's words, this was the level of the questioning heart trap. This kind of simple chess game could not be passed and could not be solved. How did Chen Pinggan become the last disciple of the sage of literature's last disciple? Damn it, Xiu Hu, why don't you ask yourself, is there anyone in the world who can be the eldest martial brother like you? Teacher's effort, merging the mountains and rivers of the 3 continents. Senior Kui Dong's plan, for the sake of Howren, reversing the collapse of the heavens. Senior martial brother unsheathed his sword left and right, the sword light chilling the heavens. All of these, Chen Pinggan, as the most idle junior martial brother, after he appeared in this peaceful world, all the extra benefits of the literary lineage would be implicated because of Chen Pinggan's carelessness, causing the entire literary lineage to fall into the mud again. Even if there were no suspicions at the Confucian temple, he was destined to be questioned on the mountain and the foot of the mountain. It would only be worse than a carelessly compiled travel book of mountains and rivers, and a Chen Pinggan who liked to be protective of women and was good at fishing for compliments. Chen Pinggan would definitely not allow himself to be hidden under the light again. Actually, Chen Pinggan had seen the subtle change in Yarou Lingji's state of mind, but he did not point it out. Therefore, the matter of Yarou Lingji's flying sword sending a message to the southern border was definitely not simple. The reason why Chen Pinggan did not stop the goddess of the burying river from revealing his identity of the literary lineage was actually a kind of test. Yarou Lingji was even more worried. He could hide it, but he did not hide it well. What did this mean? It meant that Yarou Lingji, or even Yarou Jinji, had a secret in his heart that was bigger than Chen Pinggan's new identity as the last disciple of the sage of literature. Kui Dong's heart questioning would cause Chen Pinggan to fall into a desperate situation, but it would definitely not cause Chen Pinggan to die. Therefore, on the trip to Tongye continent, there would be a Jiang Shangzhen and a self-cultivator on Taiping Mountain. If Chen Pinggan arrived at Tongye continent and still did not ask about it, he would directly pass by Taiping Mountain, Jinhuang Mansion, Baiyu Palace and Da Quan Mirage City. Then, Han Jianshu of Wn Yarrow sect, Immortal Han Yushu, Dharma astronomical phenomenon of Jinding Mountain View Mountain Formation, Goddess of the Burying River, Old General Yarrow, Lu Ying, and Yarou Lingji would all miss it. Chen Pinggan was distracted by his thoughts as he practiced his stance. He even muttered to himself, everything can be refined, everything can be solved. Yarou Xianji looked at Mr. Chen who was practicing his fist techniques and felt that it was a pity that the handsome Mr. Chen was not his brother-in-law. In the Da Quan dynasty, the most senior duke, Gao Shizhen, was now old and clumsy. After a trip to the small Taoist temple, a carriage drove out of Mirage City and headed to the Heavenly Palace temple outside the city. At dusk, dark clouds covered the sky. When the carriage arrived at the gate of the ancient temple, there were signs of rain. The old butler was the coachman. He carried an oil-paper umbrella on his back and helped the duke get off the carriage. All these years, the duke would come here every few months to copy the scriptures and listen to the teachings of the eminent monks. When Yarou Jinji was still the empress, she used to pray for rain here. As for the old butler of the duke's mansion, his name was Pei Wenyu. He used to be Gao Shui's fist technique master. According to the records of Da Quan, he was a hidden golden body martial artist. Along the way, there were no monks to receive them because this was the rule set by the duke. He was just a pilgrim when he entered the temple to burn incense and copy scriptures. Gao Shizhen staggered and asked with a smile, is it because she is sincere or did the former emperor do it on purpose to give her an excuse to go out and relax? The old butler said, it's both. Gao Shizhen stretched out her finger and pointed at the butler. Old Pei, I've known you for so many years, but I just realized that you don't seem to have done anything wrong or said anything wrong. How did you do it? The old butler said, do less and say less. Only do what you have to do and only say what you should say. The duke sighed with emotion. If I had listened to your advice and not let him go out early or let you follow him secretly, wouldn't it have been better? The old butler didn't answer this question. The two old people settled down in a meditation room. The sky was dark. The old butler lit the lamp, ground the ink, and laid out the paper. Gao Shuzhen's wrist was trembling today. She wrote the word illness on the paper. Illness. Why was it C? C meant heart. Thinking too much made one sick. Gao Shuzhen looked at the word C and said, "You once said that no matter how lucky a person is, it can't compare to having good luck in life. Old General Yarrow, who was sick for many years but didn't die, is a person with great good luck in life." The old butler didn't answer the question. He turned his head to look out of the window and said softly, "Master, it's raining." Gao Shuzhen laughed. "I'm not as good as the top, but I'm better than the bottom. Compared to the two kings, I'm already a person with good luck in life. As long as I close my eyes, a beautiful wife will immediately come to my door." One was Liu Tsong, who was only half a step away from getting everything he wanted, and the other was Liu Mao, who had devoted himself to cultivation for 20 years. Gao Shuzhen put down the pen that had just been dipped in ink and turned to look out of the window. There were 2 lanterns hanging outside the room. A sudden rain, the raindrops as big as soybeans, shook the lanterns vigorously. It was like 2 pitiful people who couldn't go into the room to take shelter from the rain. They couldn't sleep at night and could only complain to each other. Gao Shuzhen said softly, "I used to be a person who worried about the heavy rain and snow. I'm not a rich person who only knows how to enjoy the scenery. I remember when Shu Yi just remembered things, I accompanied the child to have a snowball fight. I told him that the glazed wonderland of our Mirage City is only a thing in the eyes of rich people like us. The weather is cold and the ground is frozen. The winter clothes are thin, and the poor people suffer a lot." The old butler hesitated for a moment and said bluntly, "If you don't explain a truth clearly, you don't say it at all. You might as well not say it at all." Gao Shuzhen was silent for a long time and nodded. Yes. It was raining heavily outside the window. The strong are good at recognition, and the weak like denial. Gao Shuzhen laughed. "Old Pei, you have always been a man of few words. This sentence is rare for you to say more than once. You said it to me and Shu Yi. Then who was the one who said it first?" The old butler sat quietly on a chair and said, "It's an old friend from my hometown. He is a swordsman who doesn't like to talk reason. Occasionally, when he is drunk, he will say a few rare serious words, so it's more memorable." "Old friend? Who is the older one?" When the old butler spoke, he still didn't forget his duty. He stood up and used 2 fingers to pick the wick and remove the embers to make the lamp brighter. Then, he slowly said, "Me." Tonight, in Mirage City, there were lanterns on the streets. It was as if it was daytime. The bridge and the river were blue. Countless lanterns were reflected in the water, as if countless stars were born out of thin air. Chen Pinggan followed Yarrow Shenji all the way to the small Taoist temple. Slowly walking along the street, Chen Pinggan looked at the lanterns in the water and then looked up to the north. He heard that the night sky of the central part of the Aquarius continent was as bright as day all year round. 759. The small Taoist temple was called Yellow Flower Temple. It was located in the westernmost part of Mirage City. Yarrow Shenji brought Chen Pinggan around and finally entered the Yellow Flower Temple with a talisman. The small Taoist temple was built from a temple. Since the founding emperor of the Liu family of Daquan, the successive emperors had highly advocated Taoism. Although they did not reject Buddhism, the emperors, generals, ministers, and high-ranking officials were not very interested in Buddhism. Therefore, from the capital to other places, large and small temples, even if they were built, were often a wedding dress for Taoism. The Heavenly Palace Temple outside the capital, which was built by the imperial family of the previous dynasty, was an exception. The ancient temple was much older than the Liu family of Daquan. On the way here, Chen Pinggan heard from Yarrow Shenji that the old Dukshan was now the biggest visitor of the Heavenly Palace Temple. Yarrow Shenji pushed open the door of the temple. Probably because the small Taoist temple could not afford to build a Lingguan hall, there were 2 portraits of Lingguan pasted on the door. Yarrow Lingji pushed the door open and the 2 crossed the threshold. After closing the door, he turned around and said casually, in the temple, other than Liu Mao, who is called Taoist Longju, there are only 2 little Taoist children who sweep the floor and cook. The 2 children are orphans and have no talent for cultivation. Liu Mao taught them the Taoist Heart Sutra, but they still can't cultivate. It's a pity. Their daily practice of breathing and doing homework is just for fun. But after all, they are following Liu Mao. It's not all bad that they can't become immortals. Chen Pinggan nodded. The third prince was able to manipulate Jin Huang Mansion and Pine Needle Lake in the palm of his hand. The third prince was also a vassal who had successfully helped his elder brother ascend the throne. Even if he had turned to cultivation, it would probably take him more effort than lighting a lamp. Chen Pinggan said without reason, "When I was on the ferry, I found that the Rutsu temple in Beijing seemed to have some people again." Yarou Xianji was gradually getting used to Mr. Chen's way of thinking, which was often the case. Just a moment ago, he was still talking about the battlefield and casualties of the border army of Daquan before they retreated to the capital. He drew several lines on the stone table and quickly changed the topic to ask about the remaining members of the Shu family in Tsamu Nunnery about their current situation in Daquan. Yarou Xianji asked, "Is it the ancient temple in Beijing with the lotus platform?" The young emperor of Beijing believed in Buddhism, so Buddhism flourished these years. He ordered the construction of many temples. Rutsu Temple was originally a 1,000-year-old temple. Because it had been abandoned for so long, it was well preserved. It is now the largest temple in Beijing. A few years ago, there were a few eminent monks with great virtue who were ordered to stay in Rutsu Temple one after another. The number of incense offerings suddenly increased. "Then stop she." Chen Pinggan first corrected Yarou Xianji's statement with a smile, and then asked, "Have you heard of a young-looking monk?" However, his real age is definitely not young. He traveled from the north to the south, and his dharma is exquisite. He might have some connection with the Oxhead lineage. It doesn't have to be Shibei or Jin. It could be your Daquan or southern Qi. Xianji think. The famous monks of northern Jin and southern Qi seemed to be old. They asked about Lingji and Sir Liu. What a coincidence. His Majesty is also well versed in Buddhism. There must be something to talk about. Chen Pinggan nodded. "I will ask Mr. Liu if I have the chance." The first time Chen Pinggan traveled to Tongye continent, before he accidentally entered Lotus Flower Blessed Land, he passed by Rutsu Temple in Beijing. It was there that he met the little lotus person. After that, in a remote mountain deep in the wild forest, the mountain was steep and far away from human habitation. Chen Pinggan saw a little demon who had lost her mind and repeatedly murmured a sad sentence. At that time, Chen Pinggan didn't think too much about it. Later on, when he was working as an accountant at Bookslip Lake, he went out to travel. In Mayu country, he met a white-robed monk who was sitting in a cave on a cliff. He sat up high and still, and even saw a heart-ape climbing between the cliffs. He had never thought that the little spirit of the mountains and lakes that he had met back then would actually be related to fate. Chen Pinggan asked the monk about Buddhism. The monk in Aquarius continent not only helped to guide him, but also mentioned that Tongye continent should not have the Oxhead sect. So after that, Chen Pinggan wanted to learn more about the Oxhead sect. Although he did not know much, the monk's explanation of the word barrier benefited Chen Pinggan a lot. A young Daoist walked out of the secluded cultivation room. He wore a traveling hat on his head, held a horsetail whisk in his hand, and stepped on cloud shoes. He only glanced at Yarou Xianji before turning his gaze away. He stared blankly at the man in the green robe. After a moment, he seemed to have finally recognized him. He smiled in relief, threw his horsetail whisk aside, and bowed. "Greetings, Sword Immortal Chen, Governor." Chen Pinggan returned the greeting. "Greetings, Taoist Longju." Yarou Xianji could not be bothered to return the greeting. He held back his laughter. The two of them did not fight when they met. They were indeed cultivators. Yarou Xianji wanted to take off the wine gourd at his waist and drink to watch the show. However, Chen Pinggan patted his arm and said, "Drink after we enter the room." Yarou Xianji did not know what was going on, but he still put down the wine gourd. Liu Mao, whose Taoist name was Taoist Longju, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sword Immortal Chen, why do you have to be so aggressive? Yarou Xianji was stunned for a long time and did not understand. What was going on? After Mr. Chen entered the Taoist temple, his words and actions were very friendly. Why did Liu Maro ask such a question? Daoist Liu Maro really didn't care about the impulsive magistrate of the capital. Regardless of whether it was the former king or the current head of the Yellow Flower Temple, when facing Yarou Xianji, who was like an inexperienced official, it was enough for him to bow to the Daoist. The two of them really had nothing to talk about. He talked about cultivation, but Yarou Xianji did not understand. It was like playing the lute to a cow. The governor told him that it was not worth it and it was taboo. As for why he could cultivate here for so many years, of course, it was not that Yarou Xianji was soft-hearted or soft-hearted. It was because the situation in the imperial court did not allow her to do as she wished. The Lius of Daquan had nothing to blame them for other than the fact that the late emperor's elder brother had fled to the Fifth World. To be honest, the reason why the Lius of Daquan was able to fight and retreat at the same time was because the Lius of Daquan had been able to defend the Mirage City and the capital region even after several major battles, and even though the elite cavalry troops in the north and south had suffered great losses, the Lius of Daquan had been able to defend the Mirage City and the capital region because of the wealth that the Lius of Daquan had accumulated over the past 200 years. Of course, it was also because of the Liu family's ancestral shadow that the vassal king Liu Tsong, who had done meritorious service, was bedridden and could not get out of bed. Liu Maro lived under someone else's roof and guarded a small Taoist temple. During the holidays, the Yellow Flower Temple's green words, green chapters, handwritten writings of the three officials, and talisman would be sent to the palace in the Mirage City on time. It was rumored that some old officials of the previous dynasty could not help but cry whenever they saw the handwritten talisman. It was also said that some old people who did not care about their words drank too much with their old friends and said that even if it was just to see the talisman for one more year, they would still live for one more year. This was the principle that the Confucian sages had been painstakingly talking about, saying that things were going smoothly. In the world, even the rootless cultivators would try their best to have a good reputation. Who could really stay out of it? These rumors were all revealed by Duke Shen when he and Liu Maro were sitting across from each other in the main room today and the old duke was chatting. Chen Pinggan joked, today's Yellow Flower Temple's Daoist Longju used the same principle to slap the face of the third prince of Hua Town back then. Liu Maro was silent for a moment and nodded. On the path of cultivation, if you don't give way at all, you will either be caught up by the people behind you and have a conflict, or you will bump into the people in front of you. There will be many misunderstandings, and the result will be just in case. In this way, it is indeed not beautiful. Chen Pinggan clicked his tongue and said, the temple master's heart is indeed successful. After 20 years of hard cultivation, not only is he already the temple master, but he is also a spiritual master of the middle 5 states. His state of mind is also different from before. The state of Tao and the state of mind are compatible, which is worthy of celebration. Today's visit was not in vain. Liu Maro smiled and dismissed it. He was very cultivated. A little Daoist boy opened the door in a daze and rubbed his eyes. He was very sleepy and asked, Master, there are guests in the middle of the night? Did the sun rise from the west? Do you need me to boil water and make tea? Liu Maro nodded and smiled, it's okay, I will take care of the guests myself. Both of you, don't forget to do your homework at midnight. The little Daoist boy saw the two guests and quickly bowed. The temple was strange today, there were 2 groups of guests. However, the previous 2 were old and the current 2 were young. Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded his head in greeting. He suddenly thought of Zheng Yi who lived next to the accountant's room in Verdant Gorge Island. The little Daoist boy hesitated and said softly, Master, 2 hours is too long, can you only do it for an hour? Liu Maro shook his head and smiled, no, although cultivation does not rely on rigid skills, if you are not willing to work hard, then you can't even talk about cultivation. There is a difference between first and second, you have to understand this principle. The little Daoist boy nodded. If it were not for the guests tonight, he would still pester his master. Since there were outsiders present, he would do it for his master's sake. Liu Maro pushed open the door of his room. Chen Pinggan and Yaro Xianji stepped over the threshold one after another. Liu Maro was the last to enter. Chen Pinggan looked around the room. There was a row of bookshelves against the wall, a flower table in the corner, and a small pot of calamus. There was a desk and an old chair. Other than a closed Huangting scripture on the desk, there was also an open spiritual flying scripture. Liu Maro must have been copying the scripture as the ink on the paper had not completely dried. Liu Maro said apologetically, "The Daoist temple is small and has few guests, so there is only one chair." He looked at Yaro Xianji, Sword Immortal Chen and I are both cultivators. There is only one official in the room, you don't have to be so formal, just sit and drink. Yaro Xianji felt that this guy was scolding him. But seeing that Mr. Chen did not say anything, he took the chair from Liu Maro and sat down to drink. As he drank, the governor finally came to his senses. Because Mr. Chen did not care about Taoist Longju and only cared about the Daoist temple, Yaro Xianji could drink as much as he wanted after entering Liu Mao's room. In fact, the drinking itself was a reminder that Liu Maro was not a Daoist and was still the former third prince. Mr. Chen was respectful to the Yellow Flower Temple. It was a Daoist technique that was not on the scale of a Daoist temple, not Taoist Longju Liu Mao. No wonder Liu Mao said that Mr. Chen was being overbearing. He had some brains. Chen Pinggan walked around to the back of the table and nodded, "Good writing. It makes people feel as if they are hearing something new. The sound of orioles singing and the sound of the white orioles singing will be heard. When the third prince reaches the 5th level, there might really be a strange phenomenon caused by literary fate. A flock of white orioles will be born from the paper, spread their wings and fly high, and from then on be free." Liu Mao shook his head and took it as a joke. Upper 5 realms, he could forget about it in this lifetime. After cultivating for 20 years, he was still a sea-viewing cultivator. There were 2 chicken pitch pens, specially used to copy scriptures. Near the tip of the pen, there were 2 small characters, Qingyu and Mingjing. The Great Quan dynasty's chicken pitch pen was famous. On top of the pen stand was a long sharp pen, inscribed with the words 102 things, the best in the world. At first glance, it was obvious that it was made by a pen maker. It was probably the most valuable object in this room aside from some rare books. Chen Pinggan glanced at the yellow court scripture and could not help but flip a few pages. Good heavens, it was made of jade and paper. The key was that it was passed down in an orderly manner. There were more than 10 seals of books, and almost no white was left. It was a rare edition of the yellow court scripture from the southern Qi kingdom's Wulin Palace. As for the scripture itself, it had a high status in the Daoist sect and was listed in the Daoist sect's Dongxian division. It had the reputation of 3,000 incantations, straight to the aurous core. It was also praised by the scholars and talkers at the foot of the mountain. Other than the spiritual weapons that could be used by Qi cultivators, the truly valuable common items at the foot of the mountain were rare books that were extremely particular about engraving and paper. They were second to none and were more favored by cultivators than calligraphy, paintings, and porcelain. Many rare books that were left in the world were sold by the page. If one was not from a scholarly family, one would not be able to imagine how 2 pages of the same text could be sold for dozens of taels of silver even though 1 page was worthless. Chen Pinggan said, "When I first met the third prince, I almost mistook him for a scout. Now, he still has the same noble aura, but he is even more elegant." Liu Mao held his horsetail whisk and stood quietly at the side, allowing the young sword immortal to beat around the bush. To the side, there were a few sheets of paper filled with scriptures. Chen Pinggan twisted the paper as if he was flipping through a book. He asked with a smile, "Originally, there were lines and columns of scriptures, but when the third prince copied them, it was as if he was arranging an army. It was orderly and strict. Why is that?" Liu Mao stood at the side of the desk and finally could not help but smile. "Sword Immortal Chen, don't keep saying that. There are hidden meanings in your words. Sword Immortal Chen, you don't want to be the imperial tutor under the mountain. You don't have to hold on to the Yellow Flower Temple's Daoist Longju. Sword Immortal Chen, you are destined to have a high Dao. Why do you have to be entangled with an ant who is not even a golden core cultivator? Do you have to let go of the grudges of the past? What's more, you have Daquan who changed the world and Liu Maro who is not even a king. You have nothing in the imperial court, the Jianghu, and the mountain. Sword Immortal Chen, can't you accept a green lamp, a few Daoist scriptures, and a sea viewing cultivator? Seeing that the young man in green was smiling and not saying anything, Liu Maro asked, Sword Immortal Chen, shouldn't you be a guest of honor at the Divine Seal Peak, Golden Peak Temple, or Green Tiger Palace? Even if you came to the Mirage City, you shouldn't have come to the Yellow Flower Temple. We don't have anything to talk about. Is it the Emperor's idea? Liu Maro said, if it is the Emperor's idea, then you are worrying too much. I know that I'm an ant. I don't want to shake the tree because I don't have the heart or the strength. The overall situation has been decided. Since the country is at peace and the world has returned to peace, I have become a cultivator and I know that the heavenly mandate cannot be violated. Even if Sword Immortal Chen didn't trust Daoist Longju, he should at least trust his own judgment. Liu Maro was never a truly intelligent person, but he wasn't so foolish as to try to stop a chariot. Right, Sword Immortal Chen? Chen Pinggan did not answer the question, as if he wanted to reminisce about the past with this person. He brought up the past again and slowly said, back then in Hua Town, His Highness the Third Prince spoke with a deep understanding of people's hearts. He once asked me 2 questions, which made me speechless. I could only ponder over it again and again, and indeed I learned a lot. Just like tonight, Her Highness' words were very particular. He said, after the snow melts, people's hearts burn. Even if it's not difficult to put out the fire, before the fire is successfully put out, losses are still losses. As for the water used to extinguish the fire, it was an invisible loss. It had to be exchanged with a large amount of merit and incense offerings. I'm a businessman who works diligently as a bag dealer. All the money I earn is hard-earned money, money from my conscience. Liu Maro said helplessly, Sword Immortal Chen's reasoning is literal. This penniless priest understands it, but why would Sword Immortal Chen say such a thing? This penniless priest feels like he's lost. For the first time, Yaro Shenji felt that he was in cahoots with Liu Maro. Liu Maro, sword cultivator, Wushu asks fist. Victory and defeat are determined by life and death. If you're more skilled, you'll be happy if you win. If you're not as skilled, you'll admit defeat. But if you deliberately make me lose money, then I won't be polite to you. Daoist Longju, who cultivated for 20 years, studied the Tao scriptures and went astray. He failed to form his core and went into chi deviation. He's bedridden and is struggling at death's door. He can live, but as for his wonderful calligraphy, he's destined to never be able to write it. Chen Pinggan turned around and picked up the brush. He dipped it in ink and began copying the sutra on a piece of paper. He followed the line of words that Liu Maro wrote, splitting his Tao and scattering his body, freely transforming his form, supplementing the perfected person, coexisting with heaven and earth. When he picked up the brush, Chen Pinggan looked up at Liu Maro with a smile as he wrote. He casually diverted his attention and landed the words smoothly on the paper. He said slowly, but if you really want to write, it's fine. I can do it for you. I can copy the words. Even if it's 80 or 90% similar in spirit, it won't be difficult, much less the form. Be it talisman drawing or treasure warning, 10 or 20 years old, I can help you before we leave Yellow Flower Monastery tonight. Copying words is far more important than my sword practice. Liu Maro smiled bitterly. Sword Immortal Chen, are you visiting tonight to ask for sword practice? I really don't understand. Even His Majesty can tolerate Daoist Longju. Why is Sword Immortal Chen, who calls himself a passerby, so unforgiving? Chen Pinggan placed the brush on the brush holder and smiled. In this world, people scare ghosts more than ghosts scare people. Your Highness, what do you think? Even Jiang Shangzhen, who was no longer the sect master of the Jade Tablet sect, had to remind him to be careful of Han Jiangshu and his ilk, let alone a sect master who was about to become the last disciple of the sage of literature. In Chen Pinggan's life, he had traveled up and down the mountain. One of his greatest intangibles was that he was used to having groups of enemies of different realms look down on him and look down on him. Even if the present is different from the past, I, Chen Pingan, have the final say on when to say arrogant words, when to say ruthless words, when to do shocking feats, when to do it with someone, where, and when. Immortal Han Yushu could not do it. Fei Ran, who used the pseudonym Chen Yin, could not do it either. Through his observation of Liu Mao, the weight of his steps, his breathing, the flow of his qi, and the ups and downs of his state of mind, he was undoubtedly a sea-viewing cultivator. However, it was obvious that Liu Mao was deliberately suppressing his realm. Of course, it was difficult to enter the upper 5 realms. However, if Liu Mao did not deliberately stop his cultivation, the young sect master of Yellow Flower Monastery tonight would be a Dragon Gate cultivator who had the potential to form his golden core. According to the rules of the Confucian Temple, Qi trainers in the middle 5 realms were absolutely not allowed to be the monarch of a country. Back then, the late Emperor of Dali was instigated by the consecrator of the Yin-Yang school of Lu and committed a great taboo. He almost could have deceived everyone. However, the ending would not have been good. He would have become a puppet of the Lu family. Therefore, Liu Mao's current sea-viewing realm was a very appropriate choice. The third prince, who was a pure warrior and had the foundation of cultivation, had just entered the cave-dwelling realm. It was too deliberate and coincidental. If he was in the Dragon Gate realm, the after-effects of falling realms would be too great. If he showed the potential of becoming an earth immortal who had the potential to form his golden core, the emperor of the Yarrow family of Great Spring would be afraid. Therefore, the sea-viewing realm was the best choice. After falling realms, he would not suffer much loss. Chen Pingan originally wanted to go to the water prison in the capital to meet Liu Tsong. However, when he heard that Taoist Long Ju was in the sea-viewing realm, he immediately changed his mind. Liu Mao would never have thought that just because he was in the sea-viewing realm, Chen Pingan, who was just passing by Mirage City, would pay a visit to the Yellow Flower Temple that night. Yarrow Shenji drank a big mouthful of wine, tapped his knee with the wine pot and cursed. Then his shoulders tilted and he slowly stood up. He walked to the window and opened it. He looked up at the sky and said, "Mr. Chen, it's going to rain. You don't have to ask Qintianjian if you want to pray for rain in the future." Chen Pingan threw a pot of wine to Yarrow Shenji and said with a smile, "Magistrate, please go to the yard and collect the clothes on the bamboo pole. The Taoist robe of the Abbey Dean is a little far from the clothes of the 2 disciples. Maybe it's an unwritten rule of the Yellow Flower Temple, so when you stack the clothes on the table in the main room, remember to separate the 3 clothes. The door of the main room seems to be locked. Ask the Abbey Dean for the key first. Then you wait for me over there. I'll talk with the Abbey Dean for a while." Yarrow Shenji took a bunch of keys from Liu Mao and limped out of the room. He muttered, "It's probably raining in the Heavenly Palace Temple." Liu Mao shook his head with a smile. This prefectural magistrate was still too young to paint a snake with legs. Gao Shu, the Duke of Shun, really paid a visit to the Taoist temple. It was not worth mentioning tonight. Chen Pingan's trifling words about folding the clothes and locking the door to borrow the key suddenly disappeared the pressure on Liu Mao. Yarrow Shenji's threat was actually to remind Taoist Long Ju that there was only one lucky Yarrow Jinji in the Great Spring, and only one sword immortal who passed by again and turned from a young man to a young man. Chen Pingan asked with a smile, "Your Highness, do you think Magistrate Yarrow is funny? Do you think it's funny that Yarrow Shenji is a crippled magistrate? Or do you think it's more funny that Yarrow Shenji, who survived the battlefield, is not as good as adding a memorial tablet to the ancestral hall of the Yarrow family?" Liu Mao's heartstrings immediately tightened. The next moment, Liu Mao felt as if he was riding on clouds. Then, his shoulders suddenly sank and his qi stagnated. His spirit qi was as heavy as a mountain, and he unknowingly sat down on the chair. Chen Pingan waved his sleeve, and the empty brush container on the table flew towards Liu Mao. Liu Mao caught it lightly. The yellow bamboo brush container had an embossed image of an ancient pine tree reclusive. It was an old item from the palace. Chen Pingan walked towards the bookshelf. I remember that the monarch of a country would open an imperial brush inlaid with gold and jade every first month to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. Is there something missing in this empty pen holder? Liu Maro said with an indifferent expression. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Sword Immortal Chen, that's enough. Since the situation is with you and not with me, I can kill as I please. Liu Maro held the horsetail whisk in one hand and the brush container in the other. He sneered, after cultivating the Tao, even if you haven't reached a higher level, there's one good thing about it, your heart is as still as water. If Sword Immortal Chen is visiting the Yellow Flower Temple to fight and intimidate people, you can just use your sword. Let this penniless Daoist experience the might of a sword immortal once again. Let this penniless Daoist show off to his two disciples. Master's cultivation is mediocre and his realm isn't high, but he has once sparred with a sword immortal. Of course, that's under the premise that Sword Immortal Chen shows mercy and doesn't kill. Chen Pinggan surveyed his surroundings. From the lamp on the table, the two sutras, to the various objects like flowers and cattails, he could not figure out anything. Chen Pinggan raised his sleeve, and a wick slowly peeled off from the table. The lamp's flame scattered in all directions without drifting away. It was like a lantern placed on the table. The two Daoist sutras floated up as the pages slowly flipped. The heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered around the Daoist temple. It was as dense as water as it rippled across the walls and floor. As Chen Pinggan strolled around the room, the Yellow Court Sutra and Spirit Flight Sutra floated in front of him, one on the left and the other on the right, flipping through the pages on their own. Liu Maro sighed softly. Sword Immortal Chen, you're so paranoid. It's no wonder you could become such a young sword immortal. Chen Pinggan ignored him and walked to the bookshelf. The books tilted outwards, and the pages rustled. The sound of the books filled the room like the sound of flowing water. Chen Pinggan took the two sutras that were flipped to the last page and gently swiped them with two fingers. They floated back to the table and slowly landed. He smiled. It's true wealth to have books on the shelf. One can be an immortal with nothing on his mind. It's true that I'm rich. This shelf of books can't be bought with money. As for immortals, forget it. I'm paranoid at most, but Your Highness definitely has something on his mind. This book isn't common, and it's the first edition of the official edition approved by the Confucian Temple. Temple Master, please lend it to me. Chen Pinggan put a star atlas of celestial phenomena into his sleeve. Books that were related to celestial phenomena and geography were banned by the imperial court. No one was allowed to keep them. Chen Pinggan stopped in front of the bookshelf. There was no wind in the room, but the pages of the books were still flipping quickly. Chen Pinggan suddenly pressed two fingers on an ancient book and stopped flipping. It was a rare ancient book that was not widely circulated at the foot of the mountain. Even if it was in the library of the immortals on the mountain, it would still end up eating dust. It was because this rare book, Swan Guanzi, was eloquent, but it was big but useless. The knowledge described in the book was too profound and difficult to understand. It was not a qi refining method that could be relied on. Therefore, it was only used by later generations of bibliophiles to decorate their store. As for the authenticity of this Taoist classic, the two vice hierarchs of the Confucian Temple had even argued over it. They had even exchanged letters frequently and had written many words to each other. However, the later generations still regarded it as a pseudonym. Liu Maro glanced at Meng Qi and sighed softly. Cry together, help each other with joy, and avoid each other with hostility. Chen Pinggan sneered and said, "Didn't I teach you the art of southern face? Why didn't the third prince learn it? That's why it's not good for rich people to read too much. The more they know, the less they know." Chen Pinggan suddenly fell silent. There were several books on the bookshelf: Island Computational Classic, Calculating Fine Grass, 9 chapters of the Book of Numbers. He had finished reading all the books. They were the books with the most annotations and narration. Chen Pinggan really didn't expect Liu Maro to be obsessed with divination. Just now, he glanced at a certain pattern. It was full of numbers, which made Chen Pinggan confused. It was as if he was reading a book from heaven. It was obvious that Liu Mao's skill was not shallow. It was much higher than the ability to break through the realm. Liu Maro said, I won't lend you those books. If you take them away, it'll be considered a robbery. You don't have to return them. Chen Pinggan raised his sleeve and 5 to 6 arithmetic books fell into his bag. Return them. Why wouldn't I return them? It won't be difficult to borrow them again. He could not tell what the books were made of or what they were written on. Chen Pinggan was still not at ease. He held Liu Mao's horsetail whisk in his hand. He weighed it in his hand and shook it a few times. Finally, he crushed the wooden handle inch by inch. Liu Maro said with a straight face, you don't have to return them. Take it as a sincere greeting gift from me to Sword Immortal Chen. Chen Pinggan placed the horsetail whisk that had lost its wooden handle on the desk. He turned his head and said with a smile, no, this is the beloved item of Her Highness. A gentleman does not take what others like. Although I'm not a proper scholar, I've flipped through a few books. The horsetail whisk was an ordinary item at the foot of the mountain. It was the same for the broken wooden handle and the thread of the horsetail whisk. Although it was not expensive, it was still a favorite of the Abbey Dean. Liu Maro sneered, Sword Immortal Chen, you're too humble. You're a very learned person. You deserve to be addressed as Sir by the prefectural magistrate. Chen Pinggan raised his hand and gently brushed the books. He casually refined words from the books. At the same time, he said, I have to thank the Confucian Temple for banning me from the Mountain and Water Bulletin for 5 years. Otherwise, my reputation would be completely ruined. Liu Maro frowned and said, Sword Immortal Chen, you've told many jokes today. Chen Pinggan walked slowly. He refined and extracted the words and they quickly dissipated in the air. He asked casually, didn't I tell you to pretend that you didn't recognize me the next time we meet? Liu Maro shook his head and said, I forgot. Maybe I remembered wrongly. You said it to Liu Tsong. Chen Pinggan nodded and asked again, you still don't understand why I purposely brought Yaro Shenji with me? Liu Maro smiled and said, why? With your relationship with the Yarrow family of the Great Spring, is there a need to avoid arousing suspicion? Chen Pinggan snapped his fingers. Heaven and earth were isolated. The room instantly became a lawless place. Liu Maro was stunned. In that instant, he lost his composure. This was because many green-robed swordsmen appeared in the room. They all had different expressions and stood in different positions. Everyone spoke in unison. It was another man's voice. He said, Liu Mao, you're really a useless piece of trash. If I had known, I would have chosen Gao Shuzhen. If I were Chen Pinggan, or if Chen Pinggan didn't have the patience to casually flip through your soul and spirit like flipping through a book, you would already be dead. Liu Maro wanted to say something but stopped. He came back to his senses in an instant. He stood up abruptly and slumped back into his seat. He finally got an answer. Chen Pinggan put away a caged sparrow and said with a smile, Brother Feiran is really a son of a bitch. He doesn't care about brotherhood or the principles of the pugilistic world. Liu Maro closed his eyes and rested, waiting for death. He did have a piece of evidence, but it wasn't complete. Years ago, before Feiran vanished, he had indeed secretly come to Yellow Flower Monastery to find Liu Mao. As for the so-called evidence, Liu Mao was still unsure if it was real or fake. In any case, to outsiders, it was irrefutable evidence. Liu Mao suddenly opened his eyes. Can you guess the truth? Chen Pinggan tapped his toes and sat on the desk. He turned around and bent down to light the lamp again. Then, he covered his sleeves with his hands and said with a smile, I can roughly guess. However, I'm missing a few key points. Tell me. You might be able to live. Liu Mao suddenly laughed and said in amazement, Are you really not Feiran? The two of you are just too similar. The more certain I am that you two are not the same person, the more I feel that you two are the same person. Chen Pinggan smiled. We've talked a lot tonight. Let's talk about something serious. Your Highness, please save yourself. Liu Mao stood up as if a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He laughed and said, If I had listened to Feiran's arrangements completely, I would have immediately fled Mirage City if the savage world lost Tongya continent. Then, as long as I rushed to the rebuilt Darfu Academy, it would be hard to say who would be the prisoner today. It's a pity that I'm too cowardly and cherish my life too much. After cultivating the Tao, I'm afraid of death. If it was when I was first imprisoned, I wouldn't hesitate to gamble my life. If I lost, it would just be a worthless life. If I won, I could take back the Liu family's empire. Chen Pinggan was extremely patient. He said slowly, "Have you ever thought that I'm the one who wants Daoist Longju to live well in this world?" Liu Maro nodded. "That's why I dared to stand up and talk to Sword Immortal Chen Pinggan." Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "I hate smart people like you the most. It's so tiring dealing with you." Liu Maro remained silent and looked at Sword Immortal Chen with a smile. Chen Pinggan extended a hand, indicating that Liu Maro could speak freely. Liu Maro sat down again. There was no need to hide anymore. He began to talk about Feiran's plan. Liu Maro said a lot and was extremely detailed. Liu Maro did not do this on purpose. Feiran had even helped Taoist Longju think of dozens of details, big and small, such as how to place some thoughts and where to place them to prevent the questioning of some immortals of the upper 5 states or the sage of the academy. Feiran also clearly told Liu Maro that Liu Maro would die if he was forced to open the mountain by magic. It was an eye-opener for Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan had been listening attentively. He only interrupted, "Liu Mao, have you ever thought that the Confucian temple in the Central Plains would not suspect me at all?" Before Liu Maro could speak, Chen Pinggan continued, "But this is Feiran's strength. Don't worry. I'll tell you the truth after you finish. Anyway, in terms of scheming, Feiran is indeed several realms higher than you." Liu Maro continued the previous topic. Generally speaking, the Great Spring Empress, Yarou Jinji, joined forces with the vassal Prince Liu Tsong and sent Duke Shen Jiao Shizhen to secretly contact the demonic sword immortal of Jiaoping Peak, who was close at hand. Then, they colluded with the Wuxi military camp stationed in the capital of southern Qi and formed an alliance at Peachleaf Crossing. There were 2 tokens of agreement. One was the Great Spring Liu family's imperial jade seal, and the other was the seal of Wen Haiju's library. The one who held the seal was the lone swordsman in green robes at Peachleaf Ferry. His surname was Chen Pinggan, and he had already secretly laid the foundation for this plan 20 years ago. As the head of the Yarou family, the Minister of War, Yarou Zhen, did not hesitate to sacrifice 160,000 of the Daquan Liuxia's elite cavalry and 310,000 of the local garrison troops to temporarily win the hearts of the people. This was the price that Yarou Jinji had to pay to become the emperor. In return, this would become the stepping stone for the Yarou family to usurp the throne. They would use an intact Mirage City as the place where Wen Haiju's last disciple, Zhu Qinggao, would observe the Tao. At the same time, they would make Mirage City one of the auxiliary capitals of the wilderness in Tongye continent. Chen Pinggan nodded and praised, "If I really did it for you, I would be soaked in mud." What a good brother Feiran. I was so polite to him back then, but he wanted to reunite with me so much. The Confucian temple in the Central Plains had specially announced to the world that a young man from the Sage of Literature had come to clarify things. Just go and explain. Wasn't the Sage of Literature's lineage, from the teacher to the disciple, all alone but able to turn the world around? Chen Chunan, the scholar from the southern Hasuo continent, was the leader of the quasi-sages in the war. However, his reputation was mixed. Therefore, didn't all the academies and dynasties want to restore the scholar-sage's deity position in the Confucian temple? Didn't they want to spread knowledge throughout the world? Did they dare? As long as one had the intention, wouldn't they think a little more? Taking 10,000 steps back, investigating the truth, compared to watching the show, which was easier. This was especially true for Chen Pinggan. In the future, every action of his would attract the attention of others, like the rustling of grass in the wind. Not to mention establishing a sect, especially the location of the next sect in Tongye continent. So, to Chen Pinggan, this deal was only a matter of how much he would lose. And the biggest problem with this was that even if the teacher did not care, the senior brothers did not care, and the third senior brother Liu Shiliu did not care. But the one who cared the most was Chen Pinggan, the one who wanted the Sage of Literature's lineage to flourish. And once Chen Pinggan said something or did something, it would affect the entire Sage of Literature's lineage, including the teacher and senior brothers, the entire Luopa Mountain, and everyone in the Jise Peak's ancestral hall. This would even involve the vast world and the Ascension City of the Fifth World. It would even start a fight between the Third and Fourth Worlds. In short, Feiran did not lose anything from this deal. If the hidden official could really return to the vast world alive, it would all depend on Chen Pingan's luck and fate. So, Feiran, who had already returned to the desolate world, would definitely not lose this. Ask the sword. Chen Pingan suddenly asked, at the Peach Leaf Ferry, other than Liu Tsong and Gao Shizhen, were there no outsiders from the Great Quan dynasty? Liu Maro shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. Even if there were, Feiran wouldn't tell you. Chen Pingan nodded and said, that makes sense. Liu Maro said, as for the seal of the book collection and the Imperial Jade Seal, I don't know where they are hidden now. Chen Pingan's feet landed on the ground. Seal of the book collection? Feiran, you're a sword cultivator. Are you learning from me to be so cultured? Chen Pingan walked back to the bookshelf. Previously, he had casually refined words and didn't gain anything. However, Chen Pingan was a little hesitant. The previous books had a total of more than 10 chapters. Chen Pingan had already memorized the contents of the book. Other than the chapter on measurement, especially the 10th chapter of Tai Hong, which talked about heaven, earth, and man, the three returned to one. Chen Pingan had repeatedly recited it at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Because of its purpose, it had many interactions with the yin-yang school of the Central Divine Continent's Lu family. However, Chen Pingan's favorite was the one with the least words, only 135 words. It was called Night Travel. After returning home, on Jiang Shangzhen's cloud boat, Chen Pingan had even engraved it completely on a bamboo scroll. The reason why Chen Pingan hesitated was because he suddenly remembered that when the book flipped open on its own, he discovered that there was a personal seal printed in the margin of the book's Night Traveler chapter. It was printed in a flower and bird seal script, "Beware of the Candlelight Traveler." At that time, Chen Pingan had mistakenly thought that it was the seal of Liu Maro or some other book collector. He didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he felt that the seal could be used as a reference in the future. Chen Pingan took out the book and flipped to the Night Travel chapter. He slowly pondered. This wasn't a dead end. It couldn't even be considered a truth-seeking trap. Because Chen Pingan had solved it too easily. If it was really Kui Dong's work, it wouldn't have been this Daoist Longju who had obvious clues. To be precise, it was more like a parting gift from Feiran to the hidden official before leaving Howren Heaven to return home. If he were in the same situation, Chen Pingan felt that he would also hold a welcome dinner for Feiran. It was so disgusting that he wouldn't have to pay for it. Feiran had obviously bet that once Chen Pingan returned home, he would head straight for the Baopao continent's Luopa mountain. Feiran also didn't expect that the Confucian temple would ban the mountain and mountain bulletin. Otherwise, Liu Maro would have spread the news on the mountain to establish himself in an invincible position. Not only would he be able to survive, but he would also be protected by the Great Fu Academy. Before the truth was revealed, Liu Mao's life wouldn't be in danger. However, Liu Mao ultimately underestimated Feiran's calculations. Therefore, he didn't know that Chen Pingan was the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He also didn't know that Chen Pingan was the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Feiran naturally didn't want Chen Pingan's life. Perhaps she didn't want to, or perhaps she really wanted to. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it. Therefore, Feiran only used the hearts of the people in Howren Heaven to target Chen Pingan in a name. In the Tongya continent, all of the dynasties that were envious of the Great Spring dynasty, all of the scholars who were dissatisfied with Empress Yarrow, all of the vast 9 continents, all of the world's cultivators who didn't mind watching a show, and even the Confucian disciples of the quasi-sages would intentionally or unintentionally add fuel to the fire. Chen Pingan pressed 2 fingers against the seal and gently wiped away the traces. Chen Pingan rubbed his fingers together. A gust of wind blew and a series of words appeared on the mud. Every word disappeared as soon as it appeared. Even though Chen Pingan instantly summoned the caged sparrow again, he still couldn't retain those words. It was obvious that Feiran had used a unique secret technique and contained sword qi within it. Liu Mao's soul had already been imprisoned by Chen Pingan, so he couldn't see a single character. These characters were more or less a letter. The opening words were very warm. Hidden official, it has been many years since we last met. I miss you. Then, there was killing intent everywhere. To be able to see this letter, hidden official can be said to be a heavenly talent. You are fully deserving of this title. What I admire even more is that even with hidden official's current high realm, you are still willing to be knee-deep in the muddy pond. You are extremely patient and can see the big picture from small details. You are still as cautious as ever. Feiran sincerely wishes that Luopo Mountain's Foot sect will be located in Tongyi continent and will open its doors smoothly. Previously, when I revisited your old place, I felt that things were still the same but people had changed. You and I are the same kind of people, we are all tourists from far away. It is inevitable that we will hurt each other. Therefore, before we parted, I specially left behind a letter. Among the pages, I left behind a priceless seal for hidden official. Liu Mao is only keeping it for you. You can take it yourself as an apology. As for where the Imperial Jade Seal is hidden, with hidden official's intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult to guess that it is somewhere in Liu Tsong's soul. I will not deliberately mystify things here. The second to last sentence. I am the wooden clog of Josh and Tent. I hope that in the future, when we are in the wilderness, I can ask hidden official about the Tao. A seal slowly emerged from the night travel chapter. As if worried that Chen Pingan wouldn't touch it, the seal began to spin on its own so that hidden official could see the seal characters clearly. Chen Pingan glanced at the seal with a gloomy face. There were many seal characters on the side. I have accumulated 3 million books. In the cold weather, I amuse myself. He has eaten his fill of immortal characters. He has not lived in vain. The bottom line, the hungry bookworm. Damn it, it was the seal of the Wen Hai Ju Mi who claimed to have 3 million books. The last sentence of the letter was somewhat inexplicable. Those who light the way for others at night will easily hurt themselves. It has been so since ancient times. Today, the seal holder is the same. Hidden official, be careful of the flying sword. 3, 2, 1. Heavenly Palace Temple. It was raining heavily. Jiao Shuzhen lowered her head to look at the big word sick on the paper. It was written with an extremely thin brush, but it seemed to be very powerful. Jiao Shuzhen sighed and said softly, that year on the mountain, I was seeking revenge against that young man. Why didn't you do anything? Later on, at Peachleaf Ferry, that green-clothed swordsman on his back only looked at you in a new light and seemed to be slightly fearful. This further verified the thoughts in my heart. You're absolutely not a martial artist at the Golden Body realm. So during these past few years, I've actually always been quite resentful towards you. The old man raised his hand and rubbed his skinny cheeks. But even if I was angry, I knew that if I said it out loud, it would be useless to throw a tantrum like a 3-year-old child. Instead, it would ruin things, so I endured it. I can't be empty-handed. Besides the ancestral mansion, I have nothing. In the end, I lost an old friend who I could talk to. Pay when you nodded. I can see that. All these years, I have been waiting for you to ask this question. Jiao Shuzhen raised her head and asked with great interest, what is the answer? The old butler said, there is nothing to say. The old duke was stunned for a long time. He laughed and didn't ask about it anymore. He was a little sad. I remember the first time we met at the Heavenly Palace Temple. At that time, you and I were still young. Now that I am old, what about you? Pei when you said, it's hard to say. There are different sayings on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. Now I am at the foot of the mountain. Jiao Shuzhen nodded. She raised her brush and dipped it in the ink. The old butler thought for a while and glanced outside the window. He frowned slightly and said, there is an old saying that if a person walks too much at night, it is easy to bump into ghosts. Then other than being careful when walking, whether a person follows the rules, whether he understands etiquette, and whether he keeps his bottom line is more important. These empty truths sounded like they were drifting around like wandering ghosts, but they would eventually take root and save their own lives without even realizing it. For example, that year on the mountain, If that young man didn't know when to stop and was determined to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, then he would have died. Even if one of his senior brothers was there, as long as he was 1,000 miles away, he still wouldn't be able to save him. Jiao Shizhen was a little surprised. She rolled up her sleeves and was about to start copying the scriptures when she looked up. Old Pei, why is a person like you willing to be a servant in a small duke's residence? The old butler replied, when I went out, I had to complete an agreement with someone near Mirage City. At that time, I didn't know how long I would have to wait. I had to find a place to stay. Duke was in a high position at that time. You were young and had a Buddhist heart, so I relied on you. Jiao Shizhen laughed. I have a Buddhist heart. Old Pei, when did you learn to tell jokes? The old butler shook his head. A duke who has never suffered any hardships in his life. When I saw you that year, you were at the age where you were in high spirits, but you always treated people as people. In my opinion, this is a Buddhist heart. Some things, because you don't care about it and think it is natural, outsiders think it is precious. So for so many years, I have quietly blocked a lot of ghosts on the road at night for you. But there is no need to say this to you. If I say it, it will be an indefinite zen. I may have to leave the Duke's residence because of this, and I have always been afraid of trouble. Jiao Shizhen asked doubtfully, Old Pei, you are not a pure martial artist, but a hidden qi cultivator, right? The old butler pulled the corners of his mouth, as if he was smiling knowingly, and gave an answer. I actually use a sword. My swordsmanship is not bad. Jiao Shizhen asked, there are 5 supreme realms? The old butler still spoke vaguely. Master, this question is vulgar. Jiao Shizhen was in high spirits. Are you a sword immortal? The old butler shook his head and said, people who use swords travel in the pugilistic world, just swordsmen. In fact, I am not a mountain person. Jiao Shizhen knew that this old Pei was destined not to reveal his identity, so he asked, Yarou Jinji has not cultivated, so how can he have such a youthful appearance? The old butler said, his aunt, Ju Niang, who used to be the innkeeper at the border, is actually Madame Huan Shou, a 9-tailed celestial fox, and Ju Niang's one tail is actually Yarou Jinji. Jiao Shizhen was suddenly enlightened. In that case, her monthly credit with the Aquarius continent is a statement of the Central Plains Confucian Temple. The old butler suddenly stood up, opened the door, and took the oil paper umbrella, as if he was going to go out. However, the old man holding the umbrella, who was called Pei Wenyu, just stood at the door, looking at the direction of the Mirage City through the curtain of rain. It seemed that something had happened in Mirage City, causing Pei Wenyu to change her mind at the last minute. There are actually 2 things that I promised someone. One of them is to secretly protect Yarou Jinji and help her ascend to the throne, becoming the only empress in the world today. He knows why this person is like this, and probably only the heavens know. As for the fate of the Great Spring Liu royal family, I don't care. Even the descendants of the Yarou family, other than her, have their ups and downs, and it is the same old logic. Their fate is made by the heavens, and they seek their own blessings. I will not interfere in the slightest. Otherwise, Master, do you think that a golden body realm martial artist and a buried river deity with a shattered golden body would be able to protect Yarou Jinji? Pei Wenyu, who had his back facing Dukshan, shook his head. Even if Yarou Jinji has a backup plan, and is closely related to the Jade Gui sect, she was still young at that time, her temperament was not enough, and her methods were not ruthless enough. Liu Maro, who was waiting for an opportunity, would only be the Oriole behind her. That year at Peach Leaf Crossing, when I accompanied Master to see that Chen Yin, he used his heart to talk to me. I promised him one thing, that he would protect the Mirage City and the Yarou family, and bet that someone would not add feet to a snake, and cause trouble for himself. Now it seems that a person who is too smart, is indeed, sick. Of course, this is all part of Chen Yin's plan, the so-called adding feet to a snake, I don't think so. But to me, it doesn't matter, since it is not killing people. Jiao Shizhen's face changed slightly. It was no wonder that Liu Mao did not cooperate with the outside during that torrential night rain, but chose to stand by and watch. At the beginning, Gao Shizhen thought that Liu Maro had chosen the lesser of two evils between his brother Liu Tsong and Yao Jinji. Liu Maro was worried that even if he succeeded in supporting the dragon, he would fall into Liu Tsong's hands and his fate would not be good, so he chose the latter. Now it seemed that the time was not right. Pei Wenyu's expression was indifferent, but her next words caused the Dukshan to accidentally drop a drop of ink on the paper. It is easy to run into ghosts on the road at night. The reason why old sayings are old sayings is that they are more reasonable. Master is right. Once her dragon throne is in danger because of Dukshan's mansion, she will not be able to sit firmly in that position. Master, you will die, not to mention a sneaky Liu Mao. But in the Dukshan's mansion, there will still be a Duke Gao Shizhen, and in the Taoist temple, there will still be a Liu Maro who is obsessed with alchemy. When the day comes that the two of you should die, I will leave the Mirage City and change to another place to guard the second matter. The old butler shook his head and smiled. That Liu Maro, whether he is a prince or a vassal, for so many years, he only has master and the young man in his eyes. I am a living person, the head butler of the Dukshan's mansion, a martial artist in the Golden Body realm, and a trusted aide of 2 generations of dukes, but he still pretends not to see me, or if he sees me, it is better not to see me. I don't know what great things such a waste can do except for reincarnating. That Chen Yin probably chose Liu Maro on purpose. Youngsters these days are getting smarter and smarter. Their schemes are frightening. Gao Shizhen raised her head, and with the help of the lamp on the table, she tried to look at the old butler who was becoming more and more unfamiliar. There was only a dark and obscure back. Even if Pei Wenyu opened the door, there was still no wind or rain in the room. The old man who was serious all year round, before he got up tonight, he always sat upright and did not have the slightest arrogant posture. His breath was calm, and his expression was calm. Even if he was standing at the door now, he still looked like he was talking about daily life. In a well-off house, a loyal old servant was talking with his master about a certain child in the neighbor's house, who had no future and was looked down upon. Gao Shizhen suddenly felt relieved and smiled. The strong are good at cautiously recognizing, the weak like to blindly deny. The old butler nodded. Master's words are not bad. The self-righteous smart people in the world all like to kill 10,000 for fun. Gao Shizhen hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and asked in a deep voice, Old Pei, can you let me see that young man again? The old butler shook his head. I'll give you one more word of advice. Master, you should give up. Gao Shizhen's face was pale. Why? He's not someone who likes to court death. Even if you see him, it'll be meaningless. The old man surnamed Pei said, that young man is growing very fast. Now, he's become a ghost to many people who walk at night. If you're lucky, you'll pass by. If you're unlucky, you'll meet a ghost. For example, Liu Maro tonight. In the end, the greatest Tao protector in the world was every cultivator themselves. Not only did they have the most Tao protectors, but they also had the longest Tao protectors. Apart from the Tao heart, there were many things in life. Even immortals could not save the dead. Gao Shizhen still stared at the old butler's back. The old man said, I forgot to say something. That young man has a more normal heart than you, master. Allow me to say something else. When a swordsman strikes with his sword, it's a ghost in the heart. It's not a simple person or ghost. Cultivating like this, the Tao is too small, so his swordsmanship naturally can't be that high. It's just that. However, Pei Wenyu stopped talking halfway. At this moment, Gao Shizhen looked out of the window in a daze. Old Pei, you seem to have something to do. Can you tell me? Can you tell me? If you break the rules, just pretend I didn't ask. I can tell you. The old butler nodded and said, I'm waiting for an anonymous disciple of mine to return to Mirage City. According to the agreement, I'll teach him all the swordsmanship I've learned. That handsome young master from back then? Just say that he's neither a man nor a woman. That child is indeed good-looking. If I remember correctly, back then, when you were in the mansion, your feet couldn't stand steadily as soon as you climbed high. Such a person can also learn swordsmanship from you. By the way, is that young man surnamed Liu a man or a woman? It's hard to say. When Gao Shizhen heard these 2 words, She looked helpless and shook her head. What's going on with you people on the mountain? One of that guy's masters can probably answer your question. I probably can't wait. The old butler didn't say anything and just nodded. When the cultivators on the mountain casually took a nap in seclusion, the children in the mortal world below the mountain might already have white hair. Gao Shezhen suddenly found that the old butler raised the hand holding the umbrella and gently wiped it. In the end, only the handle of the oil paper umbrella was left. Gao Shezhen stood up and came to the door of the house. She asked softly, "This is?" "Pay when you said, pass the sword." The rain curtain was still the same, the temple was still the same, the capital was still the same, and the Daoist temple was still the same. However, in the side room of the Yellow Flower Temple, Chen Pinggan summoned the caged sparrow and the moon at the bottom of the well at the same time. At the same time, he moved sideways and knocked away the chair where Liu Maro was sitting. Then, Chen Pinggan tilted slightly. His abdomen was instantly pierced by a sword and he crashed into the wall. Chen Pinggan was expressionless. He pulled out the sword and found that it was only the handle of an umbrella. Chen Pinggan didn't need to use his sword chi or fist intent to shatter it. The long sword with the handle of the umbrella dissipated on its own and turned into powder. Chen Pinggan's figure flashed and followed the trace of the sword chi. He was as fast as lightning and went straight to the Heavenly Palace Temple outside the capital. Before Chen Pinggan arrived at the temple, a young man in white had already broken through the rain curtain and arrived in a flash. He said angrily, "I finally found you, Pei Minute. Good, good, good. You are indeed one of the 3 ultimate Howren masters, half of Bai Yi's swordsmanship master." The old butler called Pei when you looked at the young man in white. He had already taken a few steps forward and walked out of the house. He shook his head and said, "It's only half. Moreover, the student has surpassed the master." Kui Dongshan jumped up and spat. "Otherwise, I'm here to die." "Ha! Ha! Ha! Old bastard, you dare to sneak attack my master. Are you tired of living? Damn it, do you know who my martial uncle is? The great sword immortals were who has been looking for you on the sea for 100 years. Don't you know who my martial uncle is? Liu Shiliu. Bai Yi's best friend. Kneel and kowtow to me and admit your mistake." The 3 ultimate Howren masters were Zhu Zi's arithmetic, Heavenly Master Taoism, and Pei Min's swordsmanship. Other than the Heavenly Master residence of Longhu Mountain, which still stood on the peak of Howren Mountain with the Taoism of the great Heavenly Masters, the other 2 had long disappeared. Kui Dongshan suddenly shut up with a complicated expression. His master had already refined the dragon monarch's grey robe into a scabbard. The sword in the scabbard was refined from the sharpest tip of Tai Bai Yi, one of the 4 great immortal swords. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Similarly, he broke the other party's small world. He broke through the sky with a sword and directly confronted Pei Minute. 760. There was no more rain to disturb them. In the quiet little world, a speck of white light appeared above Pei Minute and Kui Dongshan's heads. Then, a snow-white sword radiance slashed down. Although the sword radiance was extremely thin, its momentum was like a magnificent waterfall pouring down from the sky. As soon as Pei Min's small world of sword chi was broken, the surrounding heaven and earth barrier was like a glass mirror. When it was smashed to the ground, it instantly shattered and scattered in all directions. In an instant, torrential rain poured down again. The rain curtain of the Heavenly Palace Temple was still shaking with thunder and lightning. Pei Minute was dressed in black and Kui Dongshan in white. Although there was no rain near them, every time thunder and lightning intersected, the 2 figures outside the meditation room were clearly reflected. The sword radiance arrived before the sword immortal. A green robe floated to the ground and stood outside the gate of the Heavenly Palace Temple. He held a sword in one hand and gently pressed the wound on his abdomen with the other. He looked indifferent and said, "Dongshan, come back." Kui Dongshan hurriedly sighed. He jumped and landed. He directly left the Heavenly Palace Temple and stood beside his teacher. Previously, he deliberately revealed Pei Min's identity in a loud voice. Naturally, he hoped that his teacher would be able to hear him on his way here. It was best to be a little more careful about the limits of a sword challenge in the Heavenly Palace Temple on a rainy night. It was better to fight with pay minute in swordsmanship. It was better not to fight to the death. Even if he was angry and really wanted to fight to the death with this old guy, he was not in a hurry. But he did not expect this old thief Pei to see through his thoughts. He had already created a small world with his sword aura and blocked Kui Dongshan's message. Fortunately, his teacher only broke Pei Min's world of swordsmanship with one strike and did not directly exchange swordsmanship in the temple. Then, Kui Dongshan had nothing to say. His teacher did things with great propriety. Chen Pinggan gently shook his sword. Strands of sword aura flowed with brilliant colors. It was like a person holding a lantern in an ancient temple at night. The sword radiance brought by the sword aura was finally restrained by the tip of the sword. Chen Pinggan raised one hand and pushed it forward. He took a step back. The tip of his foot did not touch the void. Why don't we exchange swords outside so that we won't disturb the High Duke's copying? Kui Dongshan could not help but whisper, "Teacher, this old guy's name is Pei Minute. He is the Pei Minute of the Central Divine Continent. He taught by swordsmanship for a few days. He is hard to deal with. You must be careful. Just I mentioned 2 martial uncles, one in the world. The world's most proud." Kui Dongshan's words were still shameless, but his expression was rarely this serious. If it was just Pei Minute and his teacher exchanging swords tonight, Kui Dongshan would not say much. But looking at his teacher's expression and Pei Min's aura, it did not seem like they were going to return to their respective places after announcing their names. In the vast world's old almanac, which recorded the legendary sword immortals, Pei Minute, who once symbolized the highest level of swordsmanship in the world, was one of the biggest reasons why the left and right sword immortals went out to sea for more than 100 years. Without a real fight with Pei Minute, there would be a clear distinction between first and second place. What about the left and right sword immortals being the best swordsmanship in the world? It was a kind of praise that did not need to be taken seriously. Chen Pinggan held his breath through the pitch-black curtain of rain that stretched for miles. He gathered his complicated thoughts and tried his best to unify them. He stared at Pei Minute, one of the noble world's 3 ultimate swordsmen. He hid it well. Back then, Chen Pinggan did not think much of him. He only thought of him as a personal retainer of Duke Shen. No wonder he could get along with Fei Ran. They were kindred spirits. Chen Pinggan did not dare to shift his gaze. He was still asking the fist and listening to the fist. He carefully observed the flow of the old man's qi. He smiled and said, "Teacher knows very well whether it is hard to deal with. If it was not hard to deal with, he would not have let the umbrella sword break through the small world of the birdcage and pin him to the wall. If he had not been hit by Chen Pinggan's fist, the handle of the umbrella would have pierced his heart. Using the umbrella as a sword, this sword was like an immortal crossing mountains and rivers with one step. Without any warning, it appeared outside the window of Yellow Flower Temple from the Heavenly Palace Temple. At that time, Chen Pinggan was really a little unprepared. In a moment of desperation, he could only pay the price of being injured to save Taoist Longju, who the umbrella sword really wanted to kill. Chen Pinggan was very clear that it was his bird in the cage that attracted the attention of Pei Minute, who was far away in the Heavenly Palace Temple. This was the only trouble with a natal flying sword bird in the cage. When fighting with someone in a small world, Chen Pinggan could take advantage of the time and place. Together with the moon at the bottom of the well, which could transform into thousands of swords, he could win the harmony of the people. However, once the bird in the cage appeared in the world, to the cultivators of the upper 5 realms who were outside the battlefield, it was a great shock and a reminder. It was really like someone walking in the night with a candle. The brightness of the candle and the volume of the greeting all depended on the eyesight and hearing of the cultivators of the upper 5 realms. Therefore, Chen Pinggan did not fully display the bird in the cage's natal magic in the Yellow Flower Temple. It was too overkill to deal with a sea-viewing realm master who was not even an earth immortal. Pei Minute did not say a word. He took a step forward and grabbed casually. The rainwater and his own sword qi condensed into a sheathless long sword. It was green and shining like the autumn water. Chen Pinggan's right foot that had not touched the ground stepped firmly on the muddy road. Pei Min's figure appeared in the wilderness more than 10 miles away. Chen Pinggan followed him like a shadow. Before this, Chen Pinggan told Kui Dongshan one thing in a telepathic voice. For some Qi trainers of the Heavenly Palace Temple and the Mirage City, there were 2 dazzling sword lights that tore the curtain of the night for more than 10 miles. They were like 2 dragons that swam in the sky. Finally, they flashed and disappeared on the 2 opposite mountain peaks. Before that, a beam of sword light with an imposing aura streaked across the sky like a knife cutting through tofu. It easily cut through the rain curtain of heaven and earth. The sword chi was very long and very close. Obviously, it started in the Mirage City and fell in the direction of the Heavenly Palace Temple outside the capital city. Whether it was the sword chi displayed by the 2 sides or the vast sword intent, the small group of Earth immortals in the Mirage City who were lucky enough to sense the situation were horrified. Their minds were shaken, and they either began to cast spells to conceal their breaths to protect themselves, or hurriedly called their direct disciples to their sides, put on their magic robes, and set up arrays with talismans as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The young immortal masters of the Archives Register all turned pale, and they mistakenly thought that another great war of the demon clan had begun. There were a few Earth immortals in the Mirage City who saw that the situation was not good. With the tokens issued by the Ministry of Rights of the Great Spring City, they hurriedly left the capital city of the Great Spring City and fled in the opposite direction of the 2 peaks. What he was afraid of was that if the 2 unknown sword immortals attacked with all their strength, the whole Mirage City would be implicated if they were not careful. At that time, whether it was the fish, shrimps, or the dragons entrenched in the city, the sword chi from both sides would soar into the sky. Once they hit the Mirage City, the city would be cut into pieces like paper strips, and the bodies and souls of the ordinary teachers would be shattered. The abundant sword chi would mix up the anima chi in the city and cook countless chi trainers in a big fire. The fish and the dragons in the oil pot would not end well. A bird in a cage and a small world shrouded the 2 sides who were several miles away from each other on the 2 peaks. Pei Minute was like a bird in a cage. Facing a master who was the master of the house and a sword immortal, the old man still did not care. On the contrary, he was very interested. He looked at the long sword in the young sword immortal's hand again. It was very familiar but also a little strange. After all, it was an incomplete fairy sword. In silence, Pei Minute had been carefully perceiving the sword chi flowing around the world. The world was orderly, scattered like stars in the sky, and everything was strict. What a small world of sword chi. It already had a prototype of a leakless great way. The old man nodded slightly and did not hide his admiration. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, "Good sword, good flying sword. You should cherish them." Pei Minute had purposely chosen this place as the place to strike. The 2 mountains were not far from each other, but they were not close either. He wanted to test how much of the real world this young sword cultivator's world could encompass. In the Yellow Flower Temple in the capital city, Chen Pinggan used the flying sword to cover a small room in the small Taoist temple. Obviously, he was hiding his strength. Maybe he had been hit in the abdomen and nailed to the wall, so the injury was a sign of weakness. The other side stopped talking and asked about swordsmanship only. Pei Minute stopped being polite. High in the sky where the 2 mountains confronted each other, the 2 sword lights collided and a slightly slanted one word appeared. It seemed that each of them made a sword attack. Chen Pinggan made the first move and Pei Minute met the sword with his sword. In the end, the sword lights of both sides fell on the same spot. In fact, Pei Minute and Chen Pinggan each made 12 sword attacks in an instant. Each attack was faster than the previous one and the sword chi was heavier. However, the trajectory of the sword light did not deviate at all. It was only on the path of the first sword. Pei Minute followed suit and did the same. The sword lights dissipated. The sword wills of both sides were still very strong and filled the world. The other side no longer made any sword attacks and their figures disappeared. Pei Minute still did not move. He was slightly surprised. This swordsmanship was quite extraordinary and new. It could even stack sword wills continuously. However, 12 sword strikes were too little. If he could accumulate 20 sword strikes, he might have to move a little. The sword lights came and went like lightning. The word one written by the two sword strikes was enough to kill several earth immortals of the nascent soul realm who were suppressed by the heaven and earth. Pei Minute twisted his wrist and a sword light flashed. He casually made a sword attack. Beside him, a sharp sword light cut across the world and scattered a soundless and hidden sword chi. The previous sword attack was dazzling, but Pei Min's attack was very precise. The sword chi cancelled each other out and only the sword will remained. However, this sword attack came quietly. After being blocked by Pei Min's sword, it became very powerful. The sword chi shattered and splashed in all directions like a torrential rain. Tens of thousands of fine gullies appeared in the forest on the ground and sword marks were all over the mountain. A stream in the forest seemed to have been cut into hundreds of paddy fields of different sizes by the intersecting sword auras. Pei Minute looked at the long sword in his hand made of rainwater. The blade had been broken into two. After all, it was just an ordinary sword. It was not as sharp as the strange long sword with the tip of Tai Bai. However, the two parts of the broken sword were pulled by the sword chi and mended by themselves. It became a long sword with a clear sword light again. If it was not to show his identity as a sword cultivator, with Pei Min's realm, Pei Minute was curious about what in the world could be refined into a scabbard for the tip of Tai Bai. A large piece of dragon-slaying platform could be used, but it was too cumbersome. Moreover, its quality was not high enough. Besides, the tip of Tai Bai did not need to be sharpened by dragon-slaying platform. It was like an ascendant realm cultivator who needed a few snowflakes to replenish the spiritual chi lake in the small world of the human body. Pei Minute said, "I'll let you make one more attack. After 3 attacks, you can take my 3 attacks. If you can take it, you won't die." Pei Minute suddenly laughed. This young man was a little unkind. Because in the small world, it was like someone scattered yellow paper on the tomb during the Qingming festival. There were about 1,800 pieces of yellow paper talisman. Chen Pinggan relied on the time is on my side. In an instant, he used the sword chi to add the finishing touches to the talisman glistening with spiritual light. The sky was like a galaxy hanging in the sky, and then it suddenly sank. Once Qi Shou's sword will and spiritual Qi could support 3,600 flying swords, he would be able to verify the prophecy of the Beko Keikyung building's Daoist saint, sitting on the river of stars, rain falls on the mortal world. Back then, on the city wall, Chen Pinggan had used the talisman to increase his strength. Taking the initiative to increase the offensive power of Qi Shou's flying sword, using the sword and talismans to form a formation, and spending some money, it was as if he could give the flying sword an additional natal divine ability for free. During his journey on the ferry, Chen Pinggan carefully refined the tip of his sword, Tai Bai sword, and the grey cotton robe as a scabbard, meticulously forging a sword. He did not slack off at all when he was drawing talismans and practicing his martial arts. Due to bearing the true name of the great demon, Chen Pinggan was always suppressed by the great Tao of the vast world. Therefore, he practiced his martial arts regardless of whether he was awake or asleep. In any case, Chen Pinggan could not afford to slack off for a moment. Therefore, drawing talismans became the most important thing besides sword refinement. Originally, Chen Pinggan's talisman sword formation was a meeting gift for Zhengyang Mountain or Qingfeng City in the future. In the mind of a reserved spot on the mountain peak, the flying sword Chuyi suddenly appeared and hurriedly swept over. The sword flashed and pointed directly at Pei Minute on the opposite mountain peak. In another mind, as if the spirit of Yin had left its body, a flying sword surrounded by thunder and lightning swept towards the northeast direction of Pei Minute, as if Q-sword had run in the wrong direction. In the third place where the mind was hidden, the flying sword was like a pine needle that pierced through the sky and rushed towards the mountain peak from behind Pei Minute. The tip of the sword was pointed at the back of the old man's head. Not only that, the Milky Way sword formation and a sword lake only shattered half of it. Heaven and earth turned upside down. A painting of mountains and rivers seemed to have been casually flipped and folded. Half of the Milky Way sword formation directly appeared in the distance. It seemed to be extremely far away. With a nimble leap, it shrank the mountains and rivers. Just like the handle of the umbrella, It covered the sky and the earth and instantly enveloped the old man on the mountain peak. Pei Minute had one hand behind his back. Facing half of the Milky Way sword formation and 3 natal flying swords, the old man only used one hand to form a sword sign. Without using a single sword, Pei Minute no longer deliberately restrained his majestic sword aura. On the mountain peak, the sword aura was so strong that it was as if a grand sun had suddenly jumped out of the East Sea and reached the highest point of the human world. The sword light was blinding and expanded with a loud bang. The Milky Way sword formation was shattered. Indeed, the flying sword that seemed to have run in the wrong direction had really run in the wrong direction. It did not get close to Pei Minute. The 2 flying swords pointed at Pei Min's heart and the back of his head respectively. Among them, the flying sword with the snow-white sword light was a smokescreen. It flashed and disappeared, heading elsewhere. Only the flying sword that looked like a fine pine needle did indeed approach the mountain peak recklessly. It did not change its trajectory and in the end, it crashed into the sword light like a nail embedded into the wall. Pei Minute controlled the sword aura and pressed 2 fingers together to stabilize the flying sword in its original position. He shook his head helplessly. It was indeed a sword immortal imitation from the North Continent's sword-hatred mountain. Pei Minute no longer had any doubts in his heart. This was because the sword immortal's natal flying sword named Ancient Emerald, which was the imitation of the flying sword at his fingertips, was personally shattered by him back then. Therefore, when he saw this flying sword today, Pei Minute felt a little strange. The flying sword pine needle trembled slightly. Pei Minute smiled and increased the strength of his fingers slightly, shattering it. The flying sword Ancient Emerald is gone. It should not be reduced to a joke for future generations because of an imitation. He then reformed the shattered sword will and sword aura. It was as if the sword immortal's flying sword Ancient Emerald had seen the light of day again. Pei Minute said, "Take the first sword." The mountain peak that Pei Minute was on was already empty. It had been destroyed by the Milky Way sword formation. The old man stopped in mid-air and condensed the remaining spiritual energy in the world into a long sword once again. The first sword was just imitating the sword immortal's favorite flying sword to take the head. It was actually more reserved. However, the second sword in his hand, as long as it was delivered, its strength would be slightly greater. This small world that was imprisoned by the divine power of a flying sword was gradually becoming a place of no return that targeted chi refinement warriors the most. The previous young man's first sword had stacked 12 swords into one sword. It was not that he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and wanted to frighten Pei Minute, who was once the champion of Howran swordsmanship. It was also not that a junior sword cultivator wanted to show off his swordsmanship. Instead, he wanted to exhaust the spiritual energy in the small world with the fastest speed. As for why he did not rely on his identity to devour the spiritual energy as soon as he released the flying sword, it was because of caution. In Pei Min's opinion, this was a wise choice. Otherwise, Chen Pinggan would have taken the initiative to eat Pei Min's sword first. Pei Minute did not mind a drop of essence sword will in the small world of the young man's body. It followed the meridians and paths, traveling thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. As the head of the 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain, no matter how troublesome and arrogant the sword cultivator was, he would think that there were actually 2 kinds of chi cultivators in the world, the sword cultivator and the rest of the chi cultivators. However, he had to admit that the sword cultivator was still a chi cultivator. He also needed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When fighting, he would try to use the existing spiritual energy of heaven and earth first. After all, Pei Minute was not the proudest person in the human world who had taught him a few swordsmanship. The old man had not reached the 14th level of Tao fused and could not learn from Bai. As long as he did not finish the poem in his heart, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would be inexhaustible. Pei Minute had always felt that it was a pity that Bai was not a real sword cultivator. He was just a sword wielder and did not nurture a natal flying sword. Otherwise, Pei Minute did not think that the arrogant Wen Hai would be able to succeed in his plan. At the foot of the mountain, Chen Pinggan flashed and disappeared. It was as if there were waves of pine trees between heaven and earth. A vast sword chi that seemed to condense all the ancient meanings of pine trees in the world appeared at the spot where Chen Pinggan stood. Then, it followed Chen Pinggan, who crossed the mountains and rivers at will. Jiyu Kui, who was dressed in a green robe without a jade hairpin, temporarily became one of Pei Min's flying swords. It changed sides at the last minute. It appeared again and again, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. It followed Chen Pinggan's ground-shrinking mountain river. There were a few times when it even predicted the future and arrived at Chen Pinggan's landing spot. If it were not for Chen Pinggan, who could predict the future, it would have taken the initiative to collide with the flying sword. In the end, the flying sword that turned from a pine needle into Jiyu Kui collided with the flying sword Chu. The flying sword Chu's body was extremely tough. Only the tip of the sword was damaged. However, the flying sword that Pei Minute created casually had already collapsed. However, this was the first time that the flying sword Chu had been so seriously damaged since it followed Chen Pinggan. The tip of the sword was almost broken. Heh! The young man had seen through the truth so quickly. Did he know why he was chased by a flying sword Kui for tens of thousands of miles? Pei Minute was slightly surprised. The old man suddenly turned around and casually sent out a second sword. Chen Pinggan actually abandoned the long sword and used only the scabbard as a sword. He chopped down from afar. Pei Minute had no choice but to narrow his eyes slightly and exchange a blow. The two's swordsmanship was simple. One of them raised his sword, and the sword light came straight down. The other held his sword horizontally, and the sword light was like a mountain. The sword in Pei Min's hand shattered, but his body remained motionless. This blow was not weak. It did not seem like a sword cultivator in the unpolished Jade Realm who could move the mountain of a small country that was connected to the chi of mountains and rivers. Pei Minute was too lazy to continue condensing chi into a sword. He put two fingers together to form a sword and casually poked at a spot. The old man was annoyed. He was really annoyed. The young man had too many tricks up his sleeves. He was too meticulous. This made this sword-seeking competition too unpleasant. 3 blows, 3 blows. Then one of them would fall to the ground and leave his life to fate. Wouldn't that be the end of it? On the mountain behind Pei Minute, a man in a green robe who had nowhere to hide was forced to reveal himself. His right hand clenched the scabbard and 2 fingers of his left hand blocked one end of the scabbard. He was hit by the sword light. The man and the scabbard slid backward. The sword light was too fast and heavy. It was like a hammer hitting a white paper drum. In the end, Chen Pinggan bent his arms in front of his body. A series of crisp cracking sounds came from his wrists, arms, and shoulders. The scabbard in his hand smashed hard on Chen Pinggan's chest. The man in a green robe flew backward. He still reached out to grab the long sword refined from the tip of the Tai-Bai sword on the mountain peak. The sword light exploded. The man in a green robe was torn into pieces. His face, especially his hands, seeped out countless fine bloodstains. Chen Pinggan finally stopped retreating. He held the scabbard in his left hand and pressed his thumb on the sword hilt. His body was bent. His right hand, which was supposed to be holding the sword, was still covering the wound on his abdomen that had stopped bleeding. Blood seeped out between his fingers. The sword heart was still as water, and the fist intent was majestic. It was a strange pattern of mountains and rivers interdependent. A sword cultivator who could integrate the fist intent of a warrior of the ultimate realm into his swordsmanship was indeed uncommon. Pei Minute had no intention of pursuing the victory because it was unnecessary. He should at least give the young man a chance to breathe. He deserved to be called a warrior of the ultimate realm with an excellent foundation. His physique was abnormally tough. In addition, he was a sword cultivator who could naturally nourish his body. He liked to wear more than one robe, was good at talisman, and was proficient in a lot of fancy spells that were not completely impractical. He was also a young man who did not like to court death. No wonder he could become one of the top 10 young people in several worlds. A foreigner could serve as the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It was difficult for ordinary people to kill him, and it was easy for them to fail miserably. The key was that this guy had learned his lesson after suffering once. He actually understood why it was so easy for him to find the trace. It was the long sword refined from the tip of the Taibai sword that made Chen Pinggan give the game away. On the one hand, the sword intent of this sword was too strong. Pei Minute was an old sword cultivator who had reached the peak of the Haoran sword Dao. In addition, Pei Minute was not unfamiliar with Bai Yi's swordsmanship and the sword Taibai sword. Previously, the young man in white outside the meditation room of the Heavenly Palace Temple should have mentioned his identity to Chen Pinggan. In order not to take advantage of the young man, Pei Minute deliberately suppressed the realm of the immortal realm when he took out the flying sword Ancient Emerald. The young man made the best of his mistake. He deliberately separated the long sword and the scabbard, choosing to only hold the scabbard. He got close and slashed straight down. In the end, he turned the crisis into an opportunity that was not an opportunity. Pei Minute and the young man looked at each other. The latter stepped on the ground, and most of the whole mountain was crushed and flattened. He held the sword in his right hand but did not pull it out of the scabbard. He took the initiative to get close to Pei Minute to take the third sword. Until now, Pei Minute had not really taken out his sword. Pei Minute was not the proudest person in the world. Although he was not a great cultivator of the 14th realm, the old man was a true sword cultivator and naturally had a life source flying sword. An ascendant realm sword cultivator who possessed 4 shocking life origin flying sword. Pei Minute shook his head and said with a smile, "You can't be so fearless all the time because you are sure that I won't kill you, right? This habit of getting beaten up should be changed in the future." The cautious young man still chose to act separately from the sword. The long sword and scabbard holding Chen Pinggan disappeared together again. However, Chen Pinggan did not choose to take out the same sword as before. Instead, he spread his mind in all directions. Countless swords rose between heaven and earth. He controlled 8 long rivers of flying swords and surged toward Pei Minute. Pei Minute nodded. Many swords were amazing. The young man's second life source flying sword, coupled with the life source of the first flying sword, indeed looked more perfect. However, on Pei Min's side, it just looked. Pei Minute thought for a while and finally took out one of his life source flying swords. The whole small world turned into a snow-white thunder pool. Thousands of thunder snakes were like flying swords, blooming wantonly. It was still one-on-one, flying sword against flying sword. This life source flying sword was called Divine Firmament. Pei Minute slowly floated to the side of the stream. Along the way, the flying swords of the moon in Well were repelled by Pei Min's sword Qi. Pei Minute squatted by the stream and reached out to scoop up a handful of water. He weighed it in his hand. It was a small world in a cage. Not only did it contain the water of the stream, but all the water vapor was held in his hand. This was the innate divine power of Pei Min's other life source flying sword. The flying sword's name was Water Immortal. It allowed Pei Minute to be like a water ghost in the river of time. He could wander freely at the crossings that Pei Minute had intentionally set up. Apart from the natural restriction that greatly drained Pei Min's spirit qi and mind, he was most wary of small worlds like the one in a cage. However, the young man's realm was not high enough. The world was not stable enough. Although it looked flawless, it was not truly invulnerable. Of course, there were still gaps that could be exploited. When Pei Minute took a step forward, his true body remained on the spot. His out-of-body yin spirit wandered to a crossing of time. Using 2 fingers as a sword, he gently jabbed at the back of a green-robed man at the foot of the mountain. In the real world, Chen Pinggan sensed something and his body tilted. Then, he staggered and a hole appeared on his back. There was no sword qi or sword intent. If not for Chen Pinggan's sudden inspiration, his heart would have been pierced through by the finger sword. He would not die, but he would lose half his life. A martial artist's physique would leave behind huge repercussions. Whether a qi refinement warrior's realm would drop depended on the luck of that half-life. Then, a beam of sword qi appeared in the sky and enveloped him. Holding the sword with both hands, he smashed into the flat mountaintop with his sword. Finally, the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. The entire mountaintop exploded and a huge crater appeared on the ground. This was Pei Min's third life source flying sword, a line of heaven. However, There was no trace of Chen Pingan in the crater. However, streaks of sword light appeared in the sky in a disorderly manner. Every time a sword light appeared, there would be a green-robed man wielding a sword in his left hand at the end of the sword light. The man kept attacking with his sword in his left hand. Pei Min's yin spirit at the crossing of time could not help but sigh. It seemed that he was used to the river of time. Otherwise, he would not have dodged this sword. The first sword seemed to be the overlapping of the 12 swords. Pei Min's yin spirit sent out 12-finger swords at the 3 preset crossings of the river of time. The young sword cultivator dared to use his distraction technique in front of him. Then, Pei Minute followed suit and returned the favor. The young man's life source acupuncture point had the life source items of the 5 elements. Together with the Qi residents of the Crown Prince's Mountain, it was enough for Pei Minute to knock on the door once. The old man was still an immortal. Actually, it was enough to bully a junior. This young man relied on a small world flying sword, the physique of a martial artist, and his familiarity with the river of time. Together with the sharp immortal weapon sword in his left hand, he had saved him 3 times. Just as Pei Minute was about to put away the 3 life source flying swords, divine firmament, water immortal, and a line of heaven. Without any warning, a sword arrived. Furthermore, it came a little unreasonable. It was refined from the tip of a sword that no one was holding. It was different from Chen Pingan's sword scabbard slashing down. The sword technique, sword intent, and sword Dao were different. The sword came in a straight line, heading straight for Pei Min's true body beside the dry riverbed. Since he had slashed the small world in the cage, it was indomitable and unstoppable. Pei Min's yin spirit retreated from the river of time and returned to his true body. After some thought, he did not choose to dodge the sword. Instead, he extended a finger and blocked the sword tip. A ball of sword light bloomed. As a result, the entire small world turned snow-white. A green-robed man punched out from behind Pei Minute. In the end, he collided head-on with the 3 flying swords that Pei Minute had yet to put away. After dodging divine firmament, his neck was slashed by water immortal. A line of heaven's fist pierced through his entire arm and finally through his shoulder. As a martial artist, Chen Pingan's fist finally stopped a foot behind Pei Minute. This was because Pei Min's 4th life source flying sword was hovering between Chen Pingan's eyebrows, just an inch away. The flying sword was still, but where the sword tip pointed, Chen Pingan's blooded face seemed to have been washed clean by a basin of sword qi. There was no more blood, but an extremely tiny hole appeared between his eyebrows. Pei Minute slowly turned around and smiled. "Do you think it's not worth it to exchange your life for an injury?" Chen Pingan retracted his fist and raised his palm to press against his eyebrows. With a thought, the sword and scabbard drew an arc at the same time, circling around Pei Minute and flying towards Chen Pingan. Finally, the sword returned to its scabbard and was grasped by Chen Pingan's right hand. At the same time, the moon in the well that had transformed into countless swords finally gathered back into one sword. With a flash, it returned to the life source acupuncture point. However, the bird in the cage was still not put away. Pei Minute asked, "Do you know why I am here, why I attacked, and why I held back?" Chen Pingan nodded. Pei Minute finally understood the agreement with Zhu Zi back then. The person that Lu Tai needed to kill in the future was never far away. Both times, he was always right in front of him. Lu Tai had the 2 flying swords that had the advantage of attacking first and attacking later, but it was still not enough. He still needed to impart the sword techniques to him. And this young man in front of him had asked for the sword tonight. Other than that brainless sword attack, he probably wanted to return the favor. It was possible that he did not have the intention of practicing beforehand. In addition, Pei Minute did not mind this, so he went with the flow and gave him the sword techniques of the 3 life source flying swords. As for how much he could learn, it would depend on Chen Pingan's ability. If his ability was not good enough and he died or was seriously injured, he could not blame anyone else. If Pei Minute really wanted to kill him, the immortal-level white-clothed youth from the Heavenly Palace Temple could stop him, but he was destined to be unable to. Pei Minute had previously told Duke Shen Jiao Shizhen that someone would not be able to save someone from 1,000 miles away. And this someone was, of course, Chen Ping'an's senior martial brother, Zhuozhuo. Chen Ping'an put down the left hand that was pressing between his eyebrows and suddenly made a strange movement. Combining a finger sword technique, he imitated Pei Min's sword chi flow. He put 2 fingers together and gently poked. Pei Minute shook his head. It's just a bit similar. Later, even the sword cultivator Lu Fang could not learn it, let alone other martial artists. That infatuated man with decent swordsmanship could barely be considered an unofficial disciple of Pei Minute. Pei Minute was unwilling to teach him more swordsmanship, so Lu Fang had specially made a trip to Lotus Blossom Blessed Land for this finger sword technique. Chen Ping'an understood in his heart. The Lotus Flower Blessed Land's Mirror Heart House had this finger sword technique that was world-renowned. It seemed that the ancestor of this sword technique was Pei Minute. Of course, the power of the two was worlds apart. The martial artists of the Mirror Heart House only learned a little. Pei Minute raised one hand and condensed a fist-sized stream of water in his palm. He poured it back into the riverbed and then asked a question. Chen Ping'an, are you a mute? Except for the gate of the Heavenly Palace Temple, the young man said a few words of courtesy. After that fight, he did not say a word from beginning to end. Chen Ping'an shook his head. Pei Minute smiled slightly. Chen Ping'an immediately hung his sword at his waist and clasped his fist. Swordsman Chen Ping'an greets Howren Pei Minute first. He called himself swordsman. He also called the other's name, but it was still an honorific that carried a lot of weight. Pei Minute put his hands behind his back and walked slowly by the stream. Chen Ping'an silently followed, half a figure behind. His breathing was heavy and his steps were unsteady. There were too many injuries on his body, and they were definitely not light. If he had suffered the same level of injuries, Pei Minute might not be able to walk like him. Pei Minute suddenly said, "Are you deliberately stalling for time to get some clues from Jiao Shizhen through your student?" Chen Ping'an asked in return, why would Senior be together with the leader of the moon-supporting Mountain's 100 Sword Immortals? Pei Minute also asked in return, shouldn't you be curious about why Feiran asked me to pass the sword to you after you read the secret letter? Since all the plans have come to light, does it make a difference whether or not Taoist Long Ju is killed? As for why Feiran did this, I am really curious. What is the relationship between the two of you? Chen Ping'an let out a sigh of relief. Nothing much. We just met face to face twice, both inside and outside the battlefield. Pei Minute nodded. So you wanted to confirm the details of my agreement with Feiran. Why, are you worried that I am a spy from the wilderness? Chen Ping'an said, I boldly asked you to confirm this matter. Pei Minute said in shock, you are confident that you can escape from my sword? Chen Ping'an did not give an answer. Saying that he was young and ignorant was not sincere enough. Saying that bragging was not against the law, but it was very likely that he would be stabbed again. He might as well not say anything. Moreover, at this moment, saying anything would cause his entire body to hurt. Pei Minute intentionally did not leave too much sword energy in Chen Ping'an's world. Therefore, Chen Ping'an could still endure the pain and slowly peel off the sword energy bit by bit before storing it in his heaven and earth sleeve. Previously, outside the temple, he had instructed Kui Dongshan to pay attention to the white jade hairpin he had left behind after storing the caged sparrow world. He had to quickly store it in his bag. If the caged sparrow world was destroyed and there was no white jade hairpin, he told Kui Dongshan to ignore everything else and focus on escaping to the south as quickly as possible so that he could meet up with Jiang Shangzhen as soon as possible. Therefore, when Kui Dongshan was isolated from the world, he would immediately send a flying sword message to Jiang Shangzhen. The contents of the secret letter would definitely not be much. It would probably be something along the lines of come quickly and ask Pei Minute for the sword. At that time, if Chen Ping'an still had the strength to fight, he could walk out of the white jade hairpin that Kui Dongshan had temporarily kept and join forces with Kui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen. Even though he was already seriously injured, Chen Ping'an still left himself a chance of survival. In fact, the previous battle was only a dangerous process of asking for the sword. In fact, it was not really dangerous. Chen Ping'an was only afraid that if Pei Minute was really a chess piece that Wen Haizhou had secretly left behind in Tongya continent, or if he was a comrade of the immortal Han Yushu, Pei Minute would not care and directly choose to kill him with a sword with all his strength as an ascendant realm sword cultivator. Pei Minute was willing to use a section of the umbrella handle to ask for the sword in the Yellow Flower Temple. It seemed that he did not have much killing intent. However, in Chen Ping'an's view, it was due to the appearance of his student, Kui Dongshan, that made Pei Minute afraid. Kui Dongshan also exposed his opponent's identity with one sentence. He brought out the three people, left and right, Liu Shiliu, and Bai Yi, and put on a death-seeking posture. It was also a divine hand. Kui Dongshan was clearly telling Pei Minute that he and his student had come prepared tonight. Therefore, when it came to playing chess, whether it was placing a piece outside the Heavenly Palace Temple or knowing that he was facing Pei Minute, he could still calculate people's minds. In terms of chess skills, this student was his teacher's teacher. Pei Minute sighed. I know you're still skeptical. It's normal. I'm afraid of trouble. I'm not worried that you'll complain to the Confucian Temple. It's just that I haven't fulfilled my promise, so I can't just leave here casually. I don't mind telling you something. I can be considered as one of Lu Tai's teachers. That child is a sword cultivator, but he's afraid of heights. In fact, it's not a pretense. It's because when he was young, he found a sword manual that I wrote in the secret realm of the Lu clan's library. The so-called sword manual is actually the 4 essence sword essences of the 4 natal flying swords. That child foolishly asked for the sword. Besides dropping his cultivation level, his Dao heart was also damaged. Otherwise, if he was an ordinary sword cultivator, with his talent and the Lu clan's wealth, he would have become a nascent soul realm sword immortal. Chen Ping'an said, I understand. Senior's whereabouts will not be spread. For a junior to be so tactful, Pei Minute couldn't bear to see it. However, Chen Ping'an said, I know Lu Tai. He's the sword cultivator Liu Cai, who's also one of the 10 youths. Someone wants to target me, and their methods are ingenious. They won't let me suffer. So it's fine. I can wait. I'm not waiting for Liu Cai, but for the mastermind. Lotus Blossom Blessed Land's Mirror Heart Chambers Finger Sword Technique. It was a small matter, but it was a small matter. Especially with the addition of one of Lu Tai's teachers, the clues became clearer. Finally, Chen Ping'an found a complete clue. The Great Spring Dynasty, Madame Huan Shuo, and the naturally seductive Empress Yarou Jinji. In the central divine continent of the vast world, there was a heavenly palace temple in the dynasty where Mr. Bayer and Pei Minute came from. There was a story about the Empress praying for rain in the Heavenly Palace Temple. Pei Minute also left behind a story in the Heavenly Palace Temple. Back in his hometown, Chen Ping'an chose to stop when he met Yarou Jinji because of a falling locust tree leaf. Before mistakenly entering the lotus flower blessed land in the Tongya continent, he first explored the strange secret realms similar to the paper white blessed land. And even earlier, in the Eagle Fortress, the man who used the camouflage technique had indeed shown his face. At that time, he brushed shoulders with Chen Ping'an. At that time, Chen Ping'an only felt that it was strange, but he didn't think too deeply. But even if he did, Chen Ping'an couldn't think too far ahead. It seemed like Pei Minute, the existence of the Heavenly Palace Temple itself was a kind of greeting, a kind of reminder. It seemed that the man who gave Chen Ping'an candid haws when he was young had foreshadowed many things in advance with him. It just depended on whether Chen Ping'an was willing, whether he could think a few more steps, whether he could remember, and whether he could believe that all kinds of incredible what ifs were really what ifs everywhere. Back when he traveled with Lu Tai once joked that because he looked down on Chen Ping'an's blade-strengthening gourd, Lu Tai personally said that he had an ancestor of the blade-strengthening gourd. So when he heard that there were 10 young people, Chen Ping'an connected them to the sword cultivator Liu Cai. Lu Tai, Pei Minute, Tongyi Continent, Great Spring Dynasty not far from the entrance of the Taoist Temple. Yarou Jinji also successfully became an emperor after praying for rain in the Heavenly Palace Temple. They were all small and scattered clues. Just like when they were traveling, Li Huai was only interested in the thrilling fighting scenes of the heroes in a Jianghu novel. Little Treasure Bottle was more interested in the small characters who didn't even have a chance to say a word in the book, as well as the mountains and rivers that were like birds persuading guests. In fact, both were fine. But if one could be so casual in reading a book, Chen Pinggan had to keep his eyes wide open for fear of missing a word. Pei Minute asked for no reason, "How much swordsmanship did you learn from your senior brother?" Chen Pinggan answered honestly, "Less than 10%. After Pei Min's small world of sword qi was casually broken by the teacher, and the teacher followed Pei Minute to another place, Kui Dongshan first sent a message to the Mount of Divine Seal, and then returned to the outside of the meditation room. He climbed over the wall and strode forward to the old man standing at the door, the Duke of the Great Spring Dynasty. It seemed that he was so frightened by the sword light that he didn't dare to move at the door like a dumb goose. The young man in white put his hands on his hips. When he was about 10 steps away from the door, he said angrily, "What are you looking at?" A son looking at his father with 2 lines of tears. "Then why don't you cry?" Gao Shizhen smiled. Without old Pei to protect the door, the old man already felt a little cold in the wind and rain. The young man in white twisted his waist and jumped 5 or 6 steps away from the meditation room. With his back facing Gao Shizhen, he pointed at the place where he was standing before, raised his sleeves, and scolded himself, "So what if I'm looking at you?" It's natural for a father to look at his son. When the young man in white turned around and Gao Shizhen saw his face, he was in a daze and his body swayed. The old man had to reach out to hold the door. Kui Dongshan snapped his fingers and removed the camouflage on Gao Shui's face. He grinned and said, "Old Gao, you don't know this, but I'm fated to meet that Gao guy." Gao Shizhen said in a low voice, "He has a student like you. Some jokes can't be made." Kui Dongshan nodded hard and said, "Are you surprised? Old Gao, are you angry?" As he spoke, the face turned into Gao Shui's face again. Gao Shizhen narrowed his eyes. He put one hand on the door and the other hand behind his back. "If you think it's fun, then continue." That Gao Shui beat his chest and stamped his feet. "I'm already so old. I have to send my son off. I'm so unfilial. I deserve to die." Gao Shizhen said coldly, "Is it fun?" Kui Dongshan smiled and moved sideways. A young man in white walked out, but left a Gao Shui in the same place. The heavy rain fell on the young man and he quickly became a drowned rat. The young man was silent and sad. He just stared at Gao Shizhen blankly. In the young man's eyes, there was guilt, resentment, nostalgia, reluctance, and pleading. The young man in white continued to move sideways step by step. He kept moving away from the young man. Gao Shizhen lowered his head and murmured, "I beg you to stop your spell." Slowly raising his head, Gao Shizhen turned his body sideways. This old and doddering duke inadvertently bent down more. With a gloomy look, he said, "Immortal master, please come in and have a seat." Kui Dongshan smiled and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to take a look? This is a rare opportunity. If you miss it, you won't get another chance." Gao Shizhen shook his head and took the lead to walk into the house. Kui Dongshan let that Gao Shui move and stand by the window. Entering the room, Kui Dongshan sat in the chair that Pei Minute had been sitting in. Stretching his neck, Kui Dongshan looked at the large illness written on the paper and nodded. "Old Gao, you really should come to this temple to treat your illness." Kui Dongshan put his hands on the chair and began to move the chair. According to legend, Pei Min's swordsmanship was to throw the sword into the clouds. The sword light penetrated the sky and landed on another continent. It could compete with the sun and the moon. Gao Shizhen said, "This is a peaceful place for Buddhists." Kui Dongshan smiled. "When the heart is calm, it's a peaceful place for Buddhists. It's okay if the heart is not calm. It's useful to burn incense in the temple and copy scriptures in the meditation room. But if the heart is bad, no matter how much you kowtow to the Bodhisattva, the holy mountain is still far away. I'm more afraid that the heart is bad and doesn't know it. Praying for blessings won't work. Instead, they will blame the Bodhisattva for not helping them. Who do you think is reasonable?" Gao Shizhen said, "What do you want to ask? What do you want? Just say it." Kui Dongshan stopped the chair and crossed his arms. His white sleeves hung down and changed his posture. He leaned his body and put his elbow on the chair handle. He rested his chin on one hand. Just say it. Will it be your turn to say it when your old housekeeper comes back? The Duke of Shan public house is getting worse with each generation. The one outside the window is not as good as the one in the house. The one in the house is not as good as the one in the tomb. Jiao Shuzhen closed his eyes and became silent. Kui Dongshan laughed. Brother Jiao, you're really angry. It's not worth it. The young man outside the window began to reach out and knock on the window as if he was knocking on the heart. He kept repeating the words in his heart in the rain. Don't die. Jiao Shuzhen couldn't help but cry. He looked up at the window. Kui Dongshan raised his eyebrows and thought, interesting. Elder Gao's acting skills are pretty good. Kui Dongshan was still worried about the battle situation of Mr. Li, so he was not in the mood to compete with Jiao Shuzhen in acting skills. Therefore, he sighed and said, okay, don't pretend to be sad. Jiao Shui's body was brought back to Mirage City that year. Therefore, it's certain that Duke's mansion secretly made a golden body for Jiao Shui. You can't hide it. In the future, when you deal with me more, you will know how to fool me. In fact, it's harder to fool a ghost. Jiao Shuzhen's eyes instantly turned cold. He turned his head and stared at the young man in white who was talking without thinking. When the young man in white was no longer frivolous, perhaps because of his fair skin and snow-white clothes, his pair of eyes looked particularly deep. But I'm more curious about one thing. As long as the three of us work together, we can give it a try. Chen Pinggan shook his head. It's not necessary. Let's go back to the Yellow Flower Temple first. I'll tell you the details on the way. However, when we enter the Mirage City's mountain and water array, you will do it. Before leaving, Chen Pinggan faced the Heavenly Palace Temple, bowed his head, and put his palms together. Kui Dongshan had no choice but to follow his teacher's example and pay his respects to the Dharma outside the mountain gate. The two of them rode the wind extremely slowly. Chen Pinggan described in detail the process of pay minute suppressing the immortals. Kui Dongshan listened attentively and silently remembered it in his heart. Seeing that the teacher was no longer talking, Kui Dongshan asked in a low voice, Teacher, back then, did you feel that there was something wrong with the old housekeeper standing beside Jiao Shuzhen? Chen Pinggan shook his head. I couldn't see the depth, so I didn't pay too much attention. Back then, Chen Pinggan was not a sword cultivator, and his martial arts realm was not high enough. He only remembered an old man standing beside Duke Shan with an umbrella. He had a calm aura, so he mistook him for a martial arts master who lived in seclusion. Kui Dongshan sighed. Teacher, you still like to treat people with courtesy. If it were me, given my temper, I would have already given that old pay a good beating. In the pugilistic world, a young man can beat an old master to death with his fists. Even if I couldn't beat him to death, I would have scared him to death. Chen Pinggan couldn't help but say, now, even if you join me and Jiang Shangzhen to deal with pay minute, the chance of winning is still very small. If the three of us can escape without dying, we will win. There is a way to exchange lives, and there is a way to escape. Kui Dongshan nodded and then shook his head. He crossed his arms and snorted. It's like this today, but at most in 100 years, it will still be just the three of us. If two of us join forces, one of us only needs to guard the array from afar, and we can beat pay minute until he has nowhere to run. He can only kneel on the ground and shout, I am not a sword cultivator, and I am not that damned pay minute. I don't know him at all, so you must have found the wrong person. Chen Pinggan said helplessly, be careful with your words. Kui Dongshan grunted and turned to clap his hands in praise. Regardless, for pay minute to be willing to use all his flying swords in Q-sword tonight, it shows how good his sword arts are and how much more insightful he is. Especially that water immortal that is even more cunning than a water ghost. Pay minute definitely wouldn't use it easily. Although the one with the greatest lethality is still the realm breaker that pay minute used to kill sword cultivators on the mountain, he still used water immortal the fewest times. What a far-sighted pay minute. What a good plan. If Q-sword only used divine firmament tonight, or if he added in Q-sword, he would be too stingy. It wouldn't sound good if word got out. When teacher becomes invincible in the future, Pei Minute wouldn't have the face to say that he sparred with teacher in sword arts years ago. Now that he has used all 4 swords, Pei Minute will have the confidence to brag to others in the future. To be able to use all 4 swords while guiding others in sword arts. Then he must have risked half his life to fight great sword immortal Chen in Q-sword. Chen Pinggan looked even more dispirited. He said softly, "I'm sleepy after listening to your nonsense." Kui Dongshan immediately shut up and didn't disturb teacher's rest. In the meditation room, Jiao Shuzhen staggered towards the old butler and reached out to grab Pei Min's arm. She said in a trembling voice, "Old Pei, please save Shuyi." Pei Minute looked at the pitiful old man. Duke Shen's residence had already chosen a river and a mountain to be next to each other. Pei Minute didn't break free from Jiao Shuzhen's grip. He sighed, "Have you ever thought that if you weren't afraid of Chen Ping'an's words, Jiao Shuyi would have died a second time once he was bestowed the title of mountain deity, established his own mansion, and became the mountain deity prefect? Even if he relied on the demon army or successfully joined Feiran, can he really survive now that the Yarrow family and the academy are digging up old scores? No matter what, we have to cherish our blessings." Jiao Shuzhen's face was gloomy. She gritted her teeth and said, "What Chen Pinggan? He is Feiran. Whether Chen Pinggan is Feiran or not, is it still important to you and your father?" "It's not important at all." He couldn't even defend a single point, yet he still wanted to ask for more. To think that he deliberately allowed Chen Pinggan to not remove the small world. The two of them strolled and chatted for a long time. Pei Minute sighed, took a step back, and disappeared in a flash, leaving only one sentence. "Since you're already old, you should think more about those old sayings. Do your best and take care of yourself." At Yellow Flower Temple, there was a frightening heavy rain tonight. Liu Maro almost fell apart when he was pushed along with his chair. He vomited blood and stood up shakily. The chair broke into pieces. A flying sword was left in the room, hovering in midair. Liu Maro recognized Chen Ping'an's intrinsic flying sword with its green sword beam. It could guard against people and protect Yarrow Shenji in the main room at the same time. Liu Maro glanced at the pool of blood on the wall. The outcome was already set. Chen Pinggan would not act to such an extent. Otherwise, Liu Maro would feel that this sword immortal was not too smart, but too bored and had a hole in his head. If the existence of a natal flying sword was the dividing line between a sword cultivator and a chi refinement warrior, then the natal flying sword cultivator would be a natal flying sword cultivator. Then, whether a land immortal could easily control the mountains and rivers was a touchstone for an earth immortal's aptitude and the level of spells. And whether they could use the heaven and earth sleeve was a more obvious difference between a jade realm cultivator and an earth immortal in the middle 5 realms, golden core and nascent soul. Then, except for the 3 sects and the military school, which were respectively guarding the academies, Taoist temples, and battlefield ruins, and the chi cultivators guarding the mountain and water tactical array of the ancestral hall of immortals, whether a chi cultivator in the upper 5 states could build a complete small world with a flawless great way was not decided by the level of his realm. Some talented cultivators in the unpolished jade state could build a small world, but some cultivators in the ascendant state could not do it. As the prince of the Great Spring sect, Liu Maro knew some inside stories about cultivation. The first thing Liu Maro did after getting up was to go to the bookshelf and carefully adjust the subtle position of each book. After making sure that everything was back to normal, Liu Maro felt better. But when he saw the empty space on the bookshelf, Liu Maro did not feel sorry for the other books, but he really felt sorry for the few ancient books of calculation. Glancing at the pile of broken chairs, Liu Maro felt a little uncomfortable. However, the broom and dustpan were in the room of the 2 disciples. As for where they were placed, he did not pay attention to it. For no reason, he remembered that Chen Pinggan would pay attention to the bamboo pole to dry clothes. Liu Maro was a little disappointed by this comparison. It was reasonable to lose to this person and fall into the trap set by the other party step by step. He had schemed and worked hard to be a person full of evil tricks, but in the end, he was not as smart as a good person. This kind of thing was quite helpless. Liu Mao had never been so dispirited before. This state of mind was not due to mental exhaustion. Even when his nominal father Liu Zhen, who was actually his elder brother, kicked him to the curb and banished him to a deserted yellow flower temple, Liu Mao had never been so dispirited. He even thought that his elder brother would remember his usefulness one day after he secured his position on the throne. Later on, his elder brother, who had only changed his clothes for a few years, secretly emptied the national treasury and ran away. The reason why he did not take Yarou Jinji with him, according to Feiran, seemed to be that his elder brother and Yarou Jinji were a match made in heaven, but in fact, they were fated to clash. Then, who was the one who tampered with and concealed the divination back then? It became very interesting. The master of the Yarou family? Liu Tsong? Duke Shen Gao Shizhen? Liu Mao did not care whether the flying sword understood or not. He said, "Don't worry, I won't run." Then, he pushed open the window and shouted, "Magistrate, there is wine in the main room. Bring a few jugs over and let's talk." Yarou Xianji stood up and walked to the door of the main room. "Where is Mr. Chen?" Liu Mao said, "He is busy and told you to wait for him. If you are worried about your situation and think that Mr. Chen has been killed by me, you can go back first. I won't stop you." Yarou Xianji sneered, "It is a waste that the third prince is not setting up a stall under the bridge to tell stories." Yarou Xianji hesitated, then turned to rummage through the cabinets in the side room and found wine. He carried 2 jugs of wine and quickly walked down the steps to the side room. He entered the room and glanced at the bloodstains on the wall. Without batting an eyelid, he threw a jug of wine to Liu Mao. Liu Mao took the jug and smiled. "You didn't fight to the death with me, nor did you call people in. Magistrate, you're much calmer than I thought." Yarou Xianji sneered. "I just believe in Mr. Chen. With your brain, you can't even withstand a slap from Mr. Chen." Liu Mao opened the jug and took a sip. He had not drunk wine for too many years and only felt that it was spicy and hard to swallow. He coughed twice and wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. He leaned against the desk and smiled. In the magistrate's office, the old foxes are not easy to deal with. Yarou Xianji only drank and did not answer. Liu Mao's brain was not good, but it was only with Mr. Chen. Yarou Xianji felt that it was very useful with him, who was alone. Liu Mao seemed to be chatting with an old friend at the table. He chuckled and said, "When you first became the magistrate, did you also have lofty ambitions? At first, everything was going smoothly, but in the end, you suffered a huge loss for no reason. In the end, you realized that you were not in the right. Then, the atmosphere in the magistrate's office suddenly became strange." "Yarou Xianji, do you know what your biggest problem is?" Yarou Xianji made up his mind. "You can talk your nonsense, I will just drink my wine." Liu Mao answered his own question. "You place too much importance on your identity as a descendant of the Yarou family. The more you place importance on it, the more those people from the government who have cultivated to become elites will know how to manipulate a magistrate. The more you don't want to distance yourself from the military general Yarou Xianji on the battlefield, the more you won't be able to adapt to the peaceful officialdom without the flash of blades and shadows of swords. But I also know that this is only to make you feel aggrieved. What really makes you panic is the actions of some of your fellow soldiers on the battlefield. You know that they are in the wrong, but you don't know how to persuade them, how to open your mouth, or how to end the situation." Yarou Xianji raised his head, his face gloomy. He said angrily, "Shut up." Liu Mao smiled and said, "Actually, His Majesty the Emperor can teach you how to conduct yourself in the officialdom. With his intelligence, he will definitely be able to teach you. It's just that he is too busy. Plus, you are crippled and your age is similar, so he is too busy. Although this kind of magistrate who is in charge of the capital's patrol matters is not doing his job well, His Majesty the Emperor will be very assured." "Don't glare at me, Yarou Xianji might not think this way. She is doing this based on intuition, she doesn't need to think too much. Just like how the previous Emperor Liu Zhen died and how your grandfather was assassinated, she doesn't need to think too much about it. A long period of good luck, in addition to always having good intuition, is luck. As for that Yarou Lingji, it's better not to teach you. She can still get along with the heroes of the Jianghu, but when it comes to the officialdom, she is still at a loss. This woman is a good person, but she is a bit stupid. Unfortunately, her taste in men is not good. She married a scholar who is an embroidered pillow. I heard that he has good looks, and he even came in third. In the end, he blindly kicked up a fuss with Li Shilling and purposely targeted you. Using this as an invitation, he wants to gain a place among the officials. He's such a fool that Li Shilling doesn't even dare to put him in an important position. What Li Shilling needs is someone who can stand by Magistrate Yarrow's side. That way, he can push away the next magistrate after you with all his might. As long as this brat can push him away, it'll be my loss. Ian, you actually didn't glare at me. It seems like you think the same. Regardless of whether you are a good person or a bad person, we have the same view. Let's toast and drink. Liu Maro raised the wine pot in his hand with a smile. Yarrow Xianji stopped drinking and only glanced at Daoist Longju from the corner of his eyes. If your guts are not rotten, you are more than qualified to be the capital's magistrate. Liu Mao's mouth twitched. He stretched out 2 fingers and tugged at the plain Daoist robe on his body. Magistrate? How did the Mr. Chen you admire the most call me? Your Highness the Third Prince, how can you, a lower first-rank duke, compare? I have a share of civil officials, generals, and Jianghu to myself. Don't forget, before I left the capital for the northern Jin Kingdom's Jinhuang Manor, who was the one who spent a full 3 years leading people to the north and south, helping our great Quan dynasty behind the scenes to compile the 400 scrolls of the Yuanzhen 12th Year Chronicle? At this point, Liu Maro raised his arm and raised the wine pot towards the window. Then, he silently took a sip of wine, as if he was toasting the Liu Maro of the past. The former third prince was proficient in calculations and obsessed with geomancy. In private, he even made a promise with his elder brother that in the future, he would make Liu Maro, the vassal king, compile a great work that would be passed down through the ages for the great Quan dynasty. Yarrow Xianji was puzzled. Why are you suddenly talking to me so openly about your ancestors' graves? What are you trying to remedy? Does Mr. Chen want to kill you? That can't be, right? You are now a good-for-nothing. Liu Maro clicked his tongue. I didn't know you were such a chatterbox. I haven't seen you in so many years, so my impression of you has always been that of a hothead. The unkempt man with sideburns in front of him used to be a bright-eyed youth. Liu Maro fell silent just like that. Yarrow Xianji suddenly said, on the way here, Mr. Chen asked about your past. He said that the Big Thin Book was compiled very well, and he also said that he didn't believe it was Liu Mao's work. Liu Maro laughed and raised his head to take a sip of wine. In this life, people who were infatuated were afraid that they would accidentally remember someone while drinking at the table. In this life, people were most afraid that they would suddenly understand something. Liu Maro said, Yarrow Xianji, have you ever thought that one day, whether it's you or me, we will all be characters in one of Chen Ping'an's books? When the books get thicker and thicker, we will become more and more insignificant. Yarrow Xianji shook his head. You are almost like that. I am different from you. Mr. Chen can rush to Mirage City today for my grandfather. When I am old in the future, no matter how busy Mr. Chen is, he will still come to find me and drink with me for the last time. If I ask Mr. Chen to bring any immortal wine in the letter, Mr. Chen will definitely help me bring some wine. How can you compare? What do you know? Liu Maro smiled and nodded. After a moment of silence, he asked, do you feel better after talking like this? Yarrow Xianji held back for a long time before cursing. Liu Maro was about to laugh when he saw the flying sword flash and disappear without a trace. He turned his head and saw a white cloth hanging upside down by the window. There was also a head hanging there. Liu Maro was stunned for a long time. Chen Ping'an crossed the threshold with his hands in his sleeves. I didn't expect Daoist Longju to be so good at talking. Liu Maro was relieved and bowed. You are making a fool of yourself. Kui Dongshan climbed through the window and entered the house. Chen Ping'an nodded. Kui Dongshan flicked his sleeves to disperse the camouflage spell, revealing the extremely valuable and extremely hot book collection seal. Kui Dongshan was in high spirits as he stared at the private seal. He carefully used his flying sword to draw a dozen golden lightning pools, layer by layer, and finally formed a sword array. Only then did he put the seal of the old bookworm that had once collected 3 million books into his sleeve. Kui Dongshan said in his mind, "Mister, I may need to go to the Merit Forest. Ju Fei just happened to come, so I will let him accompany Master back home." Chen Pinggan asked, "Why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you go back to Luo Po Mountain first?" Kui Dongshan nodded. "It is urgent. But don't worry, mister. I will hurry to Luopa Mountain as soon as possible. Before that, I can accompany Mr. to Yarrow Mansion. Then Mr. can go and pick up eldest senior sister and the others. I will help Mr. clean up the mess in Mirage City before leaving. In any case, it can be easily settled in half a day at most. It's just Daoist Longju, Liu Tsong from the water prison, and Dukshan Mansion without pay. Liu Maro was originally relieved, but for some reason, after seeing this strange white-clothed youth, his heartstrings tightened again. It was just like when he saw Chen Pinggan, who had just visited Yellow Flower Temple. The white-clothed youth suddenly turned his head and glared at Liu Maro. He spun his sleeve and said angrily, "What are you looking at? Little stinky cow nose, do you know that I have seen the old ancestor of the stinky cow nose? He and I call each other brothers. We're good brothers of the same generation. So hurry up and call me old ancestor." Liu Maro turned his head and looked at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan actually directly brought Yarrow Xianji away, leaving behind a sentence, "You finish this conversation first. I will follow the prefectural magistrate back to the Yarrow residence. You can catch up later." Kui Dongshan puffed out his chest and said loudly, "Got it." When the teacher walked out of Yellow Flower Temple, Kui Dongshan leaned against the window to make sure the door was closed. He pricked up his ears to make sure the teacher was far away. Only then did he turn around and listen to the slight snoring of the two beloved disciples of Daoist Longju. He nodded lightly and took out a spider from his sleeve. It was emerald green in color and exuded the light of spring. With a flick of his finger, the small spider the size of a fingernail shot out like an arrow. It lay on the window and quickly weaved a large web. Liu Maro glanced at it and his forehead immediately broke out in sweat. Within the spiderweb, there was a vague image of a graceful woman who was over an inch tall. They wore red dresses and ribbons, and their figures were faintly discernible in the clouds. They were graceful and charming, but their eyes were blurred. In the end, they turned into wisps of green smoke and seeped through the window, entering the dreams of the two people who were sleeping soundly. The white-clothed youth grabbed Daoist Longju's arm again and said with a smile, "I'll send you into the dream just like that." Although Liu Maro didn't know what would happen once he entered the dreamland and was entangled by the spring dream spider's web, he was still covered in cold sweat. He braced himself and said, "Immortal Master, please ask. Liu Maro will tell you everything I know." Kui Dongshan's mouth twitched. With a light tug, he pulled Liu Mao's soul out of the leather bag. Liu Maro said telepathically, "Don't involve them. Immortal Master, please use another method." Kui Dongshan shook his head. "Trust me, you'll only regret it more after this." Liu Maro said, "At least I won't regret it now." Kui Dongshan looked at him. Liu Maro helplessly called out, "Ancestor." Kui Dongshan laughed and scolded, "Daoist Longs, which is truly frightening." Kui Dongshan waved his sleeves, and the broken chair on the ground reassembled. Kui Dongshan sat down on the chair, kicked off his boots, and sat cross-legged. Then, he stared at Liu Maro in a daze. Kui Dongshan first waved his hand and put away the spring dream spider. After a long silence, he suddenly asked, "Do you know that I know that you don't know that I know that you don't know that I don't know that I don't know?" Liu Maro was dumbfounded. Outside Yellow Flower Temple, on the way back, Yarrow Xianji borrowed 2 umbrellas from the spy hidden near Yellow Flower Temple since Mr. Chen seemed to want to take a walk back. The two of them walked side by side with umbrellas. Just as they reached the main entrance of the Yarrow residence, the white-clothed youth had already appeared beside Chen Pinggan. He laughed in his heart, "Mister, I've finally met that Feiran. There are so many details that even Liu Maro himself doesn't remember them clearly. He really has the memory of the left guardian of Riding Dragon Alley. Then I went to the water dungeon and met that Liu Tsong. When I used the camouflage technique in the corridor outside the dungeon, I flirted and flirted while letting out a series of loud farts. Liu Tsong's dog eyes almost popped out of their sockets. I reckon that in the future, when he meets a girl he likes, his admiration and love will be greatly reduced. What a pity. I've caused the world to lose half of its infatuated lover. Of course, I didn't dare delay official business. I obtained the Imperial Jade Seal from Liu Tsong and secretly placed it somewhere in Yellow Flower Temple. Chen Pinggan rubbed his forehead. Other than the pain from the wound, he also had a headache over Kui Dongshan's actions. He asked, "Are they both crazy?" Kui Dongshan giggled and said, "How is that possible? Your student cured their insanity. When Sir leaves Yarrow Manor, I'll go to each side and strike while the iron is hot." Yarrow Xianji secretly sized up the strange white-clothed youth. Kui Dongshan suddenly leaned forward, bent down, and raised his head. His eyes were full of resentment as he said, "Magistrate, don't be like this. I'm a man." Yarrow Xianji no longer looked at the youth. After the three of them entered Yarrow Manor, Chen Pinggan suddenly said, "Dongshan, your methods have always been more roundabout than mine. You can see immediate results. It's very difficult to learn." Kui Dongshan shook his head and said seriously, "I'm only good at destroying things and destroying people's hearts. Sir, you are the exact opposite. I should learn from you." It's actually harder to learn. Chen Pinggan smiled and reached out to press down on Kui Dongshan's head, shaking it vigorously. "I'll take that as not flattery." Kui Dongshan's eyes narrowed into crescents. Although Yarrow Xianji didn't know what they were talking about, she was surprised that Mr. Chen had such a student. Could it be that she was the same as that cunning little girl Charcoal that Mr. Chen had picked up on the side of the road? When she thought of that little Charcoal called Pei Qian, Yarrow Xianji couldn't help but roll her eyes. How could there be such a clever little girl in the world? Her words and actions were all very cunning. Back then, she was only a little old, but she was able to lure a few experienced constables from Hu'er town into a ditch. In reality, Yarrow Xianji had suffered quite a few losses on her journey to the north. For example, she had almost believed that Mr. Chen was her father. But because of some unspeakable reasons, the relationship between the two parties was temporarily inconvenient to be made public. That wasn't all. For example, when little Charcoal helped Yarrow Xianji read her palm, she even said that she was a person with a hard life. Because she was born with the eye of heaven, she suffered a lot. She could always see the night patrol divine shackles parading the streets like ghosts, or something about the mountain deity getting married, or something about being able to cross the bridge of immortality at such a young age. Something about needing to carry an immortal copper coin to cross the bridge without drinking that bowl of soup. In short, everything was connected. If Mr. Chen hadn't pulled the little Charcoal girl's ear and dragged her away, then she would have stood in the distance with her arms crossed, her eyes darting around as she was lectured. Yarrow Xianji, who had been like a little chick pecking at rice, almost wanted to take out all her savings as a reward for the little girl's fortune-telling. Now that Yarrow Xianji thought of these things again, she really couldn't bear to look back. She had actually been fooled by a little girl. She didn't know if little Charcoal had changed a little after following Mr. Chen for so many years. It definitely had. After all, it was following Mr. Chen. When they arrived at the Yarrow Manor, Kui Dongshan learned about the flying sword message from the goddess of the buried river. He hesitated for a moment, then in addition to Mr. Chen's few talisman, he respectfully requested a copy of the true alchemy calligraphy from Mr. Chen. He directly flipped to the last few pages, then took out 3 golden talisman papers. In less than the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, he had drawn 3 talisman papers that also required merit. One on the left and one on the right, he pasted them high above the bed railings on both sides of the sickbed, and the last one was pasted outside the door. Finally, Kui Dongshan and Yarrow Xianji went straight to the point. "My and Mr. Chen's talisman can allow old General Mu to sleep for 1.5 years, or at most 2 years. The Yarrow Manor doesn't have to worry about old General Mu falling into a deep sleep. During this period, if we can wait for a medicinal pill of sufficient quality, old General Mu will be able to extend his life for another half a year after he wakes up. At most 7 months, and at least 5 months. However, whether or not this medicinal pill will be available, and when it will be delivered, Mr. Chen and I cannot guarantee. Moreover, we must agree beforehand that the Yarrow family will have to spend their own money to buy it, and not a single cent less. It's not that Mr. Chen and I are unwilling to spend this money, but this is the rule, and it is for old General Mu's own good. Yarrow Xianji's eyes were red. He stood in place, his lips trembling, unable to speak. He could only clench his fists and look at the white-clothed youth. The sloppy man heavily pounded his chest with his fist. Chen Pinggan, who had been sitting in his chair all this time, slowly stood up and patted Yarrow Xianji's shoulder. I hope you can still be the magistrate. Xianji, think about it carefully. If you endure for another year or two, you really won't be able to do it. At that time, whatever decision you make, I will support you. Yarrow Xianji turned around and wiped his face. He immediately turned his head and said with a smile, actually, on the way here, I've already thought about it. I won't go to the border. I'll just stay in the magistrate's position and not move. However, I must say in advance that Mr. Chen, you must save a position for me in the lower faction. Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded. Looking at the smiling man in green, Yarrow Xianji's eyes suddenly turned red again, and his face scrunched up. The sloppy man struggled to keep a straight face and said in a trembling voice, Mr. Chen, actually, I have blamed you before. I blamed you for not staying back then. I know it is unreasonable, but I can't help but think that way. If I don't drink, I will feel terrible. But when I drink, I will think that way, and it will be even worse. Chen Pinggan said softly, didn't you get through it? The more pain you can endure in the past, the more happiness you can enjoy in the future. Yarrow Xianji nodded. Chen Pinggan said, I have to rush back to Jinhuang Prefecture and go north to Tianqiu Peak. I might not be able to come to Mirage City as I have to rush back. When Grandpa Yarrow wakes up, I will definitely come again. When we meet again, you should at least shave your beard. You originally looked quite decent, but because of you, you are destined to be a bachelor. Yarrow Xianji smiled and said, when I was young, my appearance was not much different from Mr. Chen's. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, there is still a difference. Kui Dongshan nodded and said, just like now. At dawn. Kui Dongshan brought Mr. Chen Pinggan to Qintianjian secretly. After Mr. Chen Pinggan and the water god from Aquamarine Palace were done talking, they were about to leave. Mr. Chen Pinggan suddenly bowed to Liu Ru, whose golden body was mostly shattered. After straightening his back, he smiled and said, the next time I visit Aquamarine Palace, I will not forget to bring a gift. Liu Ru was shocked. She bowed and returned the greeting. She laughed and waved her hand. Then, she gave Chen Pinggan a look and said in a low voice, I know. We burn incense at the ancestral temple. Kui Dongshan was curious. Chen Pinggan glanced at Kui Dongshan, who immediately left Mirage City with Mr. Chen Pinggan. They first went south and arrived at the Cloudboat Ferry. In the end, they found that Pei Qian and the others were already waiting on it. Pei Qian had a strange expression. Seeing that the big white goose was also there, he held back and did not say anything. Kui Dongshan smiled, and Pei Qian smiled. Kui Dongshan immediately stopped smiling and suddenly widened his eyes. He turned around and scolded, Brother Ju Fei, are you not loyal? This guy was actually on the ferry. It was very likely that he had arrived on the cloud boat earlier than expected. After confirming that Q-Sword was not killed on that rainy night, he sneakily followed Mr. Chen Pinggan and did not show himself. Kui Dongshan quickly understood the mystery. There must be an extremely hidden mountain and river array hidden in the cloud boat. Naturally, it could not allow the head of the Jiang family to directly cross half a continent. However, it could definitely allow Jiang Shangzhen to travel north faster after leaving the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. What was more famous than Jiang Shangzhen's killing of immortals with a willow leaf and the affairs of the head of the Jiang family was probably this person's ability to escape. When a Qi cultivator was in the Gold Core realm, he could escape from an enemy who was 1 or even 2 realms higher than him. In fact, this could explain a lot of things. As for this old sect master of the Jade Medallion sect, he had been able to wander through the mountains and rivers of an entire continent by himself, constantly accumulating battle merit. He had been wandering here and there, constantly striking with his sword, but he had always been safe and sound. There hadn't even been a proper battle between the various armies in the wilderness. This only served to show that Jiang Shong truly was an elusive figure, difficult to deal with to a certain level. They were both in the immortal realm, but Kui Dongshan was in the immortal realm. He was extremely powerful, but he also could not detect the whereabouts of Jiang Shangzhen. Jiang Shangzhen appeared on the observation deck of a house on the ferry. He leaned on the railing and said languid, "Not long after you left the Heavenly Palace Temple, I rushed to the battlefield ruins. Brother Kui, you can't guess it, right? When I saw the two of you wandering to the Mirage City, I was reassured and ran to the temple to burn incense. Then, I accompanied a certain duke to copy scriptures. Good heavens, I didn't sleep the whole night." Duke Shen, Gao Shizhen, had encountered Chen Pinggan, Kui Dongshan, and Jiang Shangzhen one after another. In fact, it was not easy for him. He was not any easier than Liu Mao. Kui Dongshan smiled and said, "Protect my husband well." Jiang Shangzhen tilted his head slightly and imitated Pei Qian's squinting eyes. He complained, "You are talking nonsense. You are almost not like the brother Kui I know." Pei Qian looked at the old head of the Jiang family and twitched the corner of his mouth. Kui Dongshan took a big stride and stepped on the railing. His body spun, and his two snow-white sleeves madly drew circles in the air. Then, he swam away. After returning to the Mirage City, he would take a book collection seal and go to the central divine continent that he had not set foot in for more than 100 years. At least he did not forget about the little girl with the dead fish eyes, Sun Chunwang. After Sun Chunwang left Kui Dongshan's heaven and earth sleeve, she was still expressionless. She sat cross-legged on the ground and began to nourish her flying sword. Jiang Shangzhen came to Chen Ping'an's side and said seriously, "Looks like you caused quite a commotion. How are Pei Min's sword skills?" When he had received Kui Dongshan's flying sword message, Jiang Shangzhen had been shocked. "Come to the Mirage City quickly. Let's kill Pei Min it together. The position of chief consecrator is set in stone." Jiang Shangzhen did not hesitate and hurried over. He thought that after this fight, even if he was determined not to become the chief consecrator of Luopo Mountain, the young mountain lord would still have the nerve to not ask him to stay. However, Jiang Shangzhen did not expect that he would have made a wasted trip. Chen Pinggan thought for a while and said, "Extremely high." Pei Qian asked softly, "Master is injured?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "It's fine. By the way, why did you leave Jin Huang residence without waiting for me?" Pei Qian glanced at Jiang Shangzhen. Jiang Shangzhen tactfully walked away and pricked up his ears, intending to eavesdrop. They were not outsiders and were family. There was no need to be polite. Feeling that the young woman was staring at his back, Jiang Shangzhen could only turn his head and say, "I promise I won't listen." Chen Pinggan brought Pei Qian into the house. After Pei Qian sat down, he sent a voice transmission and said, "Master, guess which sword cultivator I met." Chen Pinggan thought for a while and said with a smile, "The one who assassinated old General Yarrow? His eyes are long, his lips are thin, and his looks are a little mean. As for his intrinsic flying sword, it is similar to an ordinary person's sword. It is a little strange and the sword beam is bright red." Pei Qian sighed. "Master, why can't you surprise me for once? Even if you pretend that you can't guess it, it would be good." Chen Pinggan rubbed his cheeks but soon laughed. "You did the right thing by not punching him. Apart from that, I really want to have a proper duel with him. By the way, in a year or two, I will be making a trip to the Tongya continent. I will bring you along then." Pei Qian nodded vigorously. Jiang Shangzhen nodded gently at the bow of the ship. Upon hearing this, he was greatly impressed. She was indeed the eldest senior sister of Luopa Mountain. Her skills had not diminished in the past. Pei Qian placed his arms on the table and whispered, "Master, there is actually another reason why they did not fight. When His Majesty the Great Quan Dynasty's emperor arrived at Pine Needle Lake, Prefect Zheng of Jinhuang residence received a flying sword message. For some reason, Prefect Zheng did not care about the taboos of officialdom and took the initiative to ask if we wanted to visit the Water Manor as guests. This is because Her Majesty the Water Goddess said in the secret letter that she wished to meet us. Chen Pinggan acknowledged. Actually, we did not help much back then. Prefect Zheng and Prefect Liu do not have to be so sentimental. Pei Qian thought for a while and nodded in realization. Yes, they are too polite. Let's leave that cup of wine aside for now. Jiang Shangzhen was deeply moved at the bow of the ship. Who said that? Step forward. He, Chief Ju, would be the first to disagree when he arrived at Luopa Mountain. Then the master and disciple fell silent. Pei Qian suddenly said angrily, Ju Fei? Jiang Shangzhen ran out of the corridor in a flash and whispered, Miss Pei, what are your orders? Pei Qian suddenly heard her master's inner voice. She said to the bastard outside the door, nothing much. When we arrive at Luopa Mountain, I will definitely support you to be a consecrator. If anyone dares to go against their conscience, I will be the first to disagree. Jiang Shangzhen was dumbstruck. Chen Pinggan smiled and opened the door. Jiang Shangzhen had already thought of 7 or 8 remedies in an instant, so he was confident. After sitting down, he asked with a smile, eldest senior sister, shall we drink tea or wine? Pei Qian suddenly stood up with a sincere look in her eyes. She cupped her fists and bid farewell to Jiang Shangzhen. After Pei Qian gently closed the door, Jiang Shangzhen turned to Chen Pinggan and said with emotion, Mountain Master, you have accepted a good disciple. I am so envious. Chen Pinggan said helplessly, that's enough. Pei Qian doesn't buy it. Jiang Shangzhen still said to himself, but then again, Pei Qian has the best taste. She can travel with you to 2 continents at such a young age. She can endure hardships and is sensible. On the other side of the corridor, Pei Qian rolled his eyes. You can forget about it. Back then in Tongyi continent, you endured hardships. I ate the most chestnuts, more than 80. Forget it, I can't remember. Chen Pinggan walked to the window, holding back his laughter, and whispered, Ju Fei, we will soon see old immortal Lu again. Jiang Shangzhen smiled knowingly, it's a small world. Old immortal Lu will definitely be happy to see us. Luo Po Mountain. Today, the little girl in black was in a good mood because she had a good dream last night. Therefore, she ran to a stream, untied her braid, and gathered some melon seed shells. She lay by the stream and stuck her head into the water. Then, she stood up and imitated the steps of the big white goose and Pei Qian's fist technique. She pulled a long face and shouted. She spun and floated on the rocks. Her hair spun, and the melon seed shells in her hand were thrown out like flying swords. After throwing the melon seed shells and fighting, it was another day of invincibility. The black-clothed girl ran all the way back to the shore. She carried the little golden pole and held the mountain walking staff. She swaggered to the foot of the mountain to watch the gate. Nowadays, when Xiaomi patrolled the mountain alone, other than the unshakable route and waiting for people to return home to be the first to be seen by her, Xiaomi also had another important thing to do. After watching the gate, she liked to run all the way to the Jise Peak's ancestral hall in the middle of the night. Then she would walk backwards and return to her residence to sleep. It was not just a few days, but more than half a year. Today, at the foot of the mountain, she sat on a small stool. After watching the gate, the black-clothed girl looked at the dark sky, put the small stool back to its original position, and ran to Jise Peak. When Xiaomi walked back to the stairs, Chen Lingjun, who was squatting there in a daze, asked curiously, Xiaomi, what are you doing? The black-clothed girl's cheeks puffed up. She did not speak and just walked backwards step by step. Chen Lingjun was eating melon seeds. Right, guardian, what are you doing? Tell me. Xiaomi grinned and quickly pursed her lips. Then she continued walking backwards and said in a muffled voice, I am thinking of reversing the flow of time. Think about it, when I was patrolling the mountain, I would walk forward every day. Every day, I would run forward, right? Then if I were to walk backwards every day, now that I said it, do you know why? Then you don't know how big my steps are when I was patrolling the mountain, and how small my steps are now? There is a lot to pay attention to. Chen Lingjun was stunned. He smiled and asked, is it useful? The black-clothed girl raised the hand that was holding the mountain walking staff and scratched her head. I don't think I can do much by myself. Chen Lingjun kept the melon seeds and walked to Xiaomi's side. Then I will accompany you. The black-clothed girl shook her head happily and shouted, Jing Qing, Jing Qing, Jing Qing. In the night, Chen Lingjun accompanied Xiaomi all the way to the bamboo house. Xiaomi placed the green bamboo staff and the golden carrying pole on the table and sat cross-legged. She asked softly, Are we still going together tomorrow? The black-clothed girl scratched her head and laughed. She probably thought Jing Qing would not agree. Chen Lingjun nodded, I like to sleep in. Tomorrow, go to the door and wake me up. Remember to call me a few more times. Xiaomi called out Jing Qing's name repeatedly. Then, she laid on the stone table and frowned. She mumbled, Good person, is it because the mountain chieftain thinks that our right guardian is useless and embarrassing? Is that why he doesn't want to go home? I've thought about it over and over again. The good mountain chieftain likes all of you. Jing Qing, if you accompany me for a few more days and you are still useless, I will go to the mute lake. Maybe when I go home, the good guardian will follow me home, right? A gust of wind blew across Luo Po Mountain. Then a warm voice sounded behind Xiaomi, I think something is wrong. 761. Ju Meili pricked up her ears. After waiting for a while, there was really no movement. She didn't even dare to turn her head. She sighed and looked at Chen Lingjun pitifully. She lowered her voice and said, Chen Lingjun, I'm dreaming. I must have dozed off at the mountain gate. The reason why Chen Pinggan didn't continue to speak was that according to the mountain and river rules recorded in the authentic alchemy book, after arriving at Luo Po Mountain, he immediately took out a stick of mountain and river incense as a gift to the Saint Mr. Three Mountains 9 Marquises. After Chen Pinggan silently lit the incense, the green smoke curled up, but it didn't dissipate between heaven and earth. Instead, it turned into a cloud of green mist, condensing and not dissipating. It turned into a pocket-sized mountain, like a mountain city manifested from Luo Po Mountain. However, the small Luo Po Mountain that looked like a mountain mirage only had Chen Pinggan's green figure. Chen Pinggan almost crossed half of the continent's mountains and rivers. It was equivalent to temporarily borrowing the magical power of an ascendant realm cultivator to quickly arrive at Luo Po Mountain. He could still stay for the time it takes to burn an incense, then he returned to the ferry and continued his journey north. At this moment, of course, Chen Pinggan's real body was here, but he was dragged here by the mysterious talisman of the Three Mountains. Chen Lingjun, who still looked like a child in green, opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at the master behind the black-clothed little girl. Then, Chen Lingjun thought whether it was Xiao Meili's dream or his own dream. In fact, it was hard to tell. He slapped himself hard. The slap was so loud that he flipped over. Not only did his butt leave the stone bench, but he also almost staggered and fell to the ground. Chen Pinggan took a step forward and reached out to hold Chen Lingjuan's shoulder. Then, he kicked Chen Lingjuan's butt, making this old man, who had threatened, now, in the northern peak territory, except for Luorpa Mountain, who is a match for my fist, sit back down. The black-clothed little girl rubbed her eyes and jumped up. She didn't even dare to stretch out her hand and lightly poked the good mountain master. She was afraid that it was a dream. Then, she crossed her arms and tightly knitted her thin eyebrows. She moved little by little, circling around the tall good mountain master. The little girl cried loudly, but her eyes were smiling. She carefully asked, Jing Qing, if the two of us work together, will we be even more invincible? Will the long river of light really flow backwards? No, that's not right. The good mountain master used to be young, but now he looks taller and older. Did we not grow eyes at the back of our heads and accidentally take a wrong path? Chen Pinggan bent down and pressed on Xiao Meili's head. He smiled and said, It's not a dream. I'm really back. But after the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, I still have to return to a nameless mountain slightly south of the center of the Aquarius continent. But at most a month, I can return home with Pei Qian and the rest. I'm not in a hurry to come see you, so I used the talisman I just learned. Ju Meili hugged Chen Pinggan and cried, Bring me along, we'll go together and return together. Chen Pinggan was a little helpless. He rubbed the little girl's head. He kept his waist bent and raised his head. He waved his hand and greeted them. He smiled and said, "Everyone has worked hard." Chief Butler Zhu Lian, Chief Judge Chang Ming and Northern Mountain Lord Wei Pai all sensed the unusual scenery of the mountains and rivers. They all rushed over to the bamboo house to check it out. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Young master is even more manly now. The fairies and heroines of the world are in for a treat." Chang Ming, who was dressed in a snow-white robe, curtsied and smiled sweetly. Chang Ming greets master. Wei Pai was deeply moved. He joked, "You're finally back. Seems like Xiao Mili's contribution is the greatest." Chen Pinggan couldn't even move. Xiao Mili was just like back then at Mute Lake. She had made up her mind to stick to him. Chen Lingjun finally came back to his senses. With snot and tears all over his face, he shouted, "Master," and ran toward Chen Pinggan. In the end, Chen Pinggan reached out and pressed his head down. He twisted it gently and slapped the chair back. He laughed and scolded, "Well done, Shujiang. You've grown up." Chen Lingjun immediately felt a little guilty. He coughed a few times and was a little envious of Xiaomi. He knocked on the stone table with his finger and said seriously, "Right, Guardian, this is outrageous. Didn't my master say that he'll be going on a long journey in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn? Hurry up and let my master discuss serious matters with the three of them. Ayo, look, isn't this Lord Wei of the Northern Mountains? It's Brother Wei who has graced us with his presence. My apologies for not going out to meet you and not treating you with wine. My apologies for my lack of manners. Sai, who asked Nwanshu to not be on the mountain?" Wei Pai smiled and nodded. Chen Lingjun chuckled. "Look at how capable you are. A northern mountain lord who isn't much bigger than a bowl is still a guest in my Luo Po mountain. Don't you know that? In the future, I won't even care if you beg me to go to the Cloudy Mountain or whatever night banquet." Once his master returned home, Chen Lingjuan's backbone immediately became firm and unyielding. He wasn't afraid of anyone. Xiao Mili was finally willing to let go of her hand. She bounced around Chen Pinggan, calling him the Good Mountain Lord over and over again. The Good Mountain Lord didn't bring a large wicker basket home this time. That means there won't be an unfamiliar little girl standing in the basket. Chen Lingjun immediately stood up and used his sleeves to wipe the stone chair. He even bent down and blew on the dust. He smiled brightly and said, "Master, here, sit." Zhu Mili didn't sit down. She ran over to pick up the green bamboo cane and the small golden carrying pole. She stood beside the Good Mountain Lord and accompanied Jing Qing as door guardians. Coincidentally, there were 3 empty seats. They were given to old chef, elder sister Changming, and Wei Shanjun. He was dressed in a long green robe and had a jade hairpin on his head. His figure was tall and slender, and there was a vermilion wine flask hanging from his waist. In the eyes of outsiders, he was handsome and elegant. However, in the eyes of his own people, he was in high spirits. Chen Lingjun and Xiao Mili each took out a handful of melon seeds. Xiao Mili gave half to the Good Mountain Lord, while the other 3 shared the remaining melon seeds. The green-robed little boy gave it to his master first, then to old chef and elder sister Changming. There wasn't any left at Wei Pai's side. Chen Lingjun even purposely shook his sleeves. He said apologetically, "I'm really sorry, Brother Wei." Wei Pai continued to smile. He would bear with him for the time being. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "The ferry is still hovering at a mountain slightly south of the center of the Aquarius continent. Other than me, there's also Pei Qian, whom I met coincidentally in the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. Consecrator Ju Fei, who came back with me, and the 9 sword immortal embryos that I brought back from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The children are still young. I reckon they will be placed at the sword reverence stage to practice their sword cultivation. If any of you want to take in a disciple, you can choose them yourselves. Ju Fei will be our Luo Po Mountain's chief consecrator in the future. However, in a month's time, during the meeting at Ji Mountain's ancestral hall, try to make it a little more complicated. Good things come with many setbacks. After I left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I went to Fortune Cave and Tongyi Continent first. The reason why I did not rush back to Luopo Mountain immediately and came late, I missed many things. The reason is complicated. The next time I return to the mountain, I will discuss it with you in detail. On the way to Tongyi continent, there were some disturbances. For example, Jiang Shangzhen, in order to become the chief consecrator at Great Quan Dynasty's Mirage City, he almost asked Sword Master Pei Minute together with me and Kui Dongshan. There's no need to guess, it was the Sword Master Pei Minute of the Haoran Three Absolutes. Therefore, Jiang Shangzhen, in order to become the chief consecrator, was almost set in stone. If he was not given the chief consecrator, it would not be right. There's no mountain consecrator in the world who would give away his life and money like that. For this matter, I will inform you in advance. Just treat it as if I, the mountain lord, have the final say. Chen Pinggan spoke quickly and casually. Finally, he did not need to use telepathy or telepathy. Zhu Lian and Wei Pai looked at each other and smiled. A consecrator like Jiang Shangzhen was one of a kind in the world. Where could they find someone like him? They had to cherish him. As for whether or not he had the final say, the mountain lord had the final say. Elder Changming smiled and narrowed her eyes. She was indeed in a good mood to be able to see Lord Hidden Official again. Chen Pinggan turned to look at old chef. Zhu Lian, summon everyone who is not busy to Luopo Mountain. We'll temporarily hold a meeting at Jisai Peak in a month. It's best if everyone is there. As for the specific date, you and Wei Shanjun can pick an auspicious day. Zhu Lian smiled and nodded. Young Master's return to the mountain is the most important matter. What's there to be busy about? Young Master is not at home, so we're all busy for nothing. Actually, no one has a place to settle down. Chen Pinggan held back his laughter and gave a thumbs up. However, he said, Fox Nation's relocation was not handled well. Zhu Lian immediately nodded and said, Young Master is not at the mountain. It's inevitable that each of us will not hold back when we do things. We don't talk much about righteousness in the pugilistic world. Once Young Master returns, we can clean up everything. Chen Pinggan shifted his gaze and looked at the increasingly spirited Shanjun. I'll have to trouble Shanjun to send a flying sword message to Miu of the Rainbow Sparrow Manor. Then, let our great sword Immortal Mi erase the name UMI from the Northern Mountains Landscape Register and join Luopo Mountain. Our Luopo Mountain is about to be promoted to a sect, so we need a sword immortal to oversee the sect. In addition to Luopo Mountain's promotion to a sect, I also plan to choose a location for a lower sect in the northern region of Tongyi continent. I personally recommend Cao Qinglang to be the sect master of the lower sect. If you have any objections, of course, we can discuss it again. I will not make a decision on this important matter. Chen Pinggan glanced at the cloud of incense smoke that had turned from thick to faint. He stood up and said apologetically, I have to rush back immediately. See you in a month. In the end, he realized that the three of them were somewhat playful. Chen Pinggan smiled and gave the answer. Don't guess. A half-baked sword cultivator of the Jade Raw realm and a martial artist of the Qi Flourishing realm. In the face of the sword technique of that suppressing immortal, Pei Minute could only parry a little. Chen Lingjun wiped away his bitter tears and said regretfully, It's low. It's lower than expected. It's outrageous, it's outrageous. Master has disappointed me. He's not as wise and mighty as before. Chen Pinggan glanced at the green-robed child. Chen Lingjun immediately stopped talking and sighed. He lowered his head and said dejectedly, Master, if you want to scold me, just scold me. I know that I've let you down when I crossed the river in the North Continent. Chen Pinggan reached out and pressed Chen Lingjuan's head, saying with a laugh, I heard Kui Dongshan and Pei Qian talk about your trip across the river in detail. You did much better than I imagined, so I won't praise you too much, lest you get cocky. You're even taller than our Wei Shanjuan's cloud-splitting mountain. Chen Lingjun suddenly raised his head and said with a cheeky smile, Master, you're not afraid that I'll run away, so you're trying to trick me into staying on the mountain, are you? Chen Pinggan faced the bamboo building and took a deep look at the second floor. With his back to the cliff, he took a few steps back. He then gently cupped his fists and said goodbye silently. With a tap of his toes, his body flew backward and fell into the white clouds outside the cliff. His whole body suddenly condensed into a mustard seed. With a flash of golden light, he shrank the mountains and rivers and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhu Lian slowly stood up and put a hand on the stone table. He smiled knowingly and said, "It feels like a lifetime ago. A dream come true." Wei Pai said, "First the sect, then the sect. You'll be busy from now on." Chang Ming smiled and said, "According to Hill Master's temper, he'll have to spend the money he earned." As soon as Chen Pinggan left, the little boy in green immediately turned around, bent down, and stretched out his hands. He quickly moved a pile of melon seeds on the table to Wei Pai. He looked up and smiled flatteringly. "Wei Shanjun, sorry for the inhospitality. Eat some melon seeds. My master has a lot left." Wei Pai smiled and said, "That's not good. I wouldn't dare. After all, I'm an outsider." Chen Lingjun said bitterly, "Who would go against their conscience and treat Wei Shanjun as an outsider? That person is really rebellious." After about the time it took to burn 3 sticks of incense, Chen Pinggan walked past the 3 mountains of inner visualization. He finally lit an incense and paid his respects to a small mountain not far from the ferry. The northernmost part of his hometown, Luopo Mountain, was the bridge between the 2 mountains. As for the first incense stick, the first mountain he paid his respects to was the small mountain that Chen Pinggan had passed by during his first trip south. If Chen Pinggan didn't want to return to the ferry, he didn't need to meet Pei Qian and Jiang Shangzhen again. He could directly stay at Luopo Mountain. At this moment, Chen Pinggan was returning to the bow of the cloud boat from the small mountain. He staggered and stopped. He quickly put one hand on his forehead and the other hand on his abdomen. The 2 wounds were all caused by Pei Min's swordsmanship. Pei Qian immediately looked at Jiang Shangzhen. The latter smiled and shook his head, indicating that it was okay. "Your master can handle it." This cloud boat ferry set off from the newly built Old Dragon City ferry. After receiving a mountain pass issued by the Ministry of Rites of Dali Dynasty, it went all the way north without any stops. It stopped at a place south of Zhongyue. This place was not far from Zhongyue's Crown Prince Mountain, so it was not too far from Tsai and Jishui countries in the middle of Baoping continent. Chen Pinggan took a deep breath, closed his eyes and rested for a moment. He opened his eyes and said to Pei Qian, "When you enter the boundary, I will teach you the 3 mountains talisman." At that time at the Yarrow residence, Kui Dongshan put on an act. He was just short of bathing and changing his clothes, but he really did burn incense and wash his hands. He respectfully and reverently asked for the authentic alchemy calligraphy that Li Shishing had given to his teacher. In the end, Chen Pinggan asked Kui Dongshan about a talisman in the book. It was on the 3rd page from the last. It was called the 3 Mountains Talisman. When a cultivator thought about it, he could casually remember the 3 mountains that he had walked past and create 3 mountains through visualization. The cultivator could then travel very quickly. The biggest feature of this talisman was the physique of the talisman holder. The holder must be able to withstand the cleansing of the long river of light. If the physique was not strong enough, the soul would be worn down and the lifespan would be shortened. If the state was not strong enough, the body would be melted and the body would be skinny. He would become a lonely ghost in a mountain. Moreover, he would be detained at a ferry in the long river of light. Even the gods could not save him. Unless the sage of Confucian Temple was willing to sacrifice his merits and cultivation, and there were clues, such as knowing the exact location of the 3 mountains, or relying on a longevity lamp in the Hall of Patriarchs, the remnant soul could only be retrieved from the long river of light. Therefore, Li Shishing wrote a detailed note on the blank space beside the talisman. If one was not a martial artist of the 9th realm or a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, this talisman should not be used. Martial artists of the upper realms and sword cultivators of the immortal realms should use this talisman 3 times. It was beneficial to the body and spirit. 3 times was the best. It was not advisable to use it more than 3 times. It was not advisable to cross continents. After that, using the talisman to travel far away would only exhaust one's fate energy. If this talisman was used improperly, There would be disasters every time one neared a mountain. Other than the high threshold of using the talisman did not have high requirements for the material of the talisman. The only return gift was to visit the 3 mountains and burn incense to Mr. 9 Marquises of the 3 mountains. Li Shisheng wrote more and more notes towards the end of the authentic alchemy works. The intricacies and taboos of the mountains and rivers were explained very clearly and thoroughly. After Kui Dongshan posted the 3 talismans in the Yarrow residence, he mentioned that the pages of the authentic alchemy works were excellent talisman papers. In the end, he was reprimanded by his teacher. Kui Dongshan took a step back and said that his teacher could refine the words. The words to be refined were, of course, Li Shisheng's personal notes. When Kui Dongshan flipped through the pages, he saw that there were more than 1,200 words. It was enough to support a heavenly grand ritual that worshipped 1,200 deities. Chen Pinggan did not comment on this. He would ask Li Shisheng about this in the future. If the 1,200 words were to create a mountain protecting array for Luo Po Mountain out of thin air, Chen Pinggan had no reason to hesitate. However, Chen Pinggan had an idea. He hoped that when Taiping Mountain was rebuilt in the future, there would be such a mountain formation. This involved the inheritance of the orthodoxy. The old heavenly monarch of Taiping Mountain, the female Taoist Huang Ting, and Li Shisheng. Chen Pinggan was just a matchmaker. Therefore, Chen Pinggan had to ask Li Shisheng first. Pei Qian's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "Then I'll hurry up and try not to let my teacher wait too long." Chen Pinggan wanted to say something but stopped. Forget it, there was no point in chatting. For ordinary martial artists, if they wanted to break through from the peak realm to the end realm, would it be useful to hurry up? Just like Chen Pinggan himself. After wandering around the Great Wall of Sword Qi for so many years, he still did not feel that he could reach the 10th realm in this lifetime. In fact, this was indeed the case. He had reached the 9th realm early on. When he left the Great Wall of Sword Qi and found his footing in the Tongya continent, he relied on his true name and luckily reached the 10th realm. It had been too many years. This was also the longest time that Chen Pinggan had stagnated in a certain realm of the martial way. When he was at Yunding Peak, Kui Dongshan had a private chat with his teacher, Chen Pinggan. "Teacher, senior sister has created her own fist technique. It is very imposing and is even more famous." "That's good." 3 moves, at the Lei Gong Temple in the Jadeite continent. Liu Suiyu comprehended 1 move at the 8th realm and the 9th realm. He is very imposing. In the battlefield near the capital of the Aquarius continent, his 2nd move is very lethal. He killed a nascent Soul Realm soldier cultivator with 1 punch. After practicing the Wen fist with Cao Ci, he comprehended another move. The fist theory is very high. These are all recognized on the mountain. Especially those cultivators of the upper 5 realms and earth immortals of the Gold Armor continent who fought side by side with Senior Sister. Now, they are all speaking up for Senior Sister, saying that Cao Ci had a huge advantage because she learned the fist technique early and was older. Otherwise, our Miss Zheng Wen fist Cao Ci would have won 4 rounds consecutively. Okay. It was hard for outsiders to imagine that Zheng Qian was someone's first disciple. But in fact, as the master, Chen Pinggan had never seriously taught Zheng Qian the real fist technique. He had never really taught his disciple the fist technique, the fist stance, and the theory of the fist. Not even once. Jiang Shangzhen said softly, "There are only 3 chances in total. It is too rare. The mountain master is too anxious this time. No matter what, it is best to use the remaining 2 chances to escape in the future." Chen Pinggan shook his head and smiled. "You are not a pure martial artist. You don't know the real mystery of this. It would be a waste to use this talisman after the mountains and rivers in the small world of my human body have stabilized. The benefits would be small. But the remaining 2 chances must be cherished." Of course, Kui Dongshan had learned the 3 mountains talisman. Chen Pinggan had also taught it to Jiang Shangzhen. Jiang Shangzhen, who was in the immortal realm and also a sword cultivator, immediately applied what he had learned. In the Green Tiger Palace, He immediately drew 3 golden talismans. He went to Taiping Mountain, Jiaoping Peak, and Tianqiu Peak. He felt refreshed and said that there was actually a talisman in the world that could warm and nourish the spirit. At Tianqiu Peak, old immortal Lu, who had returned home in glory, saw his old friends Child Chen and Lord Jiang. His eyes were filled with tears from the bottom of his heart. Lu Yong was very emotional. He said that if he could live and meet again, there would be no obstacles in the world that could not be overcome in the future. The Green Tiger Palace on Tianqiu Peak could be considered half a ruin. Only an empty frame was left. All the valuable belongings were taken away. Fortunately, Lu Yong's escape to the Aquarius continent was a blessing in disguise. He earned everything. The reputation on the mountain, the real immortal money, the merit recorded in the Confucian Temple, and the incense with the Dali cavalry. It could be said that old immortal Lu had returned home late. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would be the monarch of the mountain in the alliance of peach leaves in the Great Spring Dynasty. When Lu Yong heard that Child Chen needed a cauldron of forgetfulness elixirs to deliver to Yi Yunyun of the Cloud Cottage in Mount Pu, old immortal immediately patted his chest and promised that it was not a big deal. In fact, a letter to the Green Tiger Palace would be enough. He would flip through the almanac and pick a date to refine the elixirs immediately. There was still some spiritual qi unique to Mount Qingjing. Jiang Shangzhen crossed his legs and drank tea. He said, "Brother Lu, don't forget that it's a cauldron of elixirs." Old immortal Lu blinked and immediately complained, "What? Just a cauldron of forgetfulness elixirs? That's not good. Good things come in pairs. If I don't refine 2 cauldrons, I won't be able to stretch my muscles and bones." Since Huang Yiyun is a friend of Child Chen and Lord Jiang, she's a first-class guest of the Green Tiger Palace. I'll send 2 cauldrons of elixirs to Huang Yiyun personally. I won't let her make an extra trip. You want to spend money to buy elixirs in Mount Pu? What a joke. You really don't treat me, Lu Yong, as a friend of Child Chen and Lord Jiang. In the meantime, Chen Pinggan took out the seal that he had prepared earlier and gave it to Old Immortal as a thank you gift. Lu Yong took the seal with both hands. He held the seal in one palm and twisted it gently with 2 fingers on the other hand. He sighed and said, "The gift is too heavy, but the affection is even heavier." Then he turned to complain to Chen Pinggan, "Child Chen, next time you come to Heavenly Fault Peak, don't be like this. The gift is good, but in this way, it's really like you're a guest." Child Chen is clearly returning to his own mountain. Pei Qian sat on the side and listened in a daze. Old immortal Lu was really good at chatting. He was still as elegant as before. In the end, Lu Yong seemed to have realized something. He looked at the young girl with her hair tied into a bun. He could vaguely see some of her features when she was young. Old immortal Lu remembered very clearly that in the past, Chen Pinggan was accompanied by a charcoal girl. At that time, Lu Yong felt that it was very strange. The protective formation of Heavenly Fault Peak at the foot of the mountain was a sea of clouds. When one climbed high, unless one was a nascent soul like Lu Yong, one would be trapped in the clouds and unable to see anything clearly, even if one was a golden elixir expert. However, the charcoal girl always held a walking stick. When she climbed up the steps, she would knock on the steps and constantly look around. Sometimes, she would secretly size up Lu Yong. Every time Lu Yong turned his head or was about to turn his head, the girl would immediately turn her head. At that time, Lu Yong was sure that the mischievous girl was a good seedling for cultivation. The problem was not only this. The more Lu Yong looked at her, the more familiar she looked. However, he did not dare to believe that she was the legendary female grandmaster, Zhang Qian. Their names were both Qian, but after all, their surnames were different. Therefore, Lu Yong did not dare to admit it. What more a 30-year-old 9th realm martial artist? A female grandmaster who fought Cao Ci 4 times in a row in the central divine continent. Lu Yong did not dare to believe it. Unfortunately, in the Aquarius continent, whether it was Old Dragon City or the central continent, Lu Yong did not need to rush to the battlefield to fight. He only needed to focus on refining pills. Therefore, when he caught a glimpse of Zheng Qian rushing to the battlefield, he felt that the side of her face was somewhat familiar. Chen Pinggan smiled. Brother Lu, to tell you the truth, this disciple of mine will always use the alias Zheng Qian whenever he goes out. Lu Yong hurriedly stood up and solemnly bowed. My bad eyes, it's my bad eyes. Greetings, Grandmaster Zheng. Grandmaster Pei. Pei Qian could only stand up and return the greeting. Old immortal Lu is too polite. At that time, Jiang Shangzhen looked at the young mountain lord who was full of smiles after revealing the secrets of heaven. At that moment, Chen Pinggan was like an elder in a scholarly family. After an imperial examination ended, he met up with a good friend who had not seen him for a long time. He could not help but laugh and say something. Therefore, he said, the younger generation in the family is unbearably naughty. He only got second place in the imperial examination. And these things. Whether it was Chen Pinggan, the master, or Jiang Shangzhen, the outsider, it did not matter if she told Pei Qian or not. Pei Qian would definitely understand, but it would not be as good as her understanding in the future. Because in Luopa Mountain and the lower sects, it was time for a large group of children to grow up, and the rapid rise of some young people. Before leaving the heavenly fault peak, Jiang Shangzhen pulled the uneasy old immortal Lu alone and chatted with him for a while. Among them, Jiang Shangzhen said, there is Lu Yong in the Tongya continent, which means that there will be an indestructible sect in the hearts of the cultivators in the world. Jiang Shangzhen's seemingly polite words made the old nascent soul-stage cultivator, who almost died in a foreign land, burst into tears as if he had drunk a big mouthful of strong wine when he was young. According to the agreement, the cloud boat ferry slowly went to the southeast of the Aquarius continent. Jiang Shangzhen gave Chen Pinggan a seal of the ferry array hub. Previously, Jiang Shangzhen relied on this seal to reach the Mirage City very quickly. However, this move required a lot of Guyu money, so Chen Pinggan did not intend to accept it. Jiang Shangzhen threw the ferry to Chen Pinggan and let Jiang Shangzhen and Pei Qian protect the ferry and all the children. Chen Pinggan put on a bamboo hat, carried a sword on his back, and tied the blade-strengthening gourd on his waist. He took a deep breath and flew to the colorful robe country alone. Revisiting an old place. The first time, it was filled with a fiendish aura, like a ghost town with few people. The second time, it was beautiful, without the slightest bit of fiendish aura. This time, the spiritual chi of the mountains and rivers seemed to be much thinner. Fortunately, the familiar old house was still there. There were still 2 stone lions guarding the door, and there were still spring couplets hanging on the door, as well as 2 painted door gods. In this dusk, Chen Pinggan adjusted his bamboo hat and raised his hand. After pausing for a long time, he gently knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was not the familiar old granny, but Yang Huang, with his wife beside him. Chen Pinggan raised his hand and pressed down on his bamboo hat. Yang Huang was about to speak, but his wife immediately grabbed his sleeve, so Yang Huang did not speak. Chen Pinggan quickly took off his bamboo hat and smiled. Brother Yang, sister-in-law, it's been a long time. After entering the house, Chen Pinggan naturally closed the door, turned around, and said softly, I went on a long trip these years, very far, and just returned. Yang Huang sighed and nodded, no wonder. The ghostly wife, Ying, stepped heavily on the back of her husband's foot, who might as well shut up. Ying smiled, I'll go get some wine. You guys drink first, and then I'll cook a few dishes to go with the wine. Chen Pinggan smiled, if you don't mind, I'll cook. My culinary skills are not bad. Yang Huang laughed, what kind of logic is that? You don't trust your sister-in-law's culinary skills? Ying quietly kicked again, and this time, she even used the tip of her foot to twist it. Yang Huang knew that he had said something wrong again. A foreigner, a servant ghost, and a female ghost, the 3 of them, the host and the guest, went to the kitchen together. Chen Pinggan was familiar with the place, and began to make a fire. He used a familiar stool and a familiar bamboo tube to blow on the fire. Ying went to get a few bottles of homemade wine that had been stored for years. Yang Huang didn't want to drink it himself. Since he had nothing to do, he stood by the kitchen door. After being kicked twice by his wife, he didn't know what to say. Chen Pinggan sat on the stool, holding the bamboo tube in his hand. He turned his head and asked, Brother Yang, When did the old granny leave? Yang Huang said, It's been many years, but it's fine. Other than thinking about why you didn't come, there's nothing else to worry about. Before she left, she told me and Ying to not forget to make wine every year. She was afraid that if you came one day, it wouldn't be enough. Chen Pinggan said, Then when I go back, I'll bring more wine. Yang Huang hesitated, Don't think too much, everything's fine. Chen Pinggan nodded, then suddenly stood up and said apologetically, I'll let sister-in-law cook. I'll go burn incense at the old granny's grave. The small grave mound wasn't far from the house, but it wasn't close either. The old granny had said that it was too far away, and she couldn't bear to. It was a taboo to be too close. Chen Pinggan burned 3 incense sticks at the lonely grave mound. It wasn't until today that he saw the tombstone that he learned the old granny's name. It was neither good nor bad. Yang Huang was originally worried about Chen Pinggan, but from beginning to end, as Yang Huang had said, everything was fine. When they returned to the house, there were still white bowls on the table, and no wine cups. Chen Pinggan still didn't drink quickly. He and Yang Huang weren't the kind of people who liked to persuade people to drink, but both sides drank a lot. Ying, who usually didn't drink, also sat to the side and drank a bowl with them. Chen Pinggan sipped his wine as he chatted with Yang Huang, asking about Governor Liu and Liu Gaohua in the past. It turned out that Lord Liu, who was the provincial governor of Qing province, had a meteoric rise in the officialdom. He had previously become the Minister of Revenue of the colorful dress country, and now he had retired. Liu Gaohua had worked hard and obtained a Jinsha background, but his career didn't go well, so he simply resigned and continued to travel. When the war came, he took the initiative to become an official and worked in the Ministry of War of the colorful dress country. Later on, he worked in the 6 ministries of the capital of Dali. His position wasn't high, but according to convention, a 6th-grade official in the Dali imperial court was equivalent to a 3rd-grade official in a vassal state. Old Minister Liu had always wanted Liu Gaohua to return to the colorful dress country and work as an assistant minister in the Ministry of Revenue. He didn't say that he wanted to serve his homeland, but he could at least get the reputation of being a father and son minister. However, Liu Gaohua was unwilling, which made Old Minister Liu very angry. As for Old Minister Liu's eldest daughter, she was an old lady who married a poor scholar. As for his youngest daughter, Liu Gaoxin, her luck was a little worse. Back then, she became a direct disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect. Unfortunately, in the war, her longevity bridge was almost broken and she was severely injured. Because of her military exploits, she was able to retain her status as a direct disciple of the sect. After recovering from her injuries, she went down the mountain and returned home. Although her cultivation dropped greatly and she had a head of white hair at a young age, she still had the title of a consecrator in the colorful dress country. Chen Pinggan remembered all of this. For some reason, when they talked about Liu Gaoxin, they talked about Yang Huang, who was also born in the Divine Grandeur sect, and then inadvertently talked about the appearance of the old nanny when she was young. Chen Pinggan thought for a while, but he was in a trance and couldn't imagine it. They drank for 2 whole hours. Chen Pinggan did not get drunk. Actually, Yang Huang, who had not drunk as much as him, was completely drunk instead. That night, Chen Pinggan rested for a few hours in the room he was familiar with. After midnight, he got out of bed and put on his boots. He arrived at a railing and sat down with his hands in his sleeves. He raised his head and stared at the courtyard in a daze. The clouds gathered and dispersed, and he would look back at the corridor from time to time. It was as if a lantern would fly towards him if he was careless. Early in the morning, Chen Pinggan returned to his room. He wore a bamboo hat and a sword on his back. The blade-nurturing gourd had already been filled with alcohol, as well as many jugs of alcohol. Chen Pinggan bid farewell to the couple, saying that he needed to visit the Sword Water Manor in the Shu Shui Kingdom. He invited them to his hometown as guests, a place called Luopa Mountain in the Dragon Province of Dali. Yang Huang agreed, saying that he would definitely go. At the table yesterday, no matter how much Yang Huang drank, he still did not mention that he had once been to the battlefield in Old Dragon City, almost losing his mind. It was just like how Chen Pinggan never mentioned that he came from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, almost being unable to return home. It was probably exactly because of this that the two of them would drink at the table time and time again. They would even agree to drink again next time. Chen Pinggan did not directly go to the Sword Water Manor, as according to what he had said in the past, the entire manor would be moved away. It would be located in a lush landscape bordering the ancient Yu Kingdom. The original location of the manor would become a mountain god estate second only to the 5 peaks of the Shu Shui Kingdom. Song Fengshan's wife, Liu Qian, would be promoted to the mountain goddess of that mountain on the spot. Her status as a god would not be particularly high, but she would be a legitimate official of the Shu Shui Kingdom, included in the Ministry of Rights Records. And, from what Yang Huang had said, Song Fengshan's swordsmanship had improved tremendously in the past few years. He had already become the chief of the Jianghu, second only to the green bamboo sword immortal of the Pine Stream Kingdom. However, the old manor lord, Song Yu, had already shut himself off from worldly affairs for many years, as the Sword Water Manor no longer existed. If it were not for the fact that Yang Huang still had some connections with the Divine Grandeur sect, he would not have known where Song Yu had retired to, let alone know that the granddaughter-in-law of the old sword saint of the Shu Shui Kingdom had actually turned into a god who watched over the fate of a region. Before going to the mountain god temple in the northern border of the Shu Shui Kingdom, Chen Pinggan first rode the wind and hurried on his journey. He quietly landed on the ground, adjusted his bamboo hat, wore a green robe, and carried a sword on his back. He walked on a mountain path that connected the Cai Kingdom and the Shu Shui Kingdom. However, he did not expect that the originally dilapidated ancient temple had already become a brand new mountain god temple. Chen Pinggan restrained his breath and walked into the mountain god temple that had few pilgrims and worshippers. He felt a little helpless. The golden statue enshrined in the main hall was 70 to 80% similar to that of Wei Wei, but her appearance was a little more mature, and she no longer had the childishness of a young girl. Beside the mountain god-goddess, there were 2 shorter statues of serving goddesses. Chen Pinggan did not find them unfamiliar. He could not help but rub the space between his eyebrows. It was not easy for Wei Wei to get to where she was now. She could be considered to have truly stepped into the path of an official and had been promoted in the officialdom. Chen Pinggan had traveled through countless mountains and ridges. No matter how much he respected the gods of the mountains and rivers, he really did not want to burn incense for Wei Wei, who he knew everything about. He planned to turn around and leave, and then go straight to the other mountain god temple in the north. He remembered that the female ghost Wei Wei had once complained about the ways of the world. It was difficult for humans to live, and it was difficult for ghosts to live. He wondered if she would feel more relaxed now that she had become the mountain god-goddess, who enjoyed the incense of the mortal world. Chen Pinggan could roughly tell whether the landscape was upright or not, so he did not have the intention to reminisce. However, this mountain god-goddess was not good at business. There were few incense offerings. If this continued, he would probably have to go to the city god temple to buy on credit. Chen Pinggan did not walk into the main hall. He only took a glance outside the door before leaving the mountain god temple. However, just as Chen Pinggan walked out of the main door of the ancestral temple, there were waves of ripples. A goddess of the ancestral temple appeared out of thin air. Her hair was combed into a high bun, and she had a tall figure. She wore a gorgeous dress with clouds and mist rising around her. If she were to be seen by those down-and-out scholars who were passing by, this would probably be the so-called goddess's favor. Chen Pinggan stopped in his tracks and smiled. Congratulations. The lady who turned from a mountain ghost into a mountain god maid was even more certain of the other party's identity. It was the young sword celestial who liked to reason. She hurriedly bowed and said in a trembling voice, "Greetings to Sword Celestial. My master has gone out to the governor's city god temple for some matters. He will be here very soon. I'm worried that Sword Celestial will continue on his way. I've specially come to meet you and disturb you. I hope that you can let me pass on a message to the mountain god-goddess so that my master can hurry back to the ancestral temple and meet Sword Celestial earlier." Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'm just passing by. I won't disturb your mountain god Wei's peaceful cultivation." Wei Wei must have borrowed something from the county god temple. The county god temple had begged many times, but he was rejected. He had no choice but to beg the governor's city god temple of the underworld. The tall lady was about to cry, "If Sword Celestial Senior leaves just like this and does not ask us to stay, my sister and I will definitely be punished by my master." Chen Pingan asked, "How did you deal with the statue left behind in the temple?" She was stunned and said, "Sword Celestial, my goddess has carefully collected it. She said that it would be easy to swindle in the future. She requested a big pilgrim in her own mountain god temple to spend money to renovate a new temple." Chen Pingan nodded and smiled, "Thank you for your kindness." Swindle. Chen Pingan could tell that this was Wei Wei's style of doing things. Therefore, the matter of collecting the broken Buddha statue was most likely true. Chen Pingan walked slowly. He walked to a long stone bench under a pine tree outside the temple and sat down. He took off his bamboo hat and sat on one end of the green stone bench. He smiled and said, "Let's sit down and talk." The tall lady hurriedly bowed, "I don't dare. Sword Celestial, please take a rest." Beautiful and what not. She and her master had suffered twice at the hands of this Sword Celestial. It was fortunate that Her Highness would flip through that travel book every now and then. Every time, she would be overjoyed. In any case, she and the other goddess who served in the ancestral temple did not even dare to look at the travel book. The two of them always felt a chill. If they were not careful, a flying sword would sweep out from the book. With a flash of the sword, their heads would roll. Chen Pingan did not plan to wait for Wei Wei to rush back to the temple. He thought for a while and said slowly, "I think the two people who burned incense earlier were scholars from Shu Shui country who passed by here. Your place is the border between the two countries. The official road is in the temple's boundary. Many merchants pass by. The scenery of the mountains and rivers is also beautiful. There are also many strange stories of mountains and rivers. Now that the world is peaceful, logically speaking, there should be many people in the martial arts world and tourists with bulging money bags. The incense at the temple should not be so bad. Fame in the imperial examinations, literary luck in the officialdom, martial luck in Jianghu, rolling in money, beautiful marriage, praying for blessings and peace, dispelling illness and disaster, having a continuous line of descendants, having a land full of mountains and rivers deities, and manifesting spirits. There were no more than these few things. The woman had an awkward expression on her face. She carefully considered her words before replying in a trembling voice, "My lady has secretly nurtured a few young heroes of the Jianghu. Many of them have lost their martial arts manuals, but none of them have been able to make a name for themselves. As for literary luck, marriage, and so on, our Shanshan temple doesn't seem to have many of them. That's why my lady always says that even the cleverest housewives can't cook without rice. As for those merchants, my goddess despises them for being stingy with money. Most importantly, every time they enter the temple to burn incense, those men's eyes. Anyway, my goddess does not care about them." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Then I have a small suggestion. Rather than asking those city gods to temporarily borrow incense to stabilize the destiny of the mountains and rivers, in the end, it's just treating the symptoms and not the root of the problem. It's not a long-term solution. It'll only gradually wear down your goddess' golden body and the destiny of this mountain shrine year after year. As long as God Wei still has some incense in the imperial court of the Shu Shui country, it will be fine. Then, carefully choose a scholar from the Han clan who will enter the capital for the imperial examination. Of course, this person's talent, literary luck, and imperial examination skills must not be too bad. It would be best if he has the chance to become a jinsha. After he burns incense and makes a wish, you can secretly hang the lantern of your temple behind him. You don't have to be too frugal. Just take it as a gamble. Gather all the literary luck in the land into that lantern and help him enter the capital at night. At the same time, let God Wei go to the capital and discuss with a certain important official in the imperial court. If he is a jinsha, he will be promoted to a jinsha. If he is a jinsha, try your best to get closer to the top 2. If he is already in the top 2, he will grit his teeth and send the scholar directly to the top 3. When he makes his wish, He will be very sincere. When the time comes, the literary luck will be returned to the temple. It will be a matter of time. Of course, if you are worried that he will not follow the path, you can send a message to the scholar in his dream in advance. The woman listened in high spirits and her eyes shone. The sword immortal's words were closely linked, and the temple could just follow suit. Suddenly, she pulled a long face and stomped her feet anxiously. She said, "Senior sword immortal, I am afraid that such a talented scholar will not come to our temple to burn incense." Chen Pinggan was a little helpless. "You and your mountain goddess were born in the first place. Don't you know? If you can't find a suitable scholar in the county or prefectural city under the jurisdiction of the mountains and rivers, it is a matter of course for the temple's goddess to travel the land at night. You will be waiting at the big and small relay stations, ready to snatch people halfway. Moreover, you are not killing people now. It is obvious that you are doing a great job of delivering literary luck to people. In the past, you did it so smoothly. When you came to the ancient temple, it was like coming to the roll call. Every time you came, you would meet the two of you. Now, you are not even familiar with this special skill. The temple's lack of incense, it can't be blamed on anyone else." Chen Pinggan had no choice but to tell her some tips in a more tactful way that didn't sound like Jianghu slander. The woman nodded as she listened. She understood and was enlightened. This sword immortal senior was indeed a learned man. Other than not being protective of women, he was good in every aspect. Chen Pinggan stood up and said, "I have a few last words. Please help me pass them to mountain god Wei. This kind of shortcut in the mountains and rivers officialdom can only be done once or twice, but not thrice. Let mountain god Wei think about it. If he really wants to bring blessings to the people and complete his merit with a flawless golden body, he still needs to work hard on the 4 words of pure and clean. Many transactions that seem to be at a loss are sincerely done by the mountain god ancestral temple. For example, those families in the marketplace have no extra money. Even if they don't come to the ancestral temple to burn incense for the rest of their lives, you still have to protect them. Heaven has its time, the earth has its talent, and people have their governance. The mountains and rivers' deities, where the spirit is in the sincerity of the people. How can you not know the teachings of the sages?" She curtsied and said gratefully, "I will remember the sword immortal senior's teachings." Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment, but he could not hold it in and corrected her, "Sincere teachings, sincere and diligent. Read more books in the future." She suddenly blushed. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Fortunately, the young sword immortal put on his bamboo hat again and disappeared in a flash. Chen Pinggan met Song Fengshan and Liu Qian in the northern border of Shushui country. However, Senior Song had gone on a trip. He did not know where he was going or when he would return. After Chen Pinggan learned that Senior Song was still in good health, he felt a little regretful that he could not meet him this time. He left a letter in the mountain god residence and was about to leave. He did not expect Song Fengshan to insist on drinking with him. Chen Pinggan could not refuse him, so he sat down and drank. In the end, Chen Pinggan drank until his eyes became brighter and brighter. Song Fengshan, who had white hair on his temples, fell unconscious on the table. Chen Pinggan felt a little guilty. The former spy of Dali, Liu Qian, who was now the goddess of the mountain god, gave him the answer with a smile. It turned out that Song Fengshan had once boasted to his grandfather that he could not compare to him in other aspects, but in terms of drinking capacity, even Chen Pinggan could not compare to him. Chen Pinggan stood up and said with a smile, "Don't tell Senior Song about this wine, so that he won't hide from me next time." Liu Qian smiled and said, "Young Master Chen, why don't I tell Grandpa that you two tied?" Chen Pinggan waved his hand. "No, brothers should settle accounts at the table." Liu Qian suddenly said, "Young Master Chen, as long as Grandpa returns home, we will definitely immediately send a message to Luopa Mountain." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "I will immediately rush over." Liu Qian said softly, "Grandpa has gone out several times in the past few years without a sword. It seems that he just went out to relax." Chen Pinggan was a little puzzled. Liu Qian wanted to say something but hesitated. Chen Pinggan said, "There's nothing that can't be said." Liu Qian said telepathically, "Grandpa never believed that young Master Chen would disappear from the beginning and end of the battle, so Grandpa was very worried that you had an accident." Chen Pinggan was stunned and said with a smile, I know. Senior Song must be worried about me and scolding me a lot." Chen Pinggan touched his bamboo hat and said telepathically, "When Senior Song returns home, tell him that swordsman Chen Pinggan is the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Liu Qian was speechless. Even her husband, Song Fengshan, had only heard of the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but did not know what the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi meant. And because she was a Dali loyalist, she knew about this. And because of her identity, she could not easily say this. Liu Qian asked, "Young Master Chen, then, hidden official Chen Shi?" Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded. "The one at the bottom." Liu Qian thought and asked, "I'll wake Fengshan up. How many pots do you want to drink?" Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "The rest is fine." In the end, Liu Qian looked at the swordsman striding away. She had forgotten to send him off. She only thought that when her grandfather returned home and learned about this, he would brag about his foresight. For so many years, her grandfather had been worried and sad. Because to her grandfather, he was no longer in Jianghu. But as long as that young man was in Jianghu, Jianghu was still Jianghu. In Jianghu, one would look at the old almanac, follow the old rules, and understand the old. In such an old Jianghu, there would always be a young man who the old man had high hopes for. Once, her grandfather had invited Fengshan and her to eat hot pot. Her grandfather had only eaten a few mouthfuls of food before he was drunk. He said that as long as that brat was alive, he had nothing to be angry about. Therefore, he had better not be afraid to drink and eat hot pot. It was nothing to be scolded by an old man. At the entrance of a martial arts school in a remote country, a man in green knocked on the door in the middle of the night. A young man who was a direct disciple of the schoolmaster opened the door with sleepy eyes and said in a bad mood, "Who are you looking for?" Nowadays, Dallas official language was actually the official language of a continent. The swordsman smiled and said, "I'm looking for a bearded ranger. His surname is Shu." The young man rolled his eyes. "There are no bearded rangers in the martial arts school. My schoolmaster's surname is Shu." "Is this the Q-seeking fist? If you want to spar, come back tomorrow. There are no such Jianghu rules in the middle of the night. Also, let's make it clear. My schoolmaster has already retired. If you want to talk about martial arts, you have to look for my master. Also, I advise you not to be impulsive. My master is famous for his heavy fists, especially his whip kicks. With one kick, he can break a hardwood as thick as a bowl. Don't think that you're so great just because you have a sword. Oh right, what is this sword made of? How much did you buy it for? Can you let me take a look?" The man shook his head and said, "I'm looking for Big Brother Shu for a drink." The young man was furious. First it's the bearded man, then it's Big Brother Shu. Who are you looking for? Fortunately, his schoolmaster was a well-educated person. The dozens of people in the martial arts school were all influenced by what they saw and heard. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what the bearded man was talking about. The man smiled and said, "I'm looking for Shu Yuanxia." The young martial artist blocked the door. "Who are you? I already said that my schoolmaster has already retired from the Jianghu." He had no choice. He heard from his master in private that when his schoolmaster had just started, he had only won a few rounds in the Q-seeking fist. Therefore, the only thing he had obtained in his early years was the nickname Shu Yuanxia, the destined loser in every fist. Fortunately, his master and a few other martial uncles were good at martial arts. In the Jianghu, their martial arts were not fierce, but they were good at taking hits. Therefore, they were able to establish the name of the martial arts school. In recent years, the business of the martial arts school was good. However, their schoolmaster's martial arts were not good at martial arts, and his disciples were also average. Only his ability to boast was unique. He said that when he was still in the prime of his life, he met two friends in the Jianghu. Only then could he be considered to have inherited his boxing skills. One's fist was fast, and the other's fist was slow. In the Jianghu here, they could fight from the foot of the mountain to the top. Even the flying immortals on the mountain could not stop them. After all, he was their master, their schoolmaster, and the schoolmaster who was in charge of the money bag. They listened to whatever the old man said. What else could they do? A stooped old man with a head full of white hair looked cold in the middle of the night. He was old and did not sleep well. The old man put on a thick coat and stood at the martial arts practice field. He stared at the gate in a daze. After the old man opened his eyes wide, he murmured, "Chen Pinggan?" Chen Pinggan raised his hand, stood on tiptoe, and waved hard. In a flash, he crossed the threshold from the side door, leaving behind a young martial artist who disappeared in a blink of an eye. Chen Pinggan walked quickly toward Xu Yuanxia. The old man laughed and walked toward the young swordsman. He turned around and put his arm around Chen Pinggan's neck. He laughed angrily and said, "Boy, you just came?" Chen Pinggan's body was slightly tilted. He raised his hand and wanted to pat the old man's back. However, he hesitated and just put it on the shoulder of the old man with the big beard. Outside the martial arts school, Pei Qian, Jiang Shangzhen, and the shameless Bai Xian had all snuck in and didn't go in. The young martial artist who was guarding the gate didn't dare to make any noise after taking a look at the middle-aged man who looked like a rich man. Then, he looked at the beautiful woman who had her hair tied into a bun and didn't dare to say anything. Bai Xian asked softly, "Sister Pei, who is this guy? He dares to be so rude to Master Cao." Master Cao does not seem to be angry. Instead, he is timid. He is not like Master Cao at all. Pei Qian said softly, "He is a friend of my master's that he respects very much." Bai Xian was puzzled. Someone that even Master Cao respects very much. Then his martial arts must be very high. But I don't think this martial arts school is very big. Pei Qian smiled and did not say anything. Jiang Shangzhen was already leaning against the door with her hands in her sleeves. She asked with a smile, "Little brother, do you have any senior or junior sisters?" That young man sighed and shook his head. Probably because he was reminded of something sad, he accidentally revealed the truth. "My master will go crazy when he drinks. As long as he sees a woman, he will cry. It's very scary. That's why he had 2 senior sisters in the past, but they were both scared away. Even the ancestor could not do anything about it." Jiang Shangzhen nodded in realization. "Then your master and I are the same kind of people." The young man was puzzled. "Both like to go crazy when drunk?" Jiang Shangzhen laughed. "You are quite good at chatting." The young man glanced at the woman outside the door from the corner of his eye and said loudly, "I'm educated." Bai Xian whispered, "Sister Pei, this guy is interested in you. Good fellow, his taste is very good." Pei Qian lowered her head and smiled. "Bai Xian, why don't you practice martial arts?" Bai Xian put his hands behind his back and shook his head. "There's no rush. We'll talk about it when we get to Luo Po Mountain." Master Cao said that if I learn martial arts, I'll be able to spar with Sister Pei in 2 or 3 years. He also said that there was someone with the same surname Bai who was also a sword cultivator. Master Cao told me not to waste this good surname and to work harder. Pei Qian nodded. "You are quite similar to that Bai Xian." Bai Xian sneered. "He is more like me." Pei Qian smiled. "You are almost the same." Bai Xian felt that Pei Qian was implying something. Jiang Shangzhen glanced at Bai Xian. He was young but was indeed a man. In the martial arts school, at the table, Chen Pinggan, who had never gotten drunk in his life except for that one time in the inverted mountain Huangliang blessed land, was drunk tonight. He was so drunk that the old man opposite him thought that he was the younger one who could not hold his liquor. Xu Yuanxia thought that many years ago she was still a heroic swordsman and the drunkard opposite her was still a young man. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.